All right, gang, gang. Quick live stream. All right, quick. Chase Calloway coming at you, talking about humans and demons. All right, what is the difference between a human and a demon? This is the spiritual natures we're getting into today, because I realize most people don't know what a demon actually is. Most people don't even know what a human actually is, right? Like the moment I tell you these words, human and demon, you're kind of like grasping. You feel me? Like, no, not many people can actually stand on a hard structure of what a human is and what a demon is. So that's what we're going to get into today. Because once you know what the word human means, the energy it carries, and the word demon, the energy that carries, then it's way easier to see how every religion is using these terms and how every story is using these terms to relate with you. And then you can get like, oh, okay, got it. A demon is someone in this energy. A human is someone in this energy. So now anytime someone starts to talk about, oh, are you a human being or you're demonic, you'll get it. All right. You're going to understand that it's an elemental thing. Okay. So we're going to start out making this real simple. I'm about to make this as elementally as simple as I possibly can so that we can agree right now, basically. All right. It's about like literally knowing how religions build themselves. Okay. So when you look at every religion, you're going to see that God is always considered the fire element. Always. Like whatever the God of that religion is, they're always correlated to the fire element, because fire is the element that is basically a star, right? You think about a star like being up in the sky and it's super hot and super bright. That's the point of fire. And then the wisdom here is knowing that fire cannot exist inside the universe. So the universe is water and God is fire. And now you can see why God would need to create the universe to exist, because it's about elementally, our fire has to create water to become air. So if God wants to have a human experience inside the universe, that's first a spirit, then imagining itself as God, and then it has to create light that allows it to connect with itself. Lucifer, the rising sun. And Lucifer, that's perfect. Lucifer is the water. So think about God. God is fire. He is the imagination. But what happens here is God realizes he's alone in his imagination. So once God is alone in his imagination, he has to create Lucifer. And in this case, Lucifer literally means the light bearer. So this is the water element. Literally, like water is the element that bears light and it becomes air. So fire, literally, like it's amazing how simple the Bible is once you get my elemental hermetic perspective of it. God is fire, Lucifer is water. And Lucifer is the light bearer, literally shows us that God is light and Lucifer is the light bearer. So what that means is you as an individual human, you are both God and Lucifer. Because what that literally means is that your God is your ability to imagine something. Okay. And your Lucifer is your ability to connect that imagination. So this is why Lucifer is the God of music in general. Like literally think about music. It's the water. Your heartbeat is the music that makes your body matter. So this is how you're being a light bearer. Literally, you're using your water cycle to bring your fire to life. You're using your ability to connect with your ideas to bring them to reality. And this is why fire needs water and water needs fire. So God needs Lucifer and Lucifer needs God, or else neither of them will have a human experience. You see that? So they both want a human experience. God wants to be a human, Lucifer wants to be a human, and they work together to create humans. Now we have the interplay of like good and bad, right? Or the idea of literally fire and water coming together to make air. This is as simple as possible. This is why all this Christianity stuff, guys, is stolen from Zoroastrianism. So considering I literally built the religion that built Christianity, Islam, and Judaism, like no one in this world can see these religions anywhere close to the same way that I do. Like they just can't, because everyone is consuming ideas that I created without even wanting to convince you that you need to believe in them. Like I don't want you to believe that you need to serve someone else to go to heaven or hell. You should know that only you can build your own heaven. It's like that simple. You should know that you're such an individual. No one even knows what's good for you. How could anyone outside of you know what is best for you if you're an individual? So you as an individual, hilarious. Can you start over? I just got here. Can you imagine how many times I'd be starting over if each time someone who just got here wanted me to actually start over? What's funny though is You're about to catch on. It's fine. We're talking about the difference between humans and demons. So humans are air. So this is us just getting into how God is fire, Lucifer is water. And what that means is your ego is fire and your soul is water. So that literally in the Bible, this is why the people who wrote the Bible, their God is their ego. The ego is infinitely unrelatable. It exists outside of the universe. The whole point of the ego, creating the soul, is so it can get connected in the universe. It's that simple. This is why you literally need a soul to express your ego, guys. It's like that simple. Like, this is why you're making a vibration. You're creating this feeling, this literally a vibration, your heartbeat, to make your body real. And by making a heartbeat that makes your body real, you're literally starting to communicate your God into reality. But that's you having a human experience. Absolutely. All right, bet you're with me. It's truly as simple as understanding the elements. Okay, so when you know that you as a spirit, as the observer, are nothing, and then you have to create an imagination before you can express your imagination, you're working like God. This is you working without this is before you can even get into the concept of religion. Like, I'm talking about how energy works in the universe. Like, how do we build the universe so we can experience ourselves? That's what we're talking about here, like, objectively. Everything from there is going to be a religion trying to trap your awareness on how you create life. So the moment we create life, the moment we create a situation or a circumstance to connect, there's no shortage of people inside of this circumstance who are telling you they're the one true God. There's no shortage of people inside this circumstance telling you that you need to serve them and not yourself. But you as an individual are the only one worth serving. I promise you. This is why I built Mercury as a spirit. I built Mercury eons ago because I know I'm the only one worth serving. Everyone else is stealing my ideas. And now I'm in a world indoctrinated into religions that are using my ideas to teach me that I'm not who I am. And it takes me having this connection with myself to know who I am beyond how these religions want to enslave me, again, with my own ideas. So that's why everyone else who's enslaved by religion, if you don't want to be, I'm here. I got you. That's why we're speaking like this. Nothing. All works on point with sacred geometry, elements and numbers. That's right, Lucifer. And that's what we're talking about here. Like, literally, we are the geometry. So when you know that elements only make sense through numbers, this plays out as shapes. Like, everything is math, but this math only matters because of our elements. So you can't have math without the elements, but you can't have elements without math. So literally think of this as the man and woman that need to come together. You can't have a woman without a man, and you can't have a man without a woman. You can't have fire without water. You can't have water without fire. All right. So literally think of the fire as a number and the water as the elements. Numbers are simply ideas, yet they make sense because we connect with them so much they become real. That's fire. So this fire, all of our fire is simply an idea. But guess what idea unites all of us? Individuality. All right. So we're all individuals having our individual experiences right now. That's us and our fire. So your fire is your individual experience of life. No one can see how you think about people. No one can see what you're thinking at all. No one can see how you imagine anything. No one can see what's going on in your space except you. That should show you that you are an individual spirit that is infinite inside of itself. But because you chose to connect with others, you have sacrificed your ability to be infinite, and now you're being human, right? So this is where someone's going to say something stupid about God. Yeah, no human is close to being God. Only Jesus. We are flawed and imperfect. So again, you had to get taught that concept by a human. So this is where I, as Zoroaster, literally created the concepts of what make Jesus work. Jesus is stolen from Hermes and Zoroaster, objectively. So it's an idea that is way newer than ancient cultures. But of course, you as the consumer of an idea, your ego is trapped by this religion, which is why you can't connect with anyone who doesn't believe in your thing. So even though I went through 18 plus years of Christianity, and I had to do a lot of fasting to break myself out of that Jesus stuff, you don't care about my journey. You don't care about my past. You don't care about my past lives, right? All you care about is making me worship the same idea that you do, because that's how slavery and genocide has become so profitable in America. Cool. They cannot leave, but humans can. Wake up. Hilarious. Word. We made up God. God made up us. But the whole point is knowing that your God is making you up every day. So this is why it's important, like, again, drilling it in. Your God is your imagination. So your life doesn't matter without your imagination. Your life doesn't matter if you don't make up an imagination of what you want to express every day. That's every religion. Every religion who got you or anyone to believe that Jesus is Lord and Jesus is King, they've stolen everything from me to make you believe that. So they've stolen basic hermetic principles to make you think that you need to worship someone else instead of knowing how you work. And it's as simple as that. So I'm just telling you how you work so you know how you make religions real. So now you know why you can believe in like 30 different religions in one lifetime and you can feel like they're all true. And we can see how they're all connected by you as God. So you as the God are the one making everything real by connecting with it for you. But then the whole point is we're all God. So obviously if you could get connected with this thing, that means it was real to someone else. So for example, me being God, I'm speaking right now. So if I'm speaking my words into existence and I'm putting them into a structure that we call a live stream, then that's where anyone, it doesn't matter what religion you believe, you're going to be able to get connected to what I made. You can tell me, oh, you're actually the true son of Jesus. You're the true son of Krishna. You're the true son of whatever I just made up to steal your structure. But your religion doesn't matter. I built the structure without your ideas. If you're going to steal the ideas for your religion from my structure, then that just shows us how all of America was created yet again. All right. Everything in North, South, and Central America stolen from Native Americans. And then they lie about it so they can act like we're all one God. When in reality, these are people who hate themselves so much. They need to steal from a bunch of other individuals and bring it all into this white light supremacist new world order type deal where they act like they're the one true God. Yet again, like we're in this world where money, the people who made up money, made it up to make the one God idea real, which is why they use money to rape, murder, and enslave all these millions of Native Americans and way more people. Okay, so the whole point is God is the imagination that spirits use to consume reality. So this is where if I literally believe in Christianity, right? If I believe in Christianity, it doesn't matter how many past lives you lived. You can tell me about your past lives. All I'm going to be able to relate with you on is how I need to project at you that you have to worship my idea. And you can give me all the gifts, all right? I'm putting you in the Native American perspective right now. You can talk about all your past lives, all this ancient stuff. A Christian is only there to eat you because this is the fire element. Because they believe that you are an expression of one God. They only see you as something meant to serve their fire. This is how all of America was built. Okay, so again, just letting you know the energy that religions use to make their ideas real. They need you to connect with their idea to make it real. So the idea that Jesus is king doesn't matter if the people who wrote it are just in their caves alone. They need to use rape, murder, and genocide to spread that idea across the world. So now I, as a Native American man, I don't want to speak English, but I'm forced to speak English because Christians made my ancestors abide by this law and abide by this language under brutal force and genocide and everything. So now, because I'm speaking English, now the system can teach me who Jesus is. But if I wasn't speaking English, I would never be able to be taught about these ideas, which mean that they mean nothing to me. They have nothing to do with my spirituality. So again, Jesus is stolen from Zoroaster. Jesus is stolen from Hermes. Jesus is stolen in general from the mind of Mercury, from Metatron, from Enoch. All right. So it's literally just about these people who stole from me, trapping your imagination and making you think that they're God because they stole from someone else. And you can't imagine that this idea was actually bigger than the religion that your mind is consumed by right now. It's like that simple, but I get it. The people who are really, really stupid and really lost, they're not here right now. Their ego, their soul won't even like bring them here or whatever. So yeah, it's whatever. Hey. God made us up is the point. So it's not we made up God. If you're a human being alive right now, that's because you as God made yourself up. So literally every single day, everything you do all day, every day is an extension of your God, right? This is why if you don't believe in religion, you may not think you have a God. And then the moment you believe in religion, now you're going to communicate differently, right? Because you're connecting with different ideas. So now you see the world in a different way. This is literally how fire works, guys. So fire is what you see. So if I see everyone as an individual, that's me having empathy for you and respecting you. The moment I believe in a religion and this religion tells me that it made everything I can see, I don't have empathy for you anymore. I can't respect you as an individual. I can only relate with you as far as I can relate with this idea that I just found. So if this idea is telling me that everyone who doesn't believe in my version of God needs to get killed, then you don't matter. And not only do you not matter, I'm going to use you to violently build my empire and lie about it. This is literally how all of America was built. North, South, Central America, all of it. This is how Europe built all of it. Every single inch that they could possibly steal from Native Americans was built like this. Everyone do 20 push-ups. Math is a universal language. That's right. Math is a universal language. That's why all languages, like the alphabet, has to be in a numerical order or whatever. So we can see in Dissect Dialect. All right. If you don't know Dissect Dialect, link in my bio. All right. I've got it all up there for free. We've got all these pages breaking down the English language and what the English language means and how it's the first matrix that traps your mind in something that matters, right? So this is how everything that matters to you is somehow connected to English. The point of English was to make you uphold a structure that isn't upholding you. So English doesn't support you, but you support English. You're speaking English, but English isn't speaking you. You're paying money for English, but English isn't paying money to you. I didn't get paid money for the people who made up English to steal this land from me. It's the opposite. I'm enslaved by this language because these people need my attention. They need to steal everything from me. So they're willing to go through the furthest lengths to do so. Now here I am on a phone that I'm paying money for, speaking into their algorithm so they can watch me, but it's only because I have the illusion that I'm connecting with you. Right? So obviously the people who made this technology did it to consume our attention, but they can only do it if we're using it to connect. Like that simple. So this is fire and water. Again, the water is the connection. The fire is a separation. The fire is the idea. The water is the emotion that makes the idea real. So whatever your idea of God is literally always separate from the universe until you connect with it. And then that connection is what allows you to communicate it into the universe. This is why you can build a new religion right now with what I'm telling you. So true. Four corners creating the Trinity: earth, air, water, and fire. Absolutely. But that's where it's not about the Trinity. We can go to my creation, look at Metatron's cube. So Metatron's cube is really what life is about. You feel me? It's really about the elements coming together. All right. Because fire, water, air, and earth come together to create blood. And that plasma is what allows you to transform nothing into something. So think about how your blood is literally a mix of ideas, connections, communication, and structure, right? If your blood was just fire, it wouldn't work. If it was just water, it wouldn't work. If it was just air, it wouldn't work. If it was just earth, it wouldn't work. Your blood has to be a mix of all four of these elements so you can transform something. See that? Now your whole life is you transforming. This is what death is, by the way. True death is just knowing you're transforming. So this is why, when you're in that indigenous mindset, death is not a thing. Like, you know that your body is dead without you animating it. It's not about, I'm scared of leaving the body. It's the complete opposite. Like, your body doesn't matter without your soul. And now you're not scared of dying because your body is the extension of your spirit. And when you're in spirit mode, you're good. Okay. When you're in spirit mode, no one here can touch you. That's the point of the spirit. Your space is so individual to you. No one can touch it. And if you're vibrating at the frequency of your own spirit, of your own space, you're going to create circumstances where you're more separate from the world. Literally, this is why Jesus fasted 40 days in the desert. You're going to create circumstances where you literally are forced to realize that you are a separate space from everyone else. Jesus loves you. Embrace him before it's too late. Again, I've heard that the whole 18 years of my life, and it only led me to water fasting and then realizing that I'm an individual who does not need to worship an idea brought to me by genocidal colonial maniacs. And again, they stole this idea from me. So again, like people who come in here saying Jesus loves me, they don't even know who Zoroaster is. They don't know the history of Christianity. They don't understand the history of this world. Again, this is why I'm up here talking about demons today, honestly. But I'm about to be back. All right, I gotta go take care of some plant matter business. If I can find what is up. But I'm giving us a preface, okay? This is the preface of understanding that your human mind is air, and it's a combination of fire and water. So when you understand that your mind is constantly connecting to ideas, you'll understand what consciousness is. You see that? Like, that's all consciousness is. Like, you constantly connecting to ideas. So think about how your consciousness is dictated by your language, right? So this whole life, your subconscious, your soul is constantly connecting to something. So whatever that something is something you're using to relate, right? So now I can use these words that I have connected with to relate with you because I have spent the time building these connections. The only way that I could communicate this is if I spent the time building these connections. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to speak with you, right? We wouldn't be able to do anything. And gang, I'll be back. All right, gang. Humans and demons. Let me get through these comments real quick. Teach, absolutely. How are things labeled and named since the beginning of time? Bro, I'm taking you to the beginning of time right now. Every single time you tap into the root of the CymaTree, all right, every time you tap into the root of the CymaTree, the point of tapping into the root of the CymaTree is that you're tuning into the mind of Mercury. So I, as a spirit that built Mercury, I promise you, I was not using language to build my structure. I was using energy. This is why all languages are energetic. And when you're a real spirit, you can see the energy that makes any language matter. Of course, again, it takes time connecting with it or whatever. But the whole point is understanding that elements can only make sense through numbers. So this is why, for example, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, every single letter in the English alphabet has its own energy. And thus it has its own place in the universe. And it has its own way that it plays out when you use it. So A is fire, B is water, C is air. So the whole point of D being the demon is that that's earth. And this is what we're getting into here. All right, children, the C as air. Every human is a child of God, right? This is where the Bible, weaponizing Zoroastrianism, is just telling you that your consciousness is a child of God. So the moment your mind is experiencing, the moment your spirit is experiencing itself as a consciousness, you are the child of God. But it's always going to be you're the child of your own God, because your God is your individual space that's making your consciousness possible. So I, as a child of God, I'm not the child of the religion that is stealing everything from me and invading my land and making up ideas to steal more from me. Like, that's not my God. These are individuals who want to take everything from me so they can convince me that they're God, and then I support them, and then they can be the one God in the universe, because that's how white supremacy works. That's how they convince you to be a slave to them forever instead of you just being naturally creative. Pretty annoying. Space use. So knowing that your consciousness is you as a child of God, life makes way more sense, right? Now, you're never technically lost. Like anytime you're conscious, you know you're a child of God because you know that your mind was created from your ego and soul coming together. So your ego is your God, and then your soul is your universe. So this is why you have to know that your God cannot exist if it doesn't create something to exist inside of. So that's literally you creating a soul, a universe. Your soul is what you exist inside of. And that's all the emotions that make you possible. So now you can have all, literally just your feelings make your ideas real, right? Imagine if I was trying to express to you ideas, but I didn't feel anything about them. It'd be impossible. It would just be impossible. So you have to express something with feeling. Because the one feeling that made you express it was a feeling of wanting to connect, right? Or else you would not be expressing it at all. If you did not want to connect with the space outside of yourself, you would not be expressing the ideas that you are connecting on and communicating in general. So the whole point is you're using your mind to create a circumstance where you can literally communicate with other spirits. So I can't understand why people are so narcissistic and so literally that, I guess, narcissistic and so white supremacist in their thought that they can think that they create a circumstance where they're connecting with other individuals, but they're going to do that by just forcibly telling all of us that we're an expression of their individual. So we need to serve them and let them cause climate change and support genocide and slavery so they can eat whatever they want. Because that's all this world is doing. So yeah, how are things labeled and named since the beginning of time? I'm taking you there. Everything was elements, everything is energy, thus everything is always energy. It's just that the universe keeps getting more and more complex. So the way this energy plays out is more and more complex. So for example, when we see virtual reality, right? We're going to be in virtual reality world pretty soon. All of our energy, everything that makes the universe work, it's not going to be different in the internet. Like, if anything, the internet exposes spirituality really hard. I can explain spirituality very easily if you understand how the internet works. Think of the word space. My name is Chase. I was named Chase so I can talk to you about space. And in general, I'm the space god. Like, that's the point of Metatron. It's about being in control of your own circumstances. And when all of us as spirits are in control of our own circumstances, that's what the flower of life looks like. Like, your circumstances are circle. So when you see the flower of life, I have it tattooed on my back right now. I don't feel like showing you, but it's literally, boom, a bunch of circles. That's what the whole universe looks like. The whole universe is one flower of life because it's all of us bringing our internal water cycles into one water cycle. So this is why you see me as Thoth enjoy the flower of life in sacred geometry. That's what it is. That's why nature is psychedelic. All right, I'm psychedelic CymaTree, talking about how everything's connected through circles. That's simple. So your circle is your soul. Your spirit is nothing. Your ego is a line, right? Your ego is always thinking like a line. Your ego is always thinking forward. But your soul is a circle that contains your line. Now you have an eye. Look at that. It's like, I'm giving you, like, this is how we create life, like before language. Okay. So every language is only going to refer to that because this is what we have to relate on. You see that, like, every single story, every single movie is using the energy. Every religion every religion in the world is using the energy that I'm explaining. So, hey, one to come. Good to see you. Absolutely. 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 Dictator enslavement. It's pretty wild. I care about you and your eternal life. Please embrace him. Again, you're telling me to support the genocide of my ancestors so I can stay disconnected from myself. And that's really disgusting of you. So don't tell me to worship Jesus when I'm up here telling you about the history of how Jesus was used to eliminate Native Americans and steal their land. But I get it. You're so in your ego. You're like, but no, I can't imagine you being an individual. You need to be colonized. Cool. That, again, like, I'm in hell. I get it. This is how America was made. This is the subconscious territory I'm in. And this world is disgusting. That's why Americans are eating themselves into health problems. Somehow Americans are obese yet malnourished because they're so lost in their desire to consume and project out their fire. They're destroying the natural environment that we're all creating to connect in. There's no reason people should be okay with the environment being destroyed like this. But it's because people think ideas like you, or just think Christian ideas in general, where they're like, oh, well, it's okay that we're destroying nature. We're destroying this reality because we're all going to heaven. At least the people who believe in my idea. Like, bro, you're the ones causing climate change with your ideas right now. See, that's the ego. You see that? So when people are like just thinking super forward, like, I need to get to heaven. Like, bro, bring heaven here. Like, that's the whole point. In Egypt, everything that I do is about bringing heaven to earth. Everything that I do in Hermeticism is objectively actually about how heaven creates earth so it can connect with other heavens. Because your heaven is separate from every other heaven. So you have no idea what I feel about heaven until we create earth and then communicate inside of it, because I would be alone in my heaven. You see that? So you would literally never talk to me because I'm in my own simulation as CymaTree. I'm in my own heaven. You could never see me, communicate with me, connect with me, or anything. So it takes both of us in our own individual heavens being like, this is nice, but it'd be cool to connect with people outside of myself to create hell. And hell is earth. All right, hell is when you're connecting with someone outside of yourself because you're not in control of how they connect with you. That's why I, as a Native American, am in the ultimate hell right now. The ultimate hell is people constantly telling me that I need to get murdered and I need to be enslaved and I need to support the genocide of my ancestors and I need to keep supporting my own slavery because the idea that was stolen from my ideas loves me more than I'm supposed to love myself. Bro, I can cut this down first. Yeah, it gets deep. It gets deep. Then who created us if not God himself? Your God created you. Your God is creating your idea right now. So your God is your spirit. So your space. Only you as a space. I'm Chase telling you about space. So reality is all like space is chasing each other. I dealt with getting chased by other spaces for eons. This is why I built Hermeticism, because it's really important to love being alone, and it's important to know how to build your own structure that protects yourself from people who want your wisdom. Because people are constantly chasing me for my wisdom. People are constantly chasing me for my mind. Again, this is how North, South, and Central America was built. The Europeans were constantly chasing new creations that they could steal from other people, all underneath the idea that they're one God, so they have the right to do whatever they want. Preach, brother. Damn. God didn't create man. Man created religion. I don't know what these statements don't contradict each other. In fact, that really leads me into my point. So thank you. God didn't create man. Man created religion. God did create man. That's why man feels connected to God. Every man feels connected to God in some way. You can't deny that God created man. Like God creates man every day. The point is seeing the circle of your idea of God is your connection to God, and that's your ego. So if your ego can only see people as the expression of your religion, this is where you become a demon. So now man created religion to trap the idea of God, right? So God is literally infinite individuality, and God is like, how do I connect with another infinite individual, right? So that's God in his fire. The idea becomes Lucifer. It becomes a light bearer. It bears its light idea of its individuality. By bearing its light, it bees air, and that's it connecting with another spirit. So now we get the Merkaba. This is me as Metatron talking about the Merkaba, talking about you and your mind, you and your light ship chi Ariat vehicle flying from space to space, communicating, but then you do that through the body. So the body is the demon that you're communicating through. So this is where God is the fire, Lucifer is the water, the human is the air. And when you bring your God and Lucifer together and you make this airy human, the human starts to build demons, because the human wants to build a structure that supports this idea of God. But that in and of itself is demonic, because the moment you build any structure to support your idea of God, you're trapping God. So this is where there's a difference between building nature, which is an abundant structure that allows gods to connect. That's the universe. And then building a religion, which is a structure that's meant to consume what spirits have created in the universe, all based on its own narcissistic idea. So if a religion is like, oh, we created everything in the universe, they're now going to use that idea to go justify the rape and murder of Native Americans and lie about it and then build a country out of it. And now I'm living in it. You see, so again, I see these religions not the same as you because I literally created them. So how is everything stolen from you when they weren't your ideas to begin with? See, you're false right there. These are my ideas to begin with. So like right there, wrong. The point is, I as a spirit have to express myself through an idea. So you're either a creator or a consumer. And that's what I'm learning in the universe. There's creators and consumers. If you live more like a consumer, you can't imagine that an idea was created. Even though everything around you had to be created for you to experience yourself, for some reason, you're so much a consumer, you literally cannot imagine that someone created what you're consuming. So this is like, of course, most Americans or most people who want to eat a bunch of meat, they want to eat a bunch of food, but they don't even care who created it or where it came from. And then they're even more so going to deny that this food is the expression of spirits, and they're going to deny how that food actually got there. They just want to eat. I get it. That's most humans here. All right. Most people here are super infinitely demonic. It's really wild. But that's why climate change is being caused. And that's why I had to be here cutting it up. All right. So these ideas came from somewhere. So Merkaba, Zoroastrianism, the Caduceus, Hermeticism. These are all my ideas. And these are ideas. These are expressions of my individuality that consists of many more ideas. So it's always just more and more ideas that make one individual work. All right, this is why your body is a bunch of individuals that are making your individual work. You need you have an idea of a heart, an idea of a lung, an idea of a brain, of bones. How many ideas are in your human body allowing it to be one quote unquote idea? We didn't steal, it's the truth. How dare you? Literally, Christianity and Judaism is fundamentally stolen from Egypt, Hermeticism and Zoroastrianism. Like, you can look it all up. It's not hard. Like, again, this is the difference of being in your ego versus your soul. So people who are in their ego about religion, they're just going to lie, bold-faced, and say that the history of their religion doesn't matter and the past doesn't matter and they are right and you need to serve them. That's someone in their ultimate ego. Someone who's in their soul is going to be like, whoa, wait. How does this idea connect with the universe? And now they're going to look at the history and be like, oh, snap, the religion that I'm in is actually way newer than way older religions. And it actually did steal ideas. And then boom, now you're more connected to the universe. You see that? That's how the soul works. Yep, law. Christianity is being proved to be real. Again, the people who use Christianity to take over this world, to murder and steal everything from Native Americans and Africans and indigenous peoples overall, are the ones who are using this science to prove it to be real. So whatever your proof of being real is literally just, again, you and your ego. Like, you're literally just projecting out your imagination, but your imagination's been trapped by religion. So you can't talk to me about your actual individuality. You're saying that your individuality is really the expression of Jesus, and we all need to worship you, but not you. We need to worship Jesus. So you're the ultimate narcissist, but you don't have enough confidence in yourself to actually be a narcissist. So you need to be a narcissist for someone else that you want all of us to think is better than us. And it's like, so again, this is why we're talking about it. Humans and demons. Okay, so a human is air, a demon is earth. So right here we have a demon, because a demon is someone whose air is restricted by earth. So they can't communicate past this structure, right? Think of like, that's like every demon in the world, like just as simple as possible. Every demon is a spirit who cannot communicate past this structure. And ultimately we call that the body. So me being able to separate my Merkaba from my body and go travel to other dimensions and hang out with other spirits, I didn't learn that shit here. This reality doesn't teach me that, because this reality is demonic. I had to connect with myself and go through a lot of internal work to learn how to do this for myself. And of course, it's based on me being Hermes and Enoch in my past lives. And like, this is my muscle memory, so to speak. You know, like if I did it so much in past lives, even if I was shut off for 24 years in here, it was part of me choosing to be shut off because it's the only way I could fully relate with everyone down here. So now I can get what people are lost in, but I know who I am and how I'm the creator of so many of these ideas. Not every idea, because that's not an expression of my individuality. But again, you can Google me. You can see all the ideas that are tied to Hermes and Mercury in general, because Hermes is a messenger of Mercury. But I, as Hermes, built Mercury. So that's the point of the circle. This is why planets are circles. You can't run away from yourself. Life is psychedelic. You're using your soul to connect with yourself so you can make your ideas real. Okay. So how do we get free from these crackers? Hilarious. I know, right? Because they really do be cracking the whip, don't they? They really do be telling you to work harder in land that they're stealing from you. It's pretty insane. They're so evil. Link in my bio. All right. Link in my bio. JoinChaseYourGenes.com. Okay. Because we are ascending. We've got a lot of spirituality going on. I can't hop up here and speak freely because I've had my accounts taken and everything. So no. If you really want like free speech, open spirituality, real communication, real help, right? Then boom, link in my bio. Bestie. Hey, what's Gucci, Divine One? What's Gucci? What's Gucci with you? What's Gucci with you? What's Gucci with you? I hope you're doing well. Yeah. Yep, true. God created us. Okay. But again, and I'm starting to go to war on everything at this point. Like Odin is telling me, go to war on everything, but just be really Hermes about it. Just be very communicative about it. Make it look light, make it look fun, but like use everything as a teaching lesson. This world is so demonic. So when you're saying God created us, no, God created you. God created me. God created everyone, but everyone was created by their own God. So again, you and I are not connected by one God. You and I are connected by the universe. I, as God, had to choose to get connected to this universe. If I didn't want to be connected to this universe, I could be connected to a different universe. You would never talk to me. So that shows us right there that you and I are individual gods. Thus, we don't have the same soul. So we're choosing to be in the same universe, but you and I do not have the same soul. That's why we don't feel the same about these ideas. We don't have the same ideas and we don't feel the same about them. But we are connecting inside of one water-based structure. And because I have all the wisdom on how that structure is built, I'm basically like the god of health, right? That's why the medical industry is obsessed with using the caduceus of Hermes Trismegistus to sell you medication, to sell you pharmaceutical stuff, to sell you whatever alchemy they're making, literally, because that's all they're doing is modern day alchemy, but teaching you that it's not magic, it's science now. And this science is better because it's causing climate change instead of working in harmony with the environment. They're so stupid. Currency predates Christianity. Native Americans had currency. God made everything. You don't need to neglect God. Literally, I'm already explaining how literally I as God can make my own universe. And then when I use my universe to step into the universe, I can see how life is a reflection of me. So it's always us creating the universe together. Again, you're just in your narcissistic energy of you can't imagine that we're individuals. That's all. So you're saying we all need to serve one individual. And hey, again, that's the genocidal mental mind frame that built all of America. So I'm not surprised that you're in it and speaking it here. And yes, Native Americans had currency. The idea of currency was stolen from us as Native Americans. But the whole point is that it's being weaponized in a way that makes this one God idea real. You're completely correct. I love it when you guys speak. Like, you guys say so much awesome stuff because there's truth in everything, or else it wouldn't be relatable. This is the fact of life right here. So think of fire as a lie, water is truth, and as humans, we're communicating about everything. So as humans, we're making everything real by communicating it. That's the idea of being a conscious spirit. So every conscious spirit is technically a human in this case. This is why AI is about to be a big deal with the human consciousness and everything. We exist within ourselves. We are God. Absolutely. Everyone is their own God. I'm going to keep saying it like that. I want to start seeing those comments the more I'm hopping up on here. All right. I literally want to see people saying everyone is their own God. That's the way we make sure it's right in English. Because if we say everyone is God or we are God, like That's not right. It's not true in English. I can translate it based on if you're listening to me, but now I really need to go harder with my English, okay? Again, all right, messenger of Mercury, Chase Clarence Calloway here. You don't have to believe in all my past life stuff. I'm just letting you know that if you don't, it's because you're projecting your limited understanding at me. And the sooner you understand and comprehend that I'm literally operating from my spirit, and my spirit has to make a soul to connect with the universe, and that soul holds all the memories of my past lives, you're going to understand how I see everything connecting with stuff. But then at the same time, of course, if I was literally completely in my own space, I wouldn't be relatable enough to speak English with you. I wouldn't be able to make sense of this world. So that's why I'm CymaTree here. I'm a balance. It's still an expression of Mercury. So I'm literally just doing what I've always been doing. It's hilarious. But now it's updated for people who are lost in their egos to be able to connect with me without the past baggage of what does Hermes mean to them, or basically like what does God mean to them, right? Because everyone's like idea of God is demonic. It's colonized. Everyone's idea of God is demonically colonized by this English language. And the whole point of this English language is making everyone who speaks it believe that we were created by one God, because the people who made this language want to make one God real through the genocide and slavery of Native Americans and the erasure of indigenous peoples. That's why I had to be connected with my spirit to create the circumstance where I learned that I'm actually Native American. I'm Catawba and Saponi. So now when I'm speaking English and I'm in a world where I keep being told I'm blacked, that I'm black, that I'm B-lack, and then I get told that B-lack means that I'm from Africa, I know that the people who made English made it up to convince me as a Native American that I'm from somewhere else. And they needed to get me to learn what black meant and ignore my roots so that they could then teach me that black meant I'm from not America, but Africa. And now I feel like I need to leave my own country so the people who invaded this country can happily be here. And of course, that's like very deep history that is also super controversial, because a lot of people really hold on to black not being Native American. A lot of people are like, no, black means that I am a victim. Like, it means that I was stolen from somewhere and I need the people who stole me from somewhere else to give me the respect I deserve. But it's literally a whole like historical trap. It's a historical religion trap. And like, this is where like history is a religion and really language then dictates history, right? Like, your whole idea of history is based on the language you're speaking. Objectively, your whole idea of history is based on the language you're speaking. If you were in China speaking Chinese, you would have a completely different idea of history, would you not? So it's always going to be cultural. It's always going to be cultural. And the deeper truth is always going to be based in how these ideas connected in the universe in a way that you can vibe with, basically. Yep. Did Jesus die on the cross in your religion? God made us. Again, I grew up Christian, so you're just in here talking to yourself. Wouldn't say stupid. I'd say lost is the right word. Absolutely. But like, lost people are stupid. So then this is where we have to get the balance of like, is someone lost because they're stupid, or are they stupid because they're lost? Now, people who are stupid because they're lost, they get empathy on a spiritual level. This is what you're talking about, Lucifer, like, for sure. The people who are stupid because they're lost, they get all the empathy because we don't want people to be lost. But if people are lost because you're stupid, now you're talking to Hermes, who already knows that he can't change people. All right. I've gone very much down this path hard of thinking that I could make people smarter, or just in general, change someone outside of myself. See, for example, that's the issue that Native Americans had with Europeans. Native Americans gave the Europeans everything, thinking that they could give them love and change them. The Europeans just stole everything, murdered, and lied about it because they weren't going to change. And you see that's fire, really. Fire changes, but guess what? It's still going to burn you, and it still has the same intention that it did before it changed. So fire is always dancing. Fire always looks like it changes. The ego will always look like it changes, but it's still the expression of one individual. This is why you can't run away from your ego, your spirit. This is why I have to be myself. I can't not be Hermes. I can't not be what I created to express my spirit. It's not like, it's literally something I created to express myself. So it's way bigger than this realm. It's like it's so much. It's literally the universe. This is the sign and symbol I use to navigate the universe. That's the point of Mercury. It's just then when I touch down into reality and then people build structures out of it, everyone gets demonic in how they think about me. Everyone gets demonic in how they perceive these words and how they historically connect with them. Right? So now I, as the actual creator of myself, have to come back in here and communicate about what I actually meant when I created these things and what I was actually communicating to you. So now we can all stop climate change. Again, because that's the one accord that we need to be stringing up. Stopping climate change. That's the one accord. All right. And it takes us knowing that we are all individual gods choosing to connect with another God. So now we can have full empathy for each other. And I see the best in you. Like if this is Native American. This is why the Native Americans supported the Europeans, and the Europeans raped and abused everything, because the Native Americans saw the best in the Europeans and the Europeans saw the worst in Native Americans, objectively. That's why the Native Americans supported the Europeans, yet the Europeans have still enslaved them up to this day, and they still act like that we were demonic and that we're the evil ones and that we are of sin. Just like the people in here coming in saying, I need to worship and sacrifice myself to Jesus. That's exactly what they were saying during slavery. That's exactly what they're saying when they're raping my ancestors in general. Like, accept Jesus. And then they're just violently making this country real in the name of the God that you're still telling me to worship centuries later. So again, doesn't sound so good when you're more aware, does it? When you're more aware of how these ideas historically connect in the universe on a logical level, instead of being lost in your ego about how you want to consume and how you want to eat life right now. So you don't care about how the ideas that let you eat came to be. You just want to eat so you can help cause climate change. Ugh. I'm going to start. Oh, hey, you're about to start fasting. What's up? Start fasting. Because that's the thing, guys. Like, again, I can relate with anyone in any religion because I, as Hermes, built that shit. It's just a matter of the moment I tell them who I am, they tell me I'm in my ego, and now they can't relate with me. And I've gone through this too much, so I'm done with it. That's why I'm building live streams like this. And if you want to find me and connect with me on my level, you will. But I'm done talking to hella religious people and relating with them, giving them all my time. And then the moment I tell them too much of who I am, they burn up in their ego. And I wasted a bunch of time. And then they tell me that I'm a demon. And then they project all their negativity onto me. When literally for years up to that point, I was making their religion make more sense. They were literally learning their religion from me. So only I as a spirit know this. So I see the energy I play out in my life. So like this is me having to connect with myself in a smarter way. All right. And now I'm building something out of it. So we have this live stream. CymaTree on YouTube, CymaTree. We can all get tapped in. I'm building the CymaTree. I'm bringing Mercury to Earth. There's no point in me talking to people who are eating my ideas while telling me that I'm not the creator of them. Do you see? Like, I'm feeling the anger come up inside of me. And that's me learning about myself as a spirit. Because I wouldn't even expect that I would get angry about this, but that's how my soul moves through my body. So now I can learn more about myself. Like, why am I so passionate about this? Oh shit, I must really be me. Like, it's that simple. Whatever. Let's look at these comments. Yes, the point of English is to communicate and share ideas. The point of any language is to communicate and share ideas. But this is where every language is created with the intention. So English was created with the intention of disconnecting Native Americans from their original language. It's not about just communicating and sharing ideas. Like, that's any language. That's any earth. That's the point of something. That's the point of anything to stand on. That's why I'm using this language like this now to articulate my soul and what I actually meant when I was building this stuff in my previous languages. Because this new language is not shit. This new language is The worst. So the whole point of this language is to disconnect us from our spirits. All right. Like it's it's brought to life by us, but this is why we have to make up new words all the time. This is why Black people are constantly the innovators of the English language, because they're the indigenous peoples that actually make the language matter. Like most of these words are stolen from us. And then I, as Hermes, am letting you know how the alphabet was even created. So all these ideas are stolen from me, and I'm letting you know that it's all indigenous and it's all individual. And there's not one God in the universe. The point is your God choosing to connect with other gods inside of one universe. And this one universe has infinite gods. It's not hard. It's not hard. The universe has infinite gods. It's not hard to conceive. This is why you can literally make up a TV show, right, about an alien planet where they worship a different religion. So everyone's just in their ego. But if everyone is in their ego in one space, we're going to call that the universe. You see that? So me as Mercury, I'm seeing how everyone is just expressing themselves in the universe forever and ever. Like you can't not be yourself. You can't not express something. You have to express something to exist. If there's something you're expressing is that you're created by someone else, then whatever, fine. But so that's hilarious. English is free. English is less than free. I don't know. English is not free. English is slavery. So who stole your land? The people who made English. I really feel like that about English. They stole our shot. Now we work for them. Right. Literally. It's kind of messed up. Right. Literally. They stole everything from us. And here we are paying them money so they can keep stealing from us. Like I'm paying money for this phone so it can keep stealing my information. And I can keep serving the people who are broadcasting their garbage at me. All because this is the only way I can connect with you, right? Everyone in this live stream, the only way I can connect with y'all is to sacrifice my individuality and step into this hell and go through these circumstances. I know I'm not this body. I know I'm not this world. I would hate to believe that I was this world or this body and I was trapped here. Oh my God, that's hell. Like, no, I need my spirituality. I need my own space. I need my own circumstances. Like, duh. And then this is where that's all of us. You're still here, so obviously you don't know. They were just the most recent ones to come over. Energy does not die. Death is not real. We are eternal. Ha ha ha. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, you're funny, dude. Yes. Yesity, yes, yes, yes. Yesity, yes, yes, yes. Yes, Divine One. Yes, yes. Do you partake in the plants? I do love the psilocybin, the psilocybin, whatever. I don't know if I really say, but yes, mushrooms are everything. Earth is a mushroom. Life is psychedelic. Yeah, there's air in this guy's head that we can agree on. Oh, that's hilarious. And there's a bunch of rocks in your head. That's why you're still here casting stones, but you don't have any intelligence to actually listen to what I'm saying. So that's cute. Why not just say how we get free from tyranny instead of the sermon? Well, now you would have to be here teaching us what tyranny is and how to get free from tyranny. And now you'd have to teach us basically your idea of being a victim. My whole point is that you, as the individual God of your circumstances, are choosing to connect with other individuals, which means that, yes, you have to, like right now, we're going through slavery, like by supporting money and supporting the people who made money to steal this land from Native Americans and the banking system overall to control everything that they want to steal again from Native Americans and indigenous peoples overall. We are all slaves of this system. And that would be the tyranny, right? And like literally this word tyranny is all English. It's English. So like we have no better word. We can literally just look at English. We can look at the Royal English Courts. We can look at the Vatican, the Illuminati, the white supremacy, the concept of white supremacy, all in general, connected with English. Cool. So the whole idea of tyranny is literally the high-end English people with their royal ideas being like, okay, everyone's meant to serve us. And then they make that happen, right? So like that's even just like the only reason these words matter, because that's the historical backing of tyranny. So in general, like your idea of tyranny is to be subservient to someone who really that to be a slave to someone else. It's that simple. Like the moment you're a slave to someone else, they're a tyrant because they're constantly controlling you, and they're constantly controlling like what you're doing, where you're going, and how you view the world, and how you can operate. That's tyranny. Law, he's got these shroomies. Let's talk about sleep paralysis. Sleep paralysis is that's basically what you literally being frozen inside of your own space. Is basically about you being in some certain dream state where you're not fully operating your body yet, but you're aware of your body. Boom. That's like the scientific way to describe it, basically. You become aware of your body before you're able to like control it or whatever. That's hilarious. You talk too much, just spend time in silence. I guess that's you in your I love how everything is projection. So you in your ego are coming up to me on a live stream to tell me that I talk too much and to spend time in silence. But you have no idea how much time I spent in silence before coming up here to do the live stream. So that's just you and your ego finding an excuse to talk, and you just want someone to connect with. Lost me at white supremacy. Oh, right, for sure. That's because you don't know about white supremacy. This world is ruled by white supremacy, but they're not teaching you about white supremacy. So of course you're lost at the objective history of how English was created. But all of English is white supremacy. The only reason I, as a Native American, am speaking English is because white supremacists use brutal, evil tactics to spread it to my family and spread it to this land. It's that easy. It's that simple. All the other history is details. And then if you're someone who actually believes in Jesus, you're going to tell me that I need to support the genocide of my ancestors because it was all in the divine plan. So whatever. Race is just another construct of society. Race is a construct of society, but the way you view race has been constructed by society. So white and black are colors. White and black aren't races. Again, like I, as a Native American, as an indigenous man, Catawba and Saponi would be my race. My point is the people who made English made it to erase indigenous peoples with race. You see that? Race is a construct that actually erases race, because the real race is you expressing your individual religion, which is your tribe. All right, so that's your culture, that's your race. That's how you're moving through the universe. Just think of like that's a race. Like that's all a race is. Like how are you moving through the universe? But our idea of race has been commandeered by this language, making us believe in terms like white and black so that they can make money off of making us fight and making us ignorant and stupid. This ain't for colonizers. If you have that mindset, this will go over your head. That's right, Divine One. That's right. Racism exists. Sure, but yet still it is something man-made and it's done no good whatsoever. Well, right. Yeah, absolutely. For sure, Lucifer. Racism exists, sure, but yet still it is something man-made. Okay, that's like saying this phone exists, sure, but still it's something man-made. Okay, but you're connecting with me on this phone. That's like you saying this computer network exists, sure, but it's something man-made. Bro, we're making these things to connect. So you can't just apply that to race like it doesn't matter. Race matters as hard as this phone matters. Race matters as much as the computer network that makes this phone work matter. Like literally your whole idea of race is the structure that you're using to connect with me on, just like this phone. So if people in America are trained to view me as a black person, it doesn't matter how I'm communicating. They're going to connect with me on the whole energy of what black means. And this is where I, as Tahuti Trismegistus, literally as Hermes, as Odin, am telling you how we use colors to create life, and that black exists to support white. So if I'm being labeled as black, that's because this language is energetically putting me in a position where it's forcing me to support everyone that considers themselves white. That's the colors that are playing out. Energetically, again, this is viewing life from the top down. All right. So now you can see how life makes way more sense. You can see how, oh, snap, white and black are not races, they're colors. But the energy of whiteness is separation, and the energy of blackness is absorption. So black people are supposed to absorb all the separate ideas of white people so they can make white people possible. And this is why you can look up in the sky and see that the sky is black and stars are white. Nature. It's that simple. It's that simple. I just made it so simple. That's nature. You see that? So black is the sky that allows white stars to exist. So you need white and black to express colors. And this is why humans are color. God is white. Lucifer is black. God needs black to exist because God is too white to connect. And Lucifer needs God to exist because Lucifer wouldn't be created by anything. Like Lucifer would not have been created. Like the whole point is, if you're going to connect with something, Lucifer is the connection. You have to exist as an individual first. That's why you can't run away from you being God or you being the ego, because you are the one who has to choose to connect in the way that actually builds something to make sense. And now we get your individual religion, which is your body. Your body is your first religion, really. Your body is a structure that supports your God, really. Now you can use your body to support other bodies. You can be like, oh, but this religion is 200 years old, so I'm going to use my body. It's only 20 years old to support this one. Okay, cool. But the whole point is you made your own religion. Physically, it's called your body. It's called your human vessel. And then we, white devil, big baned in somehow. Nice story, clap, clap. Law. Y'all will be all right. Yeah. Oh, facts. That's how babies are made. Sleep paralysis. Yeah. They did it all in the name of Jesus. Yeah, they did it all in the name of Jeus, right? Jupiter. Because the planet of Jupiter is literally about expansion. So their obsession with Jupiter is that they want to expand their vision endlessly. So the J is about expansion. That's why J is the 10th letter of the English alphabet. Is supposed to colonize your heaven, make you believe that you need to go to someone else's heaven. You are a product of colonization in reality. That's right, literally. I am a big product of colonization. This whole body of Chase Clarence Calloway, everything I'm using to experience myself physically here, everything, that's all I see, everything. Colonization. Everything was stolen from indigenous peoples that were happy alone, but then people who weren't happy alone made up an idea called money so they could steal everything from people who were happy alone. And now we get commerce. Now we get capitalism. Now we get the modern world of all these people eating themselves to death. And they're using slavery to do it, and it makes no sense. Well, yep, you hate what created you. Weird. It is weird for people to hate what created them. Like, that's how it looks to me. Like, every time someone doesn't take responsibility for their actions, or like someone's like believing in anything outside themselves, basically, that's what it looks like to hate what created you, because you created you. So if you hate yourself, then you're going to say that someone else created you, but you're using your power of creating yourself to believe that, which is why, again, I make the example, you can believe in 100 different religions throughout your lifetime, and they were all right for different points of your life. So we would be stupid to say that one of them was completely correct. If we were to look back on your life and be like, which religion out of the 100 you supported do you think was correct? We just have to say that you're correct. And then we would just have to know that everyone is in their ego. Everyone is expressing their individual ideas of how they think they created everything. And then those become real the more other individuals connect with that. But you are the God that makes these structures real. Why do you refer to yourself as a Native American if you are an existential being? Because I, as an existential being, I as a spirit, resonate with being indigenous, because the indigenous energy is spiritual energy. Indigenous energy is creating yourself from the inside out. That's what it means to be indigenous. And when you're indigenous, you're indivisible from your space, because you know that you are the observer of everything you're creating. When you know that you are not what you're creating, this is where you're indigenous, because you're indivisible from being a spirit. And now you're always creating yourself from the inside out. So now colonizers can steal everything from you in this reality, but best believe the spirits that are Native Americans, that are us indigenous individuals, we're way bigger than this world. So people look like, they stole everything here, whatever, but we're not attached to what's here. So we're building, we're doing more, we're always doing more. So this is kind of like a play out of just like what happens when the ego and the soul come together. So think of white supremacists or religious people as people who are in their ego, and indigenous peoples as people who are in their soul. It's that simple. People who are in their soul can perceive the egos of others. People who are in their ego cannot perceive the souls of others. It's that simple. I just made it super simple. So now you can see why Europeans who are in their ego cannot perceive the souls of indigenous peoples, but indigenous peoples can perceive the egos and the souls of Europeans. And really the way I meant to say that is that Europeans cannot perceive the egos of individuals, of indigenous peoples. They're there to consume the soul, but the only way they can rationalize consuming the soul is saying that we're all an expression of their God. So that's why I'm Native American. Why is the CIA puppets hacking our reality if we are free individuals? Because they are free individuals who want to control reality. So all these, again, this is why we have technology and shit. All this technology around us was created by individuals who want to control circumstances outside of themselves. So that's exactly why there would be CIA using this technology to hack our reality and whatever words you're using there. The point is they are also free individuals who are using their individual desire to connect with the universe in some way. You seem to still be trapped in your ego, though you claim to be free from it. You're not making sense, Lucifer. I don't know what you mean by trapped in your ego. The point is, as a spirit, you are observing nothing. And for you to express yourself, that is your ego. So this is why America uses the ego as the ego. Because in general, the ego is an Egyptian idea. The idea is if you're going to experience yourself as something, experience yourself as an eagle, because you are able to fly over the universe and see how everything is connected. So a bird can see how this alligator in this pond and this gazelle in this field are connected. But the gazelle and alligator have no idea who each other is because they're in different atmospheres. That's the idea of being in a spiritual ego. So whatever your idea of the ego is not the point. I hope that just made sense. Your ego is you being aware of space. So that's the eagle. You might as well be aware of how all spaces are connected to each other. Experience life like that. Host is pure ego, ignorant, pompous. I love it. Like people literally just like get to come up here and project whatever garbage they want. It's amazing. That's like all the universe is. It's just like people spewing a bunch of garbage, and it's up to you to protect yourself and alchemize your own gold into something lit. But it's just annoying because people who spew garbage are only able to perceive that you're garbage. So they're there to, like, you're here watching me, they're there to eat you, but they're doing it saying that you don't matter. And it's just like, again, like this is the rationalization of the slavery that made America possible. If you're going to say that Native Americans and Black people don't matter and that they're negative and demonic, why do you need to enslave them to build your world? So it's just, again, this paradox of people in their egos like that. He won't say because he's an NPC that is still here. You're hilarious. So I'm a non-player character. That's so funny. And I guess it's just like full projection. So now I get to say that you're actually an NPC because you're out here casting stones, but you actually have like no authentic individuality to stand on, when I'm the one actually up here. And you can look at my whole TikTok page and you can go on my website and you can see so much stuff I've done over my life. Yeah, hilarious. Very funny. Where are you responding to? Had hopes I found someone who really understood this stuff. I'm disappointed, I guess. That's so funny. People are so demonic. So you feel like you can say that I don't understand what I'm talking about, yet you're the one consuming everything that I'm talking about. You're the one here listening to me, eating my information, but you're saying that I don't understand it. I literally have been explaining how spirits create the universe, and I put it in the simplest way possible. Ask your fucking questions. How about that? If you don't feel like I understand what I'm talking about, ask some questions. Your name is Lucifer, the rising sun. Ask some questions, Lucifer. Go ahead, ask your questions. What do you not understand, but you feel like I don't understand? Because that's what you're saying right now. You're saying, oh, I thought I found someone who really knew. So you're saying that you really know. So I'd love to know what you really know. Go ahead and type in, let us know what you really know, so we can build on that. That's the point of us speaking, right? That's why we got Earth. That's why I got our language here. Nobody are asking these questions. Blah, blah, what was me? He ain't answering questions. This recorded. Blah, 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 blah. Nobody's asking what he's responding to. He's answering, but answering as a sectional part of existence. He believes he is the universe, yet he is not. Bro, the universe is created by all of us connecting. You're so long, like, so you're here eating my knowledge, but you're like mistranslating it in your ego, which is what the ego is. I'm not in control of how you perceive my information. So if your ego fire is just consuming all this and you're just still projecting your ego at me, that's your fire. That's your imagination. I do not believe I am the universe. I believe that I'm an individual spirit that creates a universe that allows me to get connected to this universe. And my individual universe is my soul. So that's why you have no idea who I've been in past lives, because that's how my soul has connected with the universe up to this point. So only I can explain how I have helped build the universe up to this point. It's that simple. What about responding to what the viewers are writing? I'm doing that. I'm opening a shop called Merkaba in Oakland, but don't really understand it. That's hilarious. And this is literally spirituality down here. So thank you for being open. So you're opening a shop called Merkaba. So you're using my creation to open a shop, but you don't really understand it. And that's most religions, where they're using these ideas, right? The medical industry, doctors are using the caduceus, but they don't understand it. So I would just ask you, Lucy, why are you using my creation of the Merkaba to open up a shop, but you don't understand it? And then what don't you understand about the Merkaba? So we can clarify that. Because now I'm just wondering, why are you using things that you don't understand to make money? But again, that's America. That's all of America. So I get it. He said one truth, Zoroastrianism and Christianity. Okay, again, I'm literally talking about how every religion was built. So people are just lost. He's way beyond, I'm guessing, that, where he's answering on a Discord or something too. I'm not on Discord, but I should probably start a Discord. My friend started a war in Egypt. All right. Nobody asking that. Yeah, okay, makes sense. I believe the Abrahamic God is real. I believe him to be exploitative. Okay, cool. So then that would mean if you believe he's real, but you believe that he's exploitative, then that would mean that he is not the one true God, right? So that would mean that you have to believe that the Abrahamic God is lying about being the one creator of everything in the universe. And that's why he needs to use slavery and genocide to exploit labor so much. Of course, then yes, that is the Abrahamic God. But again, like, every God is real, because the point is whoever imagined that God made it real. So we all make these gods real by connecting with our ideas. And then that's the point of humans bringing God to earth. And now you as a human can build a religion for your idea of God, and it will support your imagination. And that's literally you making your imagination real. And this is a circle. Can people who died see us since they are in another realm? It depends if they're connected to this realm properly, but yeah, for sure. I always wonder that I say talking to my past loved ones, for sure. Fasting has a lot of health benefits. Yes, it does. Very many. Is the earth flat? No, it's being made flat by masons who are paving all these roads, all the streets. Ha, no one is their own God. There is one God, and that is the Trinity. There you go. More colonialism talk, right? So that's someone who wants me to support the genocide of my ancestors, support the genocide of me and the thievery of my creations. And they're telling me that I'm not an individual, blah, 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 blah. We don't need to repent for our sins. Okay, so y'all must have done some really fucked up shit in past lives. I'm not of sin. Like, I don't have a bunch of things that I'm ashamed of. The most that I've ever felt like I'm of sin is when I'm reading the Bible and being in a church that's telling me that I'm not good enough. So that's all witchcraft. That's all them casting emotional spells on me, telling me that I am not good enough and I need to worship this other person that used rape and murder to take over my ancestors. Like, come on. There we go. We are created by one God. How do you know you're Native American? I'm not, see, like, you're silly. Hey, King, what's Gucci? What's Gucci, Chantel? Hey, what's Gucci, Chantel? Facts. They've always known. All they've always known was war and oppression. It's true. That's why this Bible, in general, the Bible is literally just full of war. It's just full of violence. Is fasting a form of meditation? Absolutely. It's not. I hate this English language. English is not free. If y'all only knew the power these words truly hold. Thank you, Chantel. And that's one true reason why they will never give us our original language back, because the power it holds. Literally, Christ consciousness. Yeah, fasting, Christ consciousness. Breatharianism, just breathe, get your chi going, Christ consciousness. Do people's names have meaning of the individual? For instance, what does my name mean to you? Okay, well, your username is one to come. So that means nothing to me because that's your ego. I would need to look at your name. If you want to type one to come, if you want to type in your full name, you did. All right. Black and white aren't colors. They are the lack of color. Yes, life is breath. So here's my point. We combine black and white to create color. Okay, so you can't have white without black and you can't have black without white. So again, when we look into the night sky, let's not get lost. Let's look at nature, okay? Let's look at nature. When you look at the night sky, it is a completely black sky with white stars. So black does exist, white does exist, but not in totality, right? The whole point of white is that it's actually all the colors. And then black is also all the colors, but it's a difference. Right? So white is all the colors separating from themselves. Black is all the colors coming together, absorbing. That's simple. So now you can see how God plays out in reality. God is a spirit separating from itself. The universe, which is what allows God to exist, is light, the spirit connecting with itself. So now you can see that once you separate from yourself, you have to connect with yourself in a way that allows you to express your mind. And that's like what we're doing all the time. Like literally me just speaking right now is me creating ideas to separate from myself. And then I connect with myself and then I communicate it. Christopher Lazarus Wolk. Oh, Christopher Lazarus Wolk. All right, well, that's a long name. All right. My uncle's name is Chris. Jennifer is Jennifer General. That's hilarious. In Jennifer, Christopher Lazarus Will. I mean, this is a heavy name. Like, I guess you must be proud of your name. So there's a lot of pride in your name, especially for you to be up here, like, asking me about it. So Christopher is supposed to be a proud name because it's supposed to be about Christ, but it's supposed to be about like the Christ over. So just in general, like big Christ Passover energy and about basically like a big Messiah energy. All right. People who identify or have the word Christopher, I find they generally have like a Messiah type thing going on. And then Lazarus Will, well, Lazarus, dang. All right. You just have a really heavy name, basically. Like, I don't even want to get into it more. Like Lazarus will is just, that's you connecting with something, willing it into existence. So that's you like writing your own story in general. Lazarus is about the depth of something. So it's funny because these are like opposites. So like Christ over is like this top over energy. And then Lazarus is his pit energy, and then will is you writing that into existence. But that's how that strikes me. And it's funny because I just realized you miswrote and you did not mean will, right? You meant woke. So now woke just sounds like woke. Either way, you will your wokeness into existence, or when you write your story of your life, that's what you're woke about, right? You're woke about your will. You're aware of your will. You know, or in general, best word, aware. You are aware of your own will. You are aware of how you want to connect with others. So Lazarus is like deep energy, and Christopher is supposed to be high energy. Isms are illusions. Yes, your name matters because it's backed by certain energy. Absolutely. Are negative thoughts Lucifer? Positive thoughts are God? It's elements. It's elements. The element of fire is God, and the element of water is Lucifer. So from here, when you think about higher thoughts, it's not necessarily positive thoughts. Okay, because everyone has a different idea of positive. So I'm not going to use those words. Higher thoughts are thoughts from God. Lower thoughts are thoughts from Lucifer. The way this plays out in reality, though, is that higher thoughts from God will actually separate you from reality. So a lot of people think about positive as, I need to be more in the world. I need to be more connected to the world. But in reality, God wants you to be more separate from the world. That's why God had Jesus fast, not with people, but 40 days in the desert. In general, the energy of fasting is to connect with your own spirit, which is your own ego. And that exists alone in its own space. So you have to create the situation where your body can be alone in its own space. And then that allows you to like fully fast and do your thing. So Lucifer, then, these lower thoughts are actually what connect you to physical reality. So that's you realizing like, wait, I got too far from the world. I want to get connected with people again. That's Lucifer. That's you being the light bearer. You're bringing your water somewhere and you want to get connected with other people. So now you're bringing your water and you're all relating in this Aquafina structure that we call the universe. So boom, just showing you again how it plays out. Like when you're fasting, if you want to get connected with God, those positive thoughts are actually going to result in you being more separate from the universe. Whereas when you're more negative and you want to be more connected to Lucifer in that way, you're going to connect more with bearing light, which means you're going to be lost in the universe because now you're bearing the light so much. You believe you are Lucifer. You believe you are the light you're bearing. That's being the light bearer. And now, boom, demonic life. Hey, guess what? We entering the new dark age. Law, disagree. Disagree. Big time disagree. They keep us focused on race, so we will never stand up to the real bullies. That's big facts. That's big facts. What do you think about putting on black clothes, please? That's hilarious. And that Lucifer person was like in here for a while. But I guess they just wanted to eat knowledge and call me a demon and leave. Because all of a sudden, and see, this is again, like, this is just what egotistic spirits do. This is why this is the shit that makes me want to be alone, like forever. Because the moment like you connect to the universe and you're actually a creative individual, like there's so many demons out here who don't believe in their own creative ability. They're willing to just tell you that you're not creative. And it's annoying when you're an actual spirit that can see that they're using your creations to tell you that you're not creative. Like, how dare this medical industry use my caduceus to tell me that I'm not creating my own body? How dare this Judeo-Christian religion use my Merkaba to tell me I'm not creating my own mind and to tell me that I can't fly to other places because I don't have freedom of communication? It's so messed up. What do you think about putting on black clothes? Put on any clothes you want. The point is, it's energy. So I'm releasing this new section of my website. It's not out yet though. But I have all the colors and everything. So by the time you watch this, I mean, of course, we're here in the live stream. So people in the live stream, you're not about to go to the website and see the colors. But in a week, you will be able to. So everyone who's watching this, like after it's on TikTok or whatever, yeah, in the color section of my website, you're going to see what energy literally each color has. So now you can use these colors to express yourself. That's what it means. Use these colors, use light to express yourself. Black clothes are you absorbing light. White clothes would be you reflecting and projecting light, or separating yourself from the environment, right? Think about people who wear all white, they stand out the most from almost any environment. So that's just the nature of it. People who wear all black, they're trying to be a ninja, right? They're actually trying to absorb the light in that environment so they could somehow be unseen while still being there. That's the energy of white and black. It's simple. The more you let go, the more you know who you are. The more room you leave for the true presence. God. I like that, life is breath. I do. I like that. I like that. All colors hold a certain energy. So based on what your intent is, you can amplify whatever. Man, Chantel is... You're part of the soul group, aren't you, Chantel? Man, you're part of the soul group. I know you are. The way you're talking. Do you pay taxes with the money pay you for your courses? That's hilarious. You have to pay taxes for everything. You know, online business is business, right? So the people who made money to create this technology didn't make the internet for people to not do what we were doing before the internet. So we're just doing what we were doing before the internet, but now on the internet. I mean, you know, it's whatever. And if anything, the point is it's way easier for them to track you and watch you. Like the point is now that because all of our money's on the internet, the government can shut down your bank account like that. They can shut down your thing like that anytime. And this is like the power that they want. So you're asking me if I pay taxes. We're in a world that is completely controlled by taxes. Like literally everything is a tax. Like you're hilarious. Like, bro, we pay taxes constantly. It's all right, whatever. Silly demonic questions. I'm at an Army veteran radar operator. I'm at Army veteran radar operator or intuitive impact. Are you saying that's what you are? You're an Army veteran radar operator? Army veteran radar operator. So you operate radars in the Army, but you're a veteran. So you used to do that. Okay. And you consider yourself an intuitive empath. Okay. Nice. So that means you feel like you're really connected with the soul and you feel like when you vibe with people, you know how they're feeling. I just want to let you know that that's like natural. You know, like that's just like how everyone should be. But if you consider yourself an intuitive empath, maybe you really do feel like you have some deeper psychic abilities. It's just that like every time, like, bro, I have a friend who feels like he's super psychic, but almost every time I've got him to talk to me about what he thought I was feeling, every time he like felt like, because he has a lot of Pisces. So Pisces is the most psychic sign. You know, like, so like, this is where he has this like astrological backing of like, okay, I resonate with Pisces. Pisces is psychic. Pisces is a fish that can vibe. Pisces is the intuitive empath. But like, the times where he's tried to read me psychologically, he just projects at me what's going on inside of his own space. And then it just ends up to us communicating about the emotions that he's lost in. So this is where I found that a lot of people who think that they're empaths are just in their own emotions and they're like trying to like, they're having some weird thing on like connecting their emotions with others and like figuring out if other people are mirroring their emotions or like if they can figure out other people's emotions. But it's just like, you can never really know what someone's thinking or feeling, like ever. Like I think and feel so much while not showing it. Like that's why like I've never had an empath or a psychologist or anyone be able to know what I'm thinking or feeling, because that's not my body. Like this is different realms. Can people who have died see us since they are in another realm? Yeah. Sup, Enoch? What's Gucci? What's your name? Screwzoo. 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 Screw was Gucci. They don't realize by scrolling, they're literally jumping timelines. Bro, I'm saying, that's a great way to say that, Divine Designs 22. Absolutely. And I mean, I guess we don't have to say timelines, right? Like, I translated it. I really like how you said that, because like, it is like different senses of time. And it's like true. Let's say atmospheres though, because the point is like, you are always experiencing your sense of time. So like, you experiencing your life is the timeline. You feel me? So like, it's not necessarily you jumping timelines, because you are the timeline. It's you jumping atmospheres, right? So you can experience your timeline in one atmosphere and then jump to another atmosphere, and time moves differently in that atmosphere, right? So because time moves differently there, you'll experience time differently, but then it's still your timeline. So then you can jump to another atmosphere, and then that's where you'll experience time differently there. And then it's still all your soul though. So it's still all one timeline, one clock that feels like it's going forward, but you are going in a circle. What is the afterlife? The before life is another atmosphere of life. Yes, there are ancestors now. They communicate with us all the time. I went offline when if you responded. Sorry, bruh. Chat 15 behind. Didn't you say you were Hermes and Enoch? Yes, I created Hermes. I created Enoch to express my soul. They are both messengers of Mercury. So I created Mercury to express my soul. So every messenger from Mercury is an expression of the spirit that built Mercury to connect with the universe. That simple. So it's like Avatar, like literally imagine Avatar. You know how Aang, he's operating from all his past lives, but he has to go into a specific state to go talk to his past lives? It's like that, where a spirit is talking to itself, but once you become so big as a spirit, you create different levels of awareness, but it's all still you. Like that, again, Avatar is the best example. Avatar is the best example. Shout out Avatar. Once you understand the pineal gland and heart vibration frequency and synchronicity. Absolutely. Shout out synchronicity. Divine Designs 22. If you're throwing out the word synchronicity, listen to my podcast, Synchronicity. Okay. That's for you. All right. Listen to the podcast Synchronicity. When you're making art, when you're doing your divine designs, all right, you got 22 in there. You're trying to build a structure. Literally, you got 22. So you got two waters. You want to make a structure out of this water. And 22 is V in dissected dialect. So that's about your vibe. So Divine Designs 22 is basically, to me, Divine Designs vibe. And the vibe is two souls connecting inside of one body. That's what a vibe is. That's why V is 22. So my soul is a 2. Your soul is a 2. Really, our souls are 8, but the energy is 2. Because our souls as 8 pay attention to something. You see that? So the 8 is really our soul, our internal universe. But our soul is always connected to something. That's why we use the word to, literally, because there's no better word. So when you use your soul to connect to something, you build a structure that allows you to get connected to the same people, right? So because we've all built souls that allow us to connect to this TikTok app, we can all get connected to people who have also connected to the TikTok app. But you have no idea who I am until you're using the app that you've connected to communicate with me. Vibe. So yeah, check out the podcast Synchronicity. Go way harder in that. All in the website. Okay, we have a whole page for the podcast. I am Daniel in the consciousness in the flesh again and always now. I am. If you're reading and this resonates, you can consciously understand these words and listen. You are Daniel in the consciousness. Hello, Daniel. Hello. He speaks much truth. Trying to start a conversation of existence. It looks like it's now divine timing for us to speak. Until the next moment, I am. God bless. Yeah, God bless Divine Designs. Hilarious. So you didn't even hear what I just said because I'm late in the comments? That's comedy. You're just coming in to start a conversation about you being Daniel. It's so funny. It's so funny. People are funny. We are all gods and goddesses. That's right. So may I pick your brain on wisdom? Yes, Screwsroo. That's why I have my website. All right. If you want to pick my brain on wisdom, link in my bio, hit me up, send a contact. All right. People message me. They want to talk about spirituality matters. Absolutely. That's why I'm here. I'm here to communicate about you. All right. It's just about who feels like they're important enough to communicate about themselves first. So, it's that simple. If you feel like you're important enough to communicate about, then I'm more than happy to talk to you about your spirituality. If you don't feel like your spirituality really matters, then yeah, don't hit me up. That's fine. Very true. Thank you for playing your part in this existence. Until I love your mind. Are God and Lucifer equal? They're different. God is fire, Lucifer is water. So that's like asking a question, are fire and water equal? Is there an answer for that? It's all going to be opinion, honestly. Honestly, that's Zoroastrianism. I could write books on that, philosophy, just philosophizing or whatever about is fire equal to water? Well, let's think about it. And then just boom, infinite words. That's all philosophy is, just a bunch of made up knowledge. There's no ledge to the knowledge here. And I could do that. It would be hilarious. And I think I will. As I'm saying that more and more, I'm realizing I need to play the game. All right. So I'm going to be writing books as Chase. I'm going to be getting my shit out there properly. That's hilarious. I just realized I really do need to do that. Because everything here, I've already just spent over 40 plus hours dissecting how all the emerald tablets, there's so many more online, but all these versions of the emerald tablets are stolen from Hermeticism. They're stolen from Thoth. So they're weaponizing the truth that I did write the emerald tablets, but the emerald tablets teach you about Hermeticism. They don't teach you about being a slave to something else. That's not what Hermeticism is. Hermeticism is about being alone. Hermeticism is about making being alone work to the point where you build a world that supports your aloneness. So it has nothing to do with religion. This is why religions use my shit to build themselves, because I'm not talking about you even talking about God. I'm saying alone. I'm not thinking of it like you guys. I'm just not thinking of it I'm just not thinking it like that. People are so lost in this demonic energy of God, but it's about alone. Fire as God is alone. Water as Lucifer is lonely. So you are in your Luciferian energy when you get lonely in your own idea of God. So everyone is Lucifer because everyone bears light when they get lonely in their imagination. So now they're going to communicate their light into existence. So now they're I need to bear my light because I'm lonely. Okay, so now we're having a human experience. Now we're not lonely anymore. But guess what? If you don't feel connected with yourself, you can have 1,000 friends. You will still feel lonely. I've seen this so much where I'm connecting with people in college. And we're in a whole group of people. We're all friends. We're a whole group of 50 friends. But then there will be that 1 to 2 depressed people who are hanging out with all of us as friends. We're all partying. We're all having a good time. And they're still saying things I'm alone. I don't have any friends. No one loves me. And I have to separate from the group. Hold up. Why are you thinking like that when you obviously have friends? We're your friend. And now I have to think what's going on in this spirit's internal space that they can't appreciate my friendship. This is ultimate wisdom right here. Just letting you know that as a spirit, you're connecting with yourself first before you connect with other people. So if someone else believes that you were created by their idea of God, they don't see you as an individual. They see you as a slave to their religion. Fundamentally, they see you as a slave to their religion, and they're willing to do anything to make that possible. That's why America is built by Christians doing evil things that the Bible says not to do, but they act like they're forgiven for it, and thus they can keep doing it. It's literally just this energy of spirits not wanting to be alone. They get lonely. So now they're willing to be Lucifer. They're willing to bear their own light and communicate their ideas, which is what we're all doing. So I'm just explaining: fire, water, air, earth. Okay, so demons are earth, humans are air, because your human is your ability to communicate God into existence. But you have to connect with your idea of God before you can communicate it. That simple. Fire, water, air, earth. That simple. Is water element low or demonic? The water element is low. The fire element is high. The air element is balanced. The earth element is structured. Okay, so boom, I just explained all of existence. We could like draw out the elements right there. Like the top part of the universe is fire. The bottom part of the universe is water. The whole universe is playing out as air, but this air is stabilized in earth. Literally, I just explained the whole universe. And now you could literally separate from that construct and go build your own universe out in the middle of space that has nothing to do with this fucking religion or anything going on here. Again, just giving you CymaTree wisdom, whatever. You know, we're talking about creating nature. We're talking about building simulations, building worlds. Is CERN portals real? They're trying to make them real. They're really doing a like interdimensional fabrication and splitting and stuff. They're working really hard on that. But all it's doing is causing molecular disruptions in our environment. It's so whack, bro. Like, because portals are everywhere. You don't need technology to make a portal. Come on, your dick is a portal. Your pussy is a portal. Your butthole is a portal. Like, you know, like everything can technically be a portal. You don't need to create technology to like rip, like whatever. I'm trying to think of a great example, like that game, the Portal game. I was going to say a Doctor Who portal, but he used the TARDIS, so that's not a portal. But like to rip like just a hole in the dimension, a Doctor Strange hole, right? Like to be like, I made a portal. Now it's to another realm. And it's like, okay, cool. But like, that's your soul. This is why people can get possessed by demons at any moment. This is why you can drink a few shots of alcohol and then get possessed by demons. Because literally your soul is the portal to another world. Your connection with your own space is the portal to another world. So this is how I use my mind to connect with other worlds, because my soul is connected to the other world. So my soul is the portal to Atlantis. So I'm hanging out here on Earth, right? If I want to go hang out with my dead dog, if I want to go hang out with Anubis in Atlantis, I would simply go into a meditative trance, separate my mind from my body, and my mind would travel along the vibration of my soul to get connected to another structure. It's so that simple. It's like truly so that simple, because I had to be in vibrational resonance with this other structure to get connected to it. But once I'm connected to it, I don't have to get disconnected to it. So even though I'm experiencing life down here, I'm connected to many other places, to many other things. This is the concept of Spider-Man, actual spiritual Spider-Man, before they made a bunch of money out of it and turned it into the Spider-Man that you know today. But that's the actual metaphysic concept of being the Spider-Man. It's knowing that you are always connected with yourself. Thus, your soul is connected to the bodies that you have in other simulations. So that's the Spider-Verse. Look at that. So you are your own Spider-Verse. Like, great power comes great responsibility, stolen from Hermes. So I can't avoid this. This is literally my spirit just moving through me, making me learn what I had to learn. That's why it doesn't matter how you feel about this. I'm building the structure just like I've been building structures for eons. And people who are supposed to learn will get connected and they will learn. And we will all build a better world together. It's lit. Yes, many portals actually exist. That's why certain parts of the land is illegal. Absolutely. So many portals in this world. Yeah, it's illegal to go to places where they figured out like portals are hella active. Big facts. Soul family in this big. Soul fam. That's right. Are all of our souls connected? No. So the whole point of Chantel, she's a soul that I want to be connected with as we go into the future. You feel me? And that has nothing to do with how she connects with me. So the whole point is the ideas that Chantel organically connects with resonate with the ideas that I connect with, which means that we naturally resonate with each other. But the whole point is that your individuality is the idea that allows your observer to exist. So we're all relating on ideas, but every idea we relate on is an expression of our individuality. And then that's where we get our soul group. Literally. Because now the more you connect with certain ideas, you're building a family around that shit. And that's you making water that allows those ideas to become sustained. So now we have the whole concept of a soul group being made from spirits consistently connecting with the same ideas to the point where they vibe through lifetimes. And now we're actually building a business. So Mercury is made by me and my soul group. Y'all don't know who the Mercury psychopomps are, but I mean, they don't have names. I'm not going to get into their names, but I have like whole teams. You see that? So it's all about like the ideas that spirits are relating on. So all the spirits that relate on my idea of Mercury, that's my soul group building that shit, making it possible. All the spirits that relate on Anubis's idea of Atlantis, that's his soul group making all that shit possible. And then our soul groups get connected because we serve each other, basically. He waters my earth and I stabilize his water. So Mercury would be too dry without Atlantis, and Atlantis would be too chaotic without Mercury. So this is why you'll see that literally, guys, you can look up Hermanubis. You can see that I, as Tahuti, fuse with my twin flame Anubis, and we become Hermanubis, and we have a statue in the Vatican with the Caduceus. So again, this is just straight spirituality. All right. This is how we have to create ourselves to exist. So people who want to make money off of us can steal our creations and say that we didn't make ourselves. And if you don't, again, it takes the right soul to be in resonance with me and listen to these ideas up to this point and be connected with me like this up to this point. So really, I'm in such the early stages of being CymaTree that the only people who really resonate with me right now would have to be soul group. So right now you're learning from me as Tahuti, but the point is that we've been connected, or else you wouldn't be supporting me this early on. You would support me like in 5 years when I'm already big. And you know, you're just riding a wave at that point. So you see, like, this is the difference. Like, there's spirits who ride the wave, and then there's spirits who make the wave. You feel me? But the wave exists. All right, that's what I'm talking about here too. There's creators and consumers. So I, as a spirit, I know that the soul is the wave. So I know I'm creating my vibration to connect with others. If you don't know that you're creating the vibration to connect with others, you're going to consume the wave. So now all you're here to do is eat. And I don't care about you then. I do care about you. I love you a lot if you're someone that's just here to eat. But you're not someone I can afford to care about because you don't care about yourself. So this is where it really takes you loving yourself. All right, we're talking about real self-love here. You can't not be a creator when you have self-love. Because at that point, it's like whatever you love, you want to create. I don't love the way this government operates. I don't love the way climate change is happening. I don't love the way that humans treat each other. Yet all of this, I'm constantly told in this lifetime, is the expression of one God that I'm supposed to serve and love. So it's literally up to me as a spirit to say no. And literally the word no is knowledge, knowledge. I know myself. Think about when you know something, that's you putting a barrier down. I say no to genocide. I say no to slavery. I say no to rape. I say no to all of this brutal trauma, garbage stuff that these religions need to make money off of spreading into indigenous lands. And when I say no to that, that's only because I know who I am. I'm about to go get some plants in my system. I'll be back. But that was just me explaining real quick. That's how all of our souls are connected. It's about macro, micro. So it's literally atmospheres, right? So technically everyone in the universe is connected. Yes, that's the point. The universe is one structure that connects all the spirits who want to get connected to another spirit. That being said, if you want to connect with yourself, you can go build your own universe. That's what I did as Odin. So my Odin lifetime was me being like, fuck this shit. I'm going to build my own universe. And then the center of that universe is the CymaTree. I've always been CymaTree, so I'm just making it easy in English. The whole point of that universe is making people respect the power of trees and showing like how natural nature is and how everything has its time. You know, like if you had to create something, then you're not if you were not always in that body, you will not always be in that body, right? So it's just like right now, I was not always in this body. I would be stupid to think that I will always be in this body. I know that this body exists for a time. So that's the point, is we create universes to experience time, right? So your idea of time is literally predicated on how you connect with the universe. And that's predicated by your soul group and shit, and just how your soul vibrates. So now we can see how your vibration literally dictates how you experience time. If you are of a lower vibration, you will feel like time is moving faster, because what's happening is the lower your vibration is, you're drowning in the water. This is why we water fast, guys. Water fasting is magic. Straight up, water fasting is magic. I, as Hermes, created fasting as an idea, as Zoroaster, right? This is why Jesus fasted, okay? This is why I can literally explain all this so hard, of how I'm way bigger than these religious ideas. The idea of Jesus is stolen from Zoroastrianism, from Hermeticism, from Mercury, from Enoch. Enoch was fasting before Jesus was fasting. So again, I'm touching it down. You can see it's all historically, boom, facts. All right, I'm a Virgo. I'm a Virgo moon, Taurus sun. I'm not here without earth to stand on. Like, I'm providing you all the earth, all this spirituality, super earth to it. Okay, it's completely built what we're standing on right now. I want you to understand what you're standing on right now. Is that simple. We're using this language to stand. We're using this body to stand. We're using this land to stand. We're using this earth to stand. And if you don't understand the energy of what it means to stand up, you'll never be able to stand up for yourself. And I want you to be able to stand up for yourself. Because basically this whole nation was taken over because the Native Americans that were here did not know how to stand up for themselves. They kept standing for the people that were eating them. So all of our souls are connected, but in different degrees, right? So that's why, like, I have my Mercury family, and I can recognize you as family in the universe, but I mean, that doesn't mean that you're actually supporting me. You know, so like a real soul group, like a real community, like they support ideas. Like that's like the whole point. So your soul and my soul can be connected, but if you and I aren't supporting the same ideas, then we're not really a soul group. We're spirits experiencing life together, and that's cool. The whole point of that is we're actually building our soul groups. Why don't you respond to my ruse tune about why you break fast? I really read that, like, that question. I'm not responding to your questions immediately because I'm speaking. And then I read. And then right now I have 35 new messages pending. Okay? So I'm about to be scrolling through. But, okay. One to come. You asked a question about why I break my fast. Right? I remember you. It was a question about like what makes me break my fast, right? So why do I break my fast? I will break a fast because of ego purposes. Like literally a lot of the time it's me breaking a fast, not because I need to, but because I want to. I could always go longer, but something annoying happens in my life where I eat and I'm almost always unhappy about it. As a Virgo, I'm almost always kicking myself like, bro, I could have fasted longer. Why'd I eat? Fuck. And then it's like, and then it's just try again. You feel me? And then it's a constant thing of like, let me just fast and then just like keep going and whatever. The ego makes me stop. All right. If I was in my full soul mode, I would just keep fasting and I'd be on like my Enoch fasting shit. And then that's where I start fasting for years. But guess what? I wouldn't be relatable here anymore. I wouldn't be relatable. I'd be completely alone. And that wouldn't make sense because the point is I'm alive here to connect with you so we can fix the shit that's going on in this world. So are you talking to us yet? No. Facts, they literally call alcohol spirits. Exactly right. You make yourself valuable, causing anyone or anything mess with you. He's been talking to us, even kind of gave your name a shout out. That's right, Screwsroo. I know, right? That put me off drinking alcohol. I've been trying to talk. Right, I get it. You've been trying to talk. I've been talking. He said he's Hermes. All right, give me wisdom of Hermes or Enoch. Tell me what is Anubis symbol with looking. I literally just explained who Anubis was, my connection to Anubis, how spirits make us real, and how we operate in the universe as psychedelic psychopomps. I just explained that. You being here, Screwsroo, demanding me to give you wisdom of Hermes, and then you're telling me to explain what I already just explained. I'll be back. All right, gang. Hilarious. Had to take a plant break, bro, because I'm not going to say the ignorance is real. I'm just going to say the ego is real, but the ego is ignorant. And this is why I have ultimate patience as a Taurus. Ultimate patience. As a Taurus, I have all the patience. I understand that the ego is ignorant. I understand that you can only perceive yourself, and you can really only perceive how you've connected with the ideas that you're using to perceive yourself. So it has nothing to do with me. Like when people are coming up here making any kind of comment, saying anything, you're talking to yourself, but you're using me to do so. And now I can talk to you based on how you're talking to yourself, and now we can all talk to each other. But I'm just letting you know that this is life. Like in real life, when you're talking to someone face to face, they're talking to themselves. You're talking to yourself. Like, this is just so real. I'm telling you reality right now. This is why people just project at each other all the time. And the internet is showing us that this is what we do. The internet is showing us really hard that this is what we do. Like, people literally, when they come together and meet, they are talking to themselves, but with each other. And then they're always trying to like stay in agreement, because you always want to find people that completely agree with what you're saying. And if they don't completely agree, you don't feel comfortable. And then this is where the ego fighting starts to happen. This is where it's like you start to connect like, well, how can you think this? I think this. And then that person's just like, well, I think that, oh, no way, blah, blah, blah. And then they start to fight you. And that's fire. Like, that's how, bro, it's elemental. All right. That's why you can't run from nature. All right. You only exist because of nature. Try to run from nature. Guess what you're going to run into? More nature. All right, then. Didn't we all start as one in the singularity? No. No, no. So that's more Christian ideology, ideas just coming together, just more of the one God concept that we're all one individual masturbating. So everyone in the universe, no matter who you are, no matter how old you are, no matter what you've done before that idea came about, you are an expression of someone just using your body to jerk off because they want to learn. That's the whole idea of us being split from one source, us being one singularity, all of us being one anything. It's so disgusting. It's so wrong. It erases your individuality. It erases your connection to yourself. Like, you're so much bigger than this language. And all these ideas are like very limited to this language. And you're way bigger than this simulation. And these ideas are limited to this simulation. So it's just like your space cannot be limited. The whole point is you have to make something to be something. And this is how this is what it means to be God, guys. Like, this is why I've been called all the names that I'm called, but I don't even, like, my ego doesn't perceive it that way. Like, I'm not trying to be worshiped. I'm simply creating myself. And then religions have to steal what I created to tell you that you're not creative. It's really whack. It's very wrong. Tell me Enoch offering. Tell me what color Hermes' wings were. Wings. You're hilarious. My wings can be any color, but you know, that's a funny question. Look, my wings are iridescent. Okay, so my wings actually change color. They actually shimmer in the light. You feel me? Like when they hit light in different directions. They're like my Spider-Man costumes that I've made down here. I really like iridescence, but I mean, they can be any color. Iridescent as a texture is where it's at. Is tribulation true? Will fallen angels come? Every story is made true. This is why people profit off of prophecies. All right, so when you profit off of a prophecy, that's you bringing an idea into the universe that you want to make true. And you can only make it true by getting us to connect with it. So this is why these ideas are being made true by getting people to connect with the idea. And the more we connect with this idea, we communicate in a way that makes it real. This is how we all build reality, right? So if you didn't connect with this English language, you wouldn't be able to communicate in a way that makes it real and makes it matter. So then to attach it to that, your idea of tribulation and fallen angels is dictated by the English language. So if your idea of fallen angels and everything is dictated by the English language, then that means you're literally limited by the minds that made English to manipulate you. And you would have to think like this to know how to break out of it. So it takes a certain vibration. But the wisdom is knowing that all ideas had to be projected or prophesized before they could be profited upon in reality. If we stop believing in these stories, they wouldn't be made true. It's that simple. So like my biggest issue, one of my biggest issues with this world, that's hilarious I'm saying it. I guess my biggest issue, there's too many. But one of my biggest issues with this world is that people believe that it's too late to stop climate change. So they're like, oh, okay, there's only one idea. And this one idea is that it's too late to stop climate change. So we might as well keep supporting it. That's the idea that's causing climate change. And somehow you've trapped yourself in the idea that it's too far along to stop, when it's never too far along to stop. You just have to stop supporting the people who are teaching you that it's too far along to stop. Man, it's a shame. If you know, then tell me, I'll challenge. Okay. Screws Rue, I've already said, I've addressed what you're asking, like, already. And yeah, brother, spot on. The wave is there. Give me. Do you realize? Never mind. Hilarious. Like, the message is right, but the image is wrong. Screws Rue says the image is wrong. I wonder if that's just racism. Like, just to be objective, like, is this racism right now? The image is wrong? Because you want me to be white? This world is so disgusting. What causes climate change? Humans in their ego constantly consuming, which plays out as fire. So climate change is caused by fire. That's why they call it global warming. because the planet is heating up because the egos of humans desire to consume everything. And that means that this natural planet, which is supposed to be water and cool, is becoming more like fire. And that's why these scientists are obsessed with Mars. They're obsessed with using Martian technology to tell us we need to go to Mars, but they're actually using virtual reality to turn this place into Mars as they trap us further in these concrete coffins that they've built through slavery. So did Jesus. If you know who you are, then you are you. Did you all just hear those sirens when he was talking about saying no to things? Divine eye. Hilarious, hilarious, hilarious. Yeah, these sirens do be capping. These sirens do be capping. These synchronicities do be conspiring. Exactly what I wanted to say. Loving yourself and with honesty and being disciplined, compassion. It's called challenging the spirits. Hilarious. Yes, yes, Queen. Screws Roo. Okay, not based on your knowledge on what. Screws Roo has a screw loose. Is that why your Screws Roo name is Screws Roo? Because you have screws loose? And you're just like saying, what's happening here? Are you breaking down on my live stream? Hey, we care about you. This is the place to break down. All right. What's up? What's up? Your knowledge as a god. Tell me your offering. Yeah. All right. How much does it cost to hang out for a week, Law? One to come. Hey, look, we can do Skypes. All right. We can do talks. Like, the point is, I'm here to help you. If you feel like you're worth helping, you can let me know. You know, like, that's the point. So yeah, how much does it cost to hang out for a week? Damn, actually though, that's so funny. I translated that as a weekend, bro. Yeah, my time is too valuable. I almost don't want to put a price on it. Hanging out with you for a week, like, yo, my time. So at that point, since I'm not putting a price on it, I would want to be more indigenous about it. All right. So it wouldn't be about money. It would be a more like esoteric exchange. So if you're someone worth hanging out with, hit me up. We can talk. We can do some consultation talks. I'll talk to you one-on-one. I'll listen to you about your life. I will. Y'all, if you want personal consultations, hit me up. Email me. People have. All right. I listen to them about their lives. It's a fun time. You know, it's just like people need to be heard. I know a lot of people are in the world having all their own spiritual experiences and they don't really have anyone to correlate it with. And they especially don't have anyone that completely understands it through eons. Like, that's just not a thing. So of course, like, I'm here for this. Like, I'm here for you. It's just whether if you're here for yourself. So if you're not here for yourself, you're not going to get connected with me because you don't have enough confidence in your individuality to actually stand on. And that's okay. That's good. Again, you're not supposed to be creating the wave with me. You're supposed to ride the wave in like 5 to 10 years when everything is like already changed and we're like saving the world. But hey, that's life. That's life. Your knowledge is a god. Tell me you're offering like a demon inside of you. Yeah, so screw is Rue. I'm really trying to make what you're saying work. Oh my gosh. Like, I literally want to comprehend your words so much, but they're just not making sense. Like a demon inside. But maybe it's because you're replying to what I'm saying immediately. That's why. Maybe that's my fault. So maybe you're writing like you're replying right to what I'm saying, but because I'm reading it later, it seems like you're trying to say your own things, but you're not. And then that's my bad for looking at the chat a little too much, perhaps. Will it one day be one big soul group? Bro, who is this? Alcida Sora? Alcida Sora? Alcida Sora. Alcida Sora. Whatever. The universe is one big soul group. The whole point is that the universe is one big soul group that's allowing you to find your soul group. It's that simple. It's that simple. It's that simple. It's that simple. It's actually that simple. It's actually that simple. The universe is one big soul group that's allowing you to find your soul group. That simple. So before you became aware as a spirit, other spirits were already aware, creating soul groups. The moment you became aware that you were alone, you wanted to get connected with others. So you got connected to the universe, which is created by all these soul groups. So now you can get born and learn about spirits who existed before you. It's that simple. And now you can figure out who do you resonate with in the universe. So the universe is one soul group that's allowing you as an individual spirit with your own idea of God to find your soul group. So if your idea of God is that Jesus is the Heavenly Father who is here to save you from the hatred that you have for yourself, then you're going to resonate with that soul group. And now you're going to support the genocide and slavery of Native Americans. If you resonate with a different idea, you'll find a different soul group, right? Because literally every single religion is a soul group. Like, it's just like that. But obviously every religion exists inside of nature. So nature is the first soul group, but one tree is not the same soul group as another tree. So it's literally about like your soul group changes. Like Odin has a soul group. Odin has multiple soul groups. Tahuti has multiple soul groups. Hermes has multiple soul groups. Zoroaster has multiple soul groups. Idris has multiple soul groups. Like every lifetime I've lived, I've developed different pockets of families that support the way I transform throughout reality. So then they help me build structures and that becomes my soul group. But there's like these titles and everything for them are too many. So at that point, I just consider them my family. And everyone in the universe is family, but really family are the people who see you for who you are and they fully actually can connect with you and support you in the way that is actually coming from an individual place as well. Like it's not just you supporting someone because you don't feel good as an individual. It's about you knowing that you're infinite, you're infinitely powerful, and you support the expression of other infinitely powerful people. That's the kind of soul group I'm on. That's what I do. That's like my anime soul group. That's my version of a soul group. That's really Odin time. I've been like really connecting with the Odin part of my soul for the past couple weeks because it's been like a cycle of awakening. Like my spirit will like dunk me in this part of my space with like this water and it'll be like, oh my God, lifetime. And like all those memories will be there like, oh, and then my spirit's like, okay, you ready for this other part? Okay. And then it's just like a balance of like my spirit not giving me too much information or else, I mean, what am I doing here? I'll be too focused on that shit. But at the same time, me getting just enough information so that I can actually make history make way more sense. And everything here just makes way more sense. And in general, my life makes way more sense. Because what's the point of experiencing life if you're not building? Aren't you like trying to build a life? Everyone's subconsciously doing this. So it's just what level are you building a life in, right? Like a lot of people are building a life in the low level of, I need to get married and get a job and have kids, right? Like people aren't thinking on the cosmic level of, I need to build a structure called Mercury where simulations that build a certain level of awareness can call me away from my space so I can go help them build systems based on astrology. You know, like that's very individual to me. So I've created this circumstance where I can do this. It has nothing to do with you. Like it doesn't matter if you believe in astrology or not. I built the shit. So if you want to believe in astrology 10 years from now, that's fine. I still built the shit. Like, and that's the point of nature. You see that? So you can have whatever religion you want. It doesn't matter. Trees are still growing. Plants are still thriving. Spirits are still connecting before they even create a concept of religion. But the whole point is the energy of family playing out. Okay. The energy of family, literally building structures. But you had to build your own structure, which is your own body, before you could connect with other bodies and start to consider yourself having a family, right? So Anubis had to build a body of a dog, and he had to live this lifetime with me where I also built the body of a boy, and then we hang out as dog and boy so that I could feel super connected with him in this lifetime. He went through a lot of communication, a lot of trial and tribulation to make that body. I love him so much for being here with me through high school. Like that, my life is so fucking trippy. Like for me to like live that whole life where I'm talking to my dog and I love him, and I have no idea why I love him so much. I'm about to start crying on this live stream. And I don't know why I love him so much. And then to go through the circumstances of losing him and being told by Christianity, of course these sirens are back, being told by Christianity that I would never see him again, and being told by Christianity that I just need to serve the people who are spreading genocide to my land if I want to be happy, and to ignore my dog. It literally took me, like, that was a whole section of my life. That was like 18 plus years of my life, that whole energy. And it took me water fasting and raising my vibration to the point where I can literally separate my mind from my body and go hang out with my dog. And now when I hang out with my dog, he's Anubis. So he's forcing me to realize I'm Hermes. Like, I can't be up here acting like I'm not Hermes when my dog is Anubis. So, like, I'm just letting you know, like, this is about my family. You know, like, I'm not up here on the internet or on TikTok trying to project or create a family. I have a family, and I'm naturally expressing the connections I have with my family. That's why anyone who acts like they're Hermes, anyone who acts like they're me, they're not at all going to talk about Anubis. They're not organically connected to Mercury or Atlantis or anything that I've actually built. They're a demon that's consuming an idea that I've created to express myself. So that's what demons do. Demons like to consume shit that was already created and then say that it's impossible to create. But the only way a demon can create a circumstance where it consumes someone else and says that it's because no one is creative is because their creative energy is so weak, they can only create a new life by stealing. And that's the world we're in. Simple. I'm so glad I found your live. Thank you. I'm glad you found me too. Screws Rue, I'll be back. Stay safe. That's hilarious. Forget Screws Rue. Goddamn. Can we build on something based on the Kabbalah? I mean, this is all this. Absolutely. Based on the Kabbalah, so is our short shot, Shemot. Okay, for sure. Got it. Or wisdom of the 22 letters. You mean the 22 letters of the Kabbalah? Like, in general, the Kabbalah is what I'm talking about right now, which is the energy of building a tree. Like, that's all. And how trees work. And the universe works off of, like, one tree. And that tree of life is representative of your tree of life. So then this is where we get the caduceus being your spine. And that's your own tree. That's your own trunk that stabilizes how you communicate life into existence. And it's like, there's just like, of course, again, we could get super philosophical and write a lot of books on these ideas. I'm making them as simple as possible right now. Or wisdom of the 22 letters. You done ran the hose off the live with your demonic chatter. Hilarious. Yeah, Screws Rue is on some demon stuff. They're funny though. Everyone's on demon stuff. That's why we're in the body, right? Everyone's lost in some kind of demon energy. And then that's where they want to say that you're the demon because they don't want to recognize that they're the demon. And that's, again, the whole history of America, right? The whole history of America. Lord Hashem was one being, but got lonely and started a family we all share in the lineage. Okay. Yeah, I'm not aware of this story, in this awareness, in this consciousness. But I mean, for sure, this sounds normal. A man gets lonely. He starts a family. That family supports his visions. His imagination becomes reality. Now you have a simulation in the universe. That's basically every single simulation. Every single simulation I've ever seen in my entire existence through eons of eons is literally a man smiling just like this, hugging, and creating a toroid. And that toroid, this hug, he's doing this, boom, creates a whole reality for all of his family to play. This is why every realm of reality is kind of obsessed with God being like a man and everyone being hugged or touched by God. Because the concept is the spirit whose imagination is being supported to make that simulation real is the God there. So that's where they're there smiling, like hugging all their family, and the family is transforming inside of them. But then this is where you got to have discernment on whether a family is actually happy or not. Because yeah, the universe is full of transforming families, but a lot of them are wearing fake ass masks. A lot of their smiles are not genuine. All right, that's why it's important to be your own family. So like all I need is my dog. Like I only care about my dog. But then that's where I've gone through a whole journey of my dog showing me who I also care about organically. And then it's just about me learning how to care about people again. But my dog is who like really connects me to the spirits that I care about. And that's what Atlantis does for me. So this is just me giving you super wisdom about Hermes on a personality level that you would never see on the internet. But once you go on the internet and just know what's up, everything makes way more sense. Why is Anubis important to me as Hermes? Anubis gets me connected. Anubis shows me the importance of water. I have no water in my chart. I am like straight air, earth, backed by fire. So like I feel a lot of emotion, but I don't think water makes sense. So this is where water is important to have in my life. So Anubis is my water. Max is my water. My dog connects me to the universe. If I didn't have a dog, if I didn't have Max, I wouldn't be talking to you right now. I wouldn't be connected to this world. I wouldn't care enough to be here. I wouldn't care enough to be Hermes or do shit. So Atlantis teaches me how to care. Like that's what we're talking about here. That's what I'm realizing. I stopped giving money to all this so-called charity. That's fair. Again, as soon as you started talking about the same kind of thing like before, literally sirens. So do you believe that God is a being or just an energy? You as God are a spirit expressing yourself. That's what God is. God is a spirit expressing itself. So you as an individual spirit are always the God of your own space because you are always expressing your individuality. That simple. You see that? Like, let me know in the chat if this makes sense. Just like, I would like to see if that makes sense to people. Can we like get this agreement of God? I just want to get some earth real quick that we have this to stand on. Okay? God is a spirit expressing its individuality. The moment you want to get your individuality to connect with others, you have to create something. That's you still being God, expressing your individuality through something. So now your imagination becomes real because you're using light to communicate with other spirits and you're vibrating this light into matter. So this body's light. That's why science has no better words than to say atoms or quarks or molecules. There's just a bunch of different words for light, right? So this light becomes heavy the more I wait in it with my soul, right? So again, just let me know, leave a comment if that makes sense, that God is a spirit expressing its individuality. So you are always God because you are always expressing your individuality. It's that simple. It's just about you knowing that you are only responsible for yourself. This is why we know we can't change other people. You can't change other people. Their God is different than your God. Their individuality is different than your individuality. They're not connecting with fire the same way you are. The way that you connect with fire is individual to you. So this is why no matter how much I fast, I'm never going to separate my mind, go into another dimension and come back like, guys, you're all controlled by one entity you've never met before. Bro, that's literally insane. That's insane. Yet somehow that's how all of the Americas were built, by people relaying a message like that. But that's insane. No, it's the opposite. I as Hermes, literally, I hang out with so many spirits. I know they're all different from each other. Come on. Like, you really think I'm about to go party in the astral realm with like 50 different atmospheres of individuals and then come back like, man, it's so cool that they're all the expression of one God? Like, how disgusting would I have to be? How narcissistic, how unempathetic would I have to be as an individual to connect with all these individuals and tell them that they're an expression of my idea? Bro, it makes me pissed thinking about that. New name, loose screws. Screws rule, loose screws. For sure. I want to hang out in the flesh. Haha. Hey, hit me up, bro. Hit me up. All right. It all starts with communication, right? We're here communicating. You're showing me your intention. We'll keep communicating. Gang, gang. What is your zodiac sign? I'm a Taurus sun, Virgo moon, Gemini ascendant. So right now, every time I do a live or just anytime you're tapping into the CymaTree, the energy of Mercury is me establishing my personality in the universe. So like, I don't give a fuck about astrology, guys. Like, I want you to know that right now. I don't care about astrology. I never have. The thing is, my spirit shows me that we create the universe so we can connect, which means we create astrology to make sense of our connections. So now I'm forced to care about it because it makes sense. Like astrology makes sense. And that's why I'm forced to see that every religion uses astrology. So it's just like my spirit forces me to like see things, and it's shit that like I won't care about, but I can't deny the impact it has on the world. Like, it doesn't matter if I care about the moon. I can't deny the impact it has on the universe. So that's why I, as Mercury, I built a simulation that is the planetary body for communication through all astrological systems. But I'm going to be the one communicating about, hey, I don't give a fuck about astrology. But I do give a fuck about structures, and we can't deny that the universe is the structure that connects our spaces, which means that astrology is important when we think about how we're using the structures we built to connect with each other. So now you can see why your sun sign is important. Why is your moon sign important? Why is your ascendant sign important? For me, my moon sign, my Virgo, represents how I connect with myself. So when I built Mercury, I created the signs Gemini and Virgo, just straight up. Because Mercury was created as an air Gemini planet, but then it gets stabilized as a Virgo type planet. They're both mutable, because the whole point is I'm mutating to the universe. I'm constantly changing how I'm communicating with the universe. That simple. All based on how the universe changes, right? So think about this simulation. If I was speaking my ancient languages, I would have 0 people in here. So the whole point is I literally have to change how I communicate to the universe, because that's what Mercury is. That's how we make sense out of how we connect. So Gemini as air, as my ascendant, that's me in a spirit mode, just like communicating ideas and sharing. And then me and my soul, that's the moon. So that's how I reflect upon my own creations. And that's the Virgo energy of being like super detailed, super analytical. I like care a lot about how every single tiny particle is like coming together to form a computer network or some kind of algorithm that makes sense. And then my sun being in Taurus, that's where I anchor all that through Taurus energy. So the soul being Virgo, the spirit being Gemini, then gets anchored in this body that looks like a Taurus. So now I'm like completely firm and stable in everything that I'm doing, because that's how I build a structure. Like, I'm not going to build a structure that's not fixed earth. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. So I naturally pick Taurus to build a body with. So I'm literally explaining to you how astrology is you resonating with certain elements to where you're born at a certain time, so that your astrological chart can reflect to you how your spirit moves through space. Hello, friend. What's your zodiac sign? Huh, lol. And then I'm going to repeat everything. All right. Like, I just came up from the water surface. That's what I feel exactly when they told me I would never see my mother. Yeah, I know, right? They're whack. It crushes my heart so much. They indoctrinate us into believing their lies to keep us from us. Literally. It's so sad. It's sad. We have to work ourselves to get back. We really do. We really do. And we are moving into greater times. Throwing out the trash. Gang, gang. Alcidosora, right? I'm just gonna say Alci for short. I had a friend named Alci, so like that's just in my memory bank. Yeah, it's okay. Make your questions. You need a clarification. Everyone is. You're good. Absolutely. You're respectful as fuck. And even if people are not respectful, I don't give a fuck. it gives me the opportunity to cut them up even harder so we can all just see like intelligence at work. Being humble is my favorite emotion, okay? I don't like getting in the ego, but I'm forced to when people are telling me that I'm not me. So my spirit literally forces me to be more of an individual. When someone's like, but you know you need to worship Jesus. Now I remember my past lives and the genocide of Native Americans. And I'm like, no. I'm forced to be. So you see how the ego works, right? I'm just giving you the alchemy. You can't not be you. It's really funny. Everyone is their own gods. Understood. I'm glad you understand. Good. Hey, I broke the spell on you. That's all I needed to hear. I could low key, you as an individual, one to come, are so important. I could low key like quit like today, right now. Like I could stop doing everything else for today. I could cut off this live stream being happy that I broke the spell on one individual. I'm Tahuti Trismegistus, spell breaker, okay? Because all these spells are stolen from me. So I don't give a fuck about astrology. I don't give a fuck about these spells. I don't give a fuck about anything. I just create myself to express myself. So everyone who does give a fuck steals what I do. And now I'm forced to clarify it because it makes more sense to me as the creator. I'm glad I could break the spell on you. All right. Letting you know that you are the God that makes all religions possible. And it's not hard to know that, right? It's not hard to know that you could get born and then believe in 100 different religions that all say that they're the one true God. And then you can reach a point in your life where you're reflecting on those memories. So if you're reflecting on the memories of going through 100 different religions where they all say they're the one true God, wouldn't we be really stupid to argue about which one is right? Wouldn't we be really stupid to do that? Like, we would be really dumb. We'd be wasting a lot of time, a lot. It would be way more productive to recognize that you're the God that made all those religions possible for that time. And then once you stop believing in that religion, you moved on to a different system. Just like once you stop believing in a body, you move on to a different body, and then a different body, and then a different body. So to say that's like saying like one God is a one true God is like saying one body is a one true body. But that's exactly what they're saying. That's why this religion forces us to learn that energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transformed. If it can't be created, where'd it come from? Stupid. And then I fasted too much. I fasted too much to believe that I don't create energy to keep doing it. It's just stupid. It's stupid. So that's where I can see that all these scientists, they don't fast. They're not naturally healthy. They're not naturally spiritual. They're just consuming ideas that allow them to cause climate change and allow them to keep being dumb. Gang, I'm a Virgo. When we die, will we be able to talk or be with our family members after death? Yes. The whole point of dying is that you're dying right now. So like, I'm trying to like, I know like you just don't have the same relationship with it. Like when I separate my mind from my body, that's me dying. That shit is technically like scary, but that's what death feels like. Like death feels like your mind separating from your body. What happens is your mind experiences a different body in a different atmosphere, right? That's literally everyone's idea of heaven. Guys, all this stuff is Hermetic and Zoroastrian. That's why I can make it make way more sense. Everyone's idea of heaven is literally them alone in their mind. So your idea of heaven would literally be you separating your mind from your body and going into a different atmosphere where you're experiencing different bodies. But you're still doing the same shit as here. You're still using your mind to consciously communicate with other forms of consciousness through Earth. But it only matters because of your own fire and water. You'll never escape Hermeticism. You'll never escape nature. I'm creating Cymatism now. Fuck it. Like that's the point. Like I have to make all new shit. It's just annoying because then people will get so attached to this. I'm going to have to make new shit. And that's why I'm mutable earth and mutable air. That's why I can't be attached to my creations. Because the moment I express myself, people, the baggage, the connections get too heavy and I can't be free. You see that? So like, I'm not like, I don't really care too much for people in my life. Like I'm not living my life like, hey, you need to acknowledge me as Hermes. Like this is me expressing my true self. But when I'm connecting with people in the world, I know that, especially as a black person, I'm in a reality where I'm forced to support white people. And white people are telling me that Jesus is the ultimate God that they're using to rape me. And if I don't support that, then I'm demonic and they get to rape me and be justified in it. Because that's, again, the whole creation of America. They either rape you with Jesus or they use Jesus to justify your rape and they lie about it. Cool. That's the world we're in. So I'm navigating shit, like I'm navigating this world. It's literally like being a spy. It's literally like I'm undercover, but then I can come up here on a live stream and I can come up here on my social media. And in general, my business, Chase Your Genes, only makes sense if you know who I am. But even if you don't know who I am, it makes all the sense in the world. It's just now your question is going to be, where did this information come from? The creator. The creator knows way more about his creation than you could ever conceive, right? Like people who make religions saying they're the one true God are like people who watch a movie and then feel like they have the true interpretation of that movie. Like, the movie was created by individuals you've never met, right? Like, like this movie was put here for you to react to in a certain way, right? Like, it doesn't make sense for you to react to this movie and then create your own version of the movie where you feel like you have the true interpretation of it. And now everyone should only watch your movie. But it's so weirdly narcissistic, yet ugly. And now we're going to call you ew with a J in front of it. And I mean, not we call you, that's what you call yourselves. So whatever. And again, these are ideas that are stolen to make money off of how we connect with each other. So the whole point of English is that it was created to make money off of us connecting, right? The people who built this app and have us connecting in English, they're making infinite money. They're building all the structure. They're making their minds matter the more we connect with them and use this light to communicate our minds, whatever. Aren't past lives part of your ego? Yes, Shiva. Past lives are your ego expressing itself before. But past lives, the memories from past lives are held in your soul because your ego is your awareness. So only you are aware of your spirit. But if you want to be aware of a spirit outside of yourself, that's where you're going to use your soul to get connected with other spirits. So now when you live so many lifetimes, right, your soul is connected with this body. So right now I'm experiencing my awareness here as Chase. So this is only possible because of my soul. My soul is choosing to connect with this earth. So now I can be rain, I can bring rain to this body and I can water it with my soul. Literally, that's the brain. Be rain. And now I'm manipulating myself based on my feelings. If I wanted to learn about my past lives, I would have to separate my mind from my body and go back into my own space. And back in my own space, my spirit can show me the memories that we have accumulated from before. But that's a balance thing, right? Because the whole point is my spirit can't show me my memories if I'm not in my own space. So if I'm in this space with you, I'm only aware of this physical reality. But obviously, I'm communicating from my memories. That simple, right? Like, this is why no one can cut you open and see your memories. But obviously, your life only matters because of your memory. Like, you can't build a relationship with anyone or do anything if you didn't have a soul that was creating connections that no one could see. No one can see how you feel about your mom. No one can see how you feel about your friends or your family. No one can see how you feel about your job. No one can cut open your brain and see your memories. No one can see your memories. Like there's no better example. You see that? So the point is, if you don't want to be aware of your own memories, you're going to create a circumstance where you're experiencing life as the body instead of your soul. And that's the point of your body being watered by your soul. You're bringing rain through your brain to your body. Your body only matters because of your memory, but you're using your body to run away from your memory. So this is why life is going to be psychedelic. If you get into like a psychedelic thing or whatever, your spirit is going to force you to connect back with yourself. But your ego is always trying to move forward. So past lives are part of your ego, because past lives are your ego always moving forward. But your ego is ultimately your life right now. And it's really your future life, because your ego is what you're trying to make right now, right? Aren't you in your ego when you're imagining what you want your life to be? That's fire. That's fire. You're imagining like, oh, I want to be this. But guess what? That's only possible because of your fucking past. So that's why your past is water. So now your past lives are all of the connections that make your future possible. Because guess what? You're not going to have a future if you're not connected. Right? So then this is where we get communication. So now your mind is communicating water and fire together. You're connecting with your ideas about the future. That's another way to describe a soul group, right? Like a soul group, literally a religion in general. A group of people, a soul group, a religion, a family. These are spirits who are creating an atmosphere that allows them to connect on the ideas that they want to see in the future. So if I'm connecting with someone and they want to see genocide and slavery in the future, and I don't consider them part of my soul group. They can tell me that I'm part of their soul group because they're going to tell me that I'm created by their God, but they're using that idea to rationalize genocide and murder. So it makes no sense for me to serve that. I would have to know that I'm the God that they're telling me that I'm not. And then that's how I can use my ability to support them and make their ideas real. Facts. I really like how you bring these things to the 3D level to help people relate how it could be possible. Thank you, Chantel. Absolutely. It's important to bring it all to the 3D because, the point is, us as spirits create life to experience ourselves. So I love reality. I'm a Gemini. So a lot of my spiritual awakening came from like socializing a lot. You feel me? Like that's why I can kind of be up here talking like this. Like my awakening came from like going to comic conventions and dealing with a lot of people, just seas of people, seas of different fans, just different comic fans. And like me creating these costumes, creating Spider-Man costumes, Black Panther costumes, and all this stuff that allows me to express myself in a greater way. That's the point of why I made costumes. So I was in my big Quetzalcoatl energy and I didn't realize it. But now my spirit has made me realize it. And the whole point is Mercury is Gemini. And just in terms of, I built Mercury to communicate with the universe. So what you're seeing me do right here is create a situation where I can communicate with the universe. I'm not consuming the universe. I'm not lost in the universe. Oh, I'm definitely not lost in the universe. I know exactly where I am because I built the shit. So anytime I'm choosing to go somewhere else, I know I'm connected to my structure. Okay. So this is what I have stability, like I'm good. But then the point is when I'm in this reality, I'm experiencing the same wave as you. So I deal with bills. We deal with money problems. That's the whole thing with slavery and all that shit. It's just because I know I'm not this world. I'm not super invested or hurt or super stressed out by the bills and the slavery and the garbage, because I know that that's not who I am before I got connected here. I'm not naturally stressed out. I'm a Virgo soul. Virgos can be stressed out, but I use stress energy to build. That's all. Like I use the energy to build. But when I'm by myself, I'm so happy and at peace. Okay, so it's this world that's chaotic. It's this world that is manipulating my emotions to make me feel like I'm not who I am. And that's why it's my responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility, because I have the power to know who I am. It's my responsibility to communicate that. And that's why I can say that Spider-Man is stolen from me as Mercury. The idea of Spider-Man is stolen from Metatron. The idea of Spider-Man is that he's an interdimensional communicator that can connect spirits throughout time and space. And it's bigger than Spider-Man. It's about spiders being 8-dimensional vehicles. I talk about all that in the podcast though. So if you want to hear about spiders being 8-dimensional beings, that's a synchronicity podcast. All right. So we can learn a lot about nature. Nature is so beautiful. Like once you get the religious stuff out of it, nature is like infinitely deep. Of course, it has to be. It's an expression of our infinite depth. So like the moment nature does something, it's infinitely deep. All the religion is trying to figure out nature, right? So once a religion is like, everything was created by me. Really? That's how you connect with nature? Disgusting. So narcissistic. So narcissistic. It only results in genocide and murder and slavery for anyone that system connects to. So yeah, death is your soul. Death is making your body real. Your body is dead without your soul. That's why your soul is really the death that makes life possible. So, and then that's where we have to see the elements of more so your fire, your ego is what we call life. And then your soul, your water, that's what we call death. But your death makes your life real. You see that? I'm speaking like boom, your fire, life, water, death. Death makes life real. Water makes fire real. So because we're all connected by water, we can all express our fire. We can all express our God. We can all express our ideas, but that happens as air. That happens as consciousness, because fire plus water, boom, air. So now our consciousness can build bodies that we relate on. Boom, look at that. Can I pay you for a tarot reading? Link in my bio. All right, email me. YHWH is the son of Allah. Be not afraid or offended. All right, Buddhism, let that shit go. Absolutely. At one point, we're all gods and goddesses. At one point, we're all gods and goddesses one. Like eons and eons ago in time, or have they always been separate? Bro, I'll see. I feel like I've answered this. I don't know how many times I have to say that every individual spirit is aware of their own circumstance. So the moment one angel is communicating differently from another angel, these are two different spirits, or else they'd be communicating as the same angel. Unless like the story is very specifically that you have like 10 angels and they're all saying their expressions of one individual, and thus they're basically just like 10 bodies communicating one form of consciousness, then fine. But like, no. At one point, you're like, that's just a different way of asking if we all came from the same source, which I feel like you already did. So at one point, we're all gods and goddesses one. No. They have always been separate. I'm telling you right now, the point of the universe is that it connects separate spaces. My space has always been and will forever be separate from yours. Always. This is why we have to create something. And the first creation that makes all creations possible is the universe. Your own universe is your soul. So if you don't use your soul to connect with your own idea, your own ego, you're not going to create the circumstance where you can express yourself with others. So that's the point. Like, everyone is an individual. So this is why I have to be here as a messenger of Mercury, letting you know that Thoth, Hermes, Odin, Ningazita, Zoroaster, all these different guys, they're all connected by Mercury. Like, they're all expressions of one individual. And now you can go on the internet and see how that's backed up, and that's true. And that's like what the whole internet says. Again, I mean, what Thoth, Anubis, they fuse, they become Hermanubis. I'm using Thoth because it's English. I really do prefer Tahuti. But I know people recognize Thoth better. There's ignorance in you. I can see it, but you don't care. That's hilarious. So you're the Shiva person that's like asking me about fasting and stuff. So you've been here eating my knowledge, but you're telling me there's ignorance in me. I guess, what am I ignorant of? Because we've already talked about spirituality, and we've talked a good amount about kind of what you believe. But again, obviously you're here to consume and then tell me that I'm ignorant because you just have to self-reflect. Cool. Put more comments down. Shiva, let me know. What's my ignorance? What's the ignorance in me? You can see it. What do you see? Don't just be up here talking garbage and not back it up. All right. So I really will listen to you. Love to listen. Let me know. Where's my ignorance? We used to be stars. Bigger. That's hilarious, Chantel. I'm sure he cares none about your perspective, but here I am caring about his perspective, right? And I totally appreciate you backing me up there. But I do care about his perspective. I care about everyone's perspective, because the whole point is your perspective is what's building the universe. So all of us as individuals have our own individual perspective on our own space, but we have to create something to share that perspective. So if people have this perspective that's like, we're not individuals creating the universe, I'm really interested what their perspective is. You feel me? Because all they're going to do is project at us their beliefs. And they're going to tell us that we need to worship their idea of how we all got here and blah, blah, blah. So like, I invite that. Like, please. Water connects life. There we go. I like that. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Water is death. Fire is life. Thus, water connects life. Water allows life to exist. This is why all life is water-based. All life is individuals expressing themselves, but they can only express themselves if they're connected, right? Otherwise, you're expressing yourself to nothing. It's that simple. You're expressing yourself in your own space, and it's that simple, and you're alone. So for sure, water has memory. Absolutely. You just come on and start saying things. Come on, be calm. And it's funny because this Shiva person, again, they've been like talking to me about fasting. They've been on my page, like asking me about spirituality. So I kind of thought like they were resonating with me, but for them to be like, there's ignorance in you, I can see it, but you don't care. That's a lot of projection. I do care if there's ignorance in me. That's why I'm asking you about what you see. But of course, if you're literally going to say the statement, there's ignorance in you, I can see it, but you don't care, you're just talking to yourself. Like you're literally just telling me that you can see the ignorance in me, but I don't care about it. All because you're so ignorant. You've been here consuming my shit while acting like you're not. What? So talk to me, Shiva. Unless you left already, you probably already left. So fuck, that's life. But hey, this is just learning lessons for all of us then. Learning lessons for everyone who taps into this live stream when I upload it, as you just keep going forward in the world, right? And just keep moving forward, because that's fire. We're moving into the future forever. It's never gonna stop. Fire is always expanding the water. That's why the universe is air, constantly playing out as communication. You see this? So hey, who cares? So my body is not a prison, it's an escape. Yes. It is really about all how you look at it. It really is an escape though. I really love that. Ethereal angel of death. Yes. The whole point is that the body allows you to be aware of spaces outside of yourself. So think of like you have to use your body to go on trips, right? Like if you want to take a trip outside of your own space, you're going to use a body to do that. Otherwise, you would just be a conscious spirit communicating inside of your own space. But you wouldn't be able to communicate with other consciousnesses in the universe if your consciousness wasn't anchored to a body, right? Like imagine if my mind and your mind, we were just in one room without bodies. Like we wouldn't be communicating through anything. So that's where air always makes earth, to stabilize its communication. So you know that my body is not me. You know that my mind is moving my body so that I can express something through it. But then that's where you know that I'm using my body to make my mind relatable. So now we have the balance of you using your own body and how you've connected with this language to relate with how I'm communicating through the body. But I am not my communication. I am not the body. I'm not my soul. I'm not how I connect with myself, and I'm not my ego. I am the observer of my own circumstances. And I know that my circumstances are separate from all others because no one is in control of my circumstances but me. That's why I can tell you that no one's in control of your circumstances but you on a spiritual level. Physically, because you chose to get connected with circumstances outside of yourself, now you're not in control. Like I'm not in control of how people want to use money to tell me that my ancestors are worth $100, so now they can steal everything that they want. Like, that's something I'm not in control of. I am in control of how I connect with this circumstance. So that's like this life. Like, I'm connecting with this circumstance of genocide and slavery. I'm not in control of how it happened or that it happened, but I am in control of how I connect with the universe at this time. So the point of this body is that I'm able to literally, escape my own space. Now I'm able to feel like I'm here, right? I'm able to feel like I can travel other places, and I'm never my spirit, even though I'm always my spirit, right? Like, I'm never not in my own space. But the point of this body, it allows us to project out of life. Now we're our own project, our projection. So our whole life is a project that we're making by stepping out of our space from wearing our jeans. Everything is made up of characters and letters. For sure. Great. Yeah, big great. Absolutely. Life is great. You're a great teacher. Thank you. Hey, thank you, one to come. I appreciate that. Where can I listen to your podcast? Link in my bio. All right. Synchronicity page. So you're going to go to chaseyourgenes.com. You're going to go to the spirituality section or the CymaTree section. It's one of those. You're going to see that there's a synchronicity podcast. All the podcast episodes are there. So you can just like very easily, boom, tap in. It's very atmospheric. You know, again, I made this podcast as someone who grew up loving podcasts. So if you're someone who really enjoys podcasts, then I made this for you. I think people with Virgo really like podcasts. So especially if you have like Virgo energy, you're probably going to like a podcast or whatever the fuck. But the point of the podcast really is that I can speak way more freely than I can up here. I can't speak freely up here. I've dealt too much with TikTok shutting me down, cutting me off, blocking my account, blah, all that. So podcast, link in bio. Also YouTube, CYMATREE. The principle of casualty are facts. I see what you're saying. Gang, awareness and conscious, collective consciousness. So the universe itself has its own soul. The universe itself is created by all of our souls coming together. So the universe itself is not its own soul. Like, the universe is a reflection of your soul connecting with other souls. So this is why, like, we're creating the universe right now, because you have your own universe. I have my own universe. Everyone in this chat has their own universe, and we're coming together to create the universe, which allows all of us to express and connect our egos together. So now we can relate inside of this structure because we related with ourselves enough to create a structure that we can pay attention to. So now the more we pay attention to this universe, the more we can communicate inside of it. So if I separate my mind from my body, I'm going to stop paying attention to this simulation and I'm going to go to a different simulation. Now, all these simulations exist in the universe, but then this is, again, like, that's the difference of earth and water. Simulations are earth, the universe is water. All earth has to come out of water. So that's why the whole idea of planets being earth are that they stabilize life in the universe. But the universe is the water that makes life possible, right? So that's why, like, everything's connected by the universe, but you're not experiencing a stable life if you're not on earth in that way. Just subscribe to my YouTube. Gang, way to go. This is about to be a really good decision for your awakening, because I straight up know who I am. Yeah. You're amazing, brother. I truly appreciate you and how you express yourself. Thank you, one to come. Do you have a soulmate who's on your level of thinking? Man, you know, there have been a good amount of girls who say that they're my soulmate. And I've learned very much that women just want to connect so hard that they're willing to throw out this word of soulmate. And I just have to then, like, dissect what a soulmate is. A real soulmate, would be someone that you vibe with so much that you feel like you can be alone together and completely support each other in being alone together. That's like what a soulmate is. So I would imagine that for me to have a female counterpart who's my soulmate, she would have to be able to communicate on this level. And she would have to be doing this, like what I'm doing as an individual. I haven't seen that. So every girl that I connect with is a girl who wants to be on my level. But then it almost always devolves into demonic energy of me figuring out why they want to be on my level. And it's just like them like trapping me in their water and then like consuming me inside of their water. And then it's like up to me to separate or whatever. That being said, all right, I said all that, okay? But that being said, women as water are essential to make men real. Okay, so this is why men are walking fires and women are walking waters, basically. And now we can apply everything we know about fire and water to male and female relationships. I can write infinite books on that shit about male and female relationships and how they play out and stuff. But when you know that it's coming from fire and water, you have that right vision. You have the right perspective from seeing how the pyramid spreads out forever. It's about knowing that you're not building the pyramid from the bottom up, because that means it ends. My pyramids never end. You feel me? So my pyramids are built from the top down, and it's a constant expansion. Like, think about Goku doing a Kamehameha. Does that energy ever really end? Or does it just disperse and transform to add on to the universe? Shout out Dragon Ball Z. So you can look up Thoth and see that he has a female counterpart named Sashat. I'm literally living with her. So this is like my awakening journey. I can't run away from being Thoth. I can't run away from being Hermes. I can't run away from being Mercury. Anubis literally brought Sashat into my life in a way that has us building what we're building together. So like, she's been helping me on the website and everything, because originally I was doing this alone and it wasn't making sense. So I was a man in my fire doing all this alone. But Anubis brought the right woman into my life to help make my fire more real and realized. And then at the same time, I'm the right man for her because my ideas are the stability that she wants to support so that she can live the life of her dreams. And then this is how men and women work. So literally, this is where if I was in my own soul, I would not have connected to her. I literally need Anubis to connect me with people. I won't give a fuck about anybody. Like, I literally don't even give a fuck about my own soulmate if I don't have my dog reminding me how to care about people. You know, like, and I built Mercury because I care about people, but I care about people in the way of like, I want to create something that allows you to learn. But if you don't care about yourself, then why should I care about you? That's why my structure is alone, but my structure is observing the universe. So it's just connected enough to watch how spirits are creating life through the whole universe. And I can keep learning from that. But I'm not so connected that I'm trying to change other people. But then this is where water, the point is, you do have the power to change people. And Anubis shows me the importance of the nuance of that, right? Like, this is why if I wasn't up here doing this live, I technically would not be changing your life in this way, right? So this is Anubis teaching me about water. Anubis is like, hey, bro, Mercury doesn't exist alone. You do know you have to connect with spirits outside of yourself in a soulful way, right? It can't be based in fire, it can't be based in air, and it can't be based in earth. Like, you do know you need to also use water to connect, right? Like, you gotta vibe. And I'm like, but bro, that's hell. That's me being trapped in the emotions of others. Because it's like, when we really think about relationships and soulmates and having the right partner, like, it's so easy to date someone or get married to someone who's like always putting their best foot forward, but they don't actually love themselves. And they're not actually like self-sustaining inside of their own circumstance. So it's like really, really like, I don't know. I've just been traumatized in my life, I guess. I'm probably speaking from a lot of past life trauma of dealing with people who lie. And I dealt with that in this life. So not even past life from before this life, past life before my awakening in this life, through fucking college and high school, of dealing with girls who would act like they cared more about being healthy and spiritual than they really did. And it's just a microcosm of all my past lives, where people want to act like they care more about this spirituality stuff than they really do. Because really what people care most about is just being connected. And that's where I hate water. You feel me? That's where like I hate like, okay, so earth, I'm earth. I'm way more earth instead of water, because the point of water is that you're connecting with a space outside of yourself. But earth is about connecting with a space inside of yourself. That's why I'm building this live stream that makes way more sense than any religion that's stolen my ideas. Because instead of connecting with other people, instead of going to those churches, trying to fight them, like, you guys stole from me, that would be me being water. So I'm actually chaotic, right? So my fire turns into water. And I feel like I need to go communicate with the people who stole everything from me. That makes no sense. Instead, I'm earth. I'm not in that water element. I'm just going to connect with myself about the world I'm in. That's going to make way more sense than all the systems that are causing the problems that we're suffering inside of this world, or whatever the fuck. So like, that's just my relationship with the elements. Literally, that's my relationship with like why I built Mercury. Like, I don't give a fuck about water. I want earth. I need practicality. I need stability. I need a structure I can stand on. That's always going to come out of water, but it's not water. Right? It's about actually being logical and actually making sense inside of yourself. So when you decide to step into the universe, when you decide to connect with other people, you're the one who's bringing the sense. And life always makes sense because you know who you are. So, I mean, whatever. Like, I don't have a soulmate who's on my level of thinking, basically. It's fine. It's fine. I'm a Leo. Is that bad or good? It's whatever you want it to be, one to come. A Leo. Okay, so as a Taurus, I'm going to say it's bad. Ha 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 ha. Because Tauruses and Leos have beef. So I'm a Taurus. I like being a Taurus. You being a Leo, that sucks. Fuck you. But the point of Leo is that Leo is hilarious. All right, whatever. The universe did teach me to hate Leos. And it's because Leos are like super narcissistic. Leos are like really, Leo is fixed fire energy. So when you understand the elements of what's at play, now you understand. So Leo as fixed fire is like pure imagination. So people who resonate with Leo, they resonate with expressing their imagination and being seen as a star. So this is why like Leos, if you look at like most bands or like the head singer or like the main lead person in any band, they're almost always going to be a Leo. Almost always. And like big dancers, like even my cousin, she likes to be on the stage way more than my other cousin. I have two little cousins. One is a Scorpio, one is a Leo. I promise you, the Scorpio prefers to be unseen, just like water. The Scorpio would rather make art. Literally, like my Scorpio cousin would rather dive into her emotions and make art and be more supportive. Whereas my Leo cousin, she wants to express her light, and that manifests as her doing gymnastics and dancing. And now she's constantly radiating her imagination. So this is like the fire and water. So Leo is so obsessed with being seen that Leo is a very narcissistic sign, because all Leo cares about is seeing itself. So this is why Leos are like as fixed fire. They're going to be the main element that is narcissistic, is consumptive, right? It's like a lion. It's a beast, a ravenous beast that like will just keep eating reality and never be satiated. It will never be satisfied. So that's like the negative side of Leo. Just letting you know, the energy though of Leo is your imagination. That's all. So it's not bad or good. But my point as a Taurus is that Leos are narcissistic because they aren't building a structure out of their imagination. So Taurus is fixed earth. It's like, it's about building a structure that supports your own imagination. So instead of projecting out your imagination for others to see, how about you just look at your own imagination and build, you know, like just, oh, I don't need other people to see my imagination. I don't give a fuck. I'll just look at this and build. That's a Taurus. And that's why Tauruses, everyone needs a Taurus. because there's always going to be that spirit in the universe who built something before you. Always. Oh, there's always that spirit who got into their Taurus energy in the universe before you, and they're like, let me just build something out of my imagination. So instead of being a Leo, instead of being fixed fire, they're fixed earth. And now they're stable inside themselves. And that's how Mercury was built. So Mercury, the sun energy of Mercury is Taurus because it's stable, boom, practical simulation. The soul energy of Mercury is Virgo because it's being created from a very analytical space. It's being created from a very mutable earth space. It's like constant shifting plate tectonics of logic. And then the atmosphere, the observer, the spirits that are communicating the structure into existence are spirits that overall resonate as Geminis. And then that's why Gemini is mutable air, and it's really, Gemini is like the big energy about like open communication and like sharing all ideas and whatever. I'm a Luna. I've been a messenger since 2013, and I'm a Virgo. Bet. Yeah, this is definitely in line with me right now. Thank you, out here doing God's work. Absolutely, Chantel. The real God's work. Oh, the real God's work. We know. We know. Want to do a 40-day fast with me this year, homie? I would love to, Soul Alchemist. I would love to. 40-day fast? Yes. I recently learned the difference between soulmate and twin flame. Oh, I'm about to get into that, but I'll get into it after you say it. So type to me what you learned, and then I'll build off of that real quick, Chantel. Katara. Shout out Katara. Shout out Avatar. What to do to not lose muscle mass when fasting? I'm already slim built. Focus on not losing muscle mass. Use your ability to communicate, to cultivate an atmosphere where you're telling your body that you want to keep muscle. That's basically like how I stay the way I look. Even though like I'm pretty skinny, I'm very skinny, you know, but like at the same time, like as far as how much I fast is technically, people would think that I'm skinnier is all, basically. But the whole point is that it's like Spider-Man strength. I love Spider-Man. All right. Spider-Man's because I love myself. And that's why I've had to realize after all this time. But whatever. The point is I've had my love for myself trapped by Spider-Man. And I love the idea of Hermes in general being gymnastic, being as strong as possible while being as small as possible. Like, I don't like that bodybuilding, powerlifting, big muscle shit. I want muscles that do a lot while being flexible and small. Like Bruce Lee. Shout out Bruce Lee forever. Even though he should have said be like air. He said be like water. But I get what he's saying. Okay, but he really should have kind of been saying be like air for his analogy to fully work. I'm a retired professional magician for over 30 years on stage. That makes sense as a Leo. Literally, one to come, absolutely. Absolutely. Leos are always on stage. All right, so Leo, as a Leo, you are the star. Like, you resonate with being the star of your life. So that's hilarious that you are a professional magician for over 30 years. Absolutely, bro. You can't run away from your chart. You feel me? It's just amazing that we're not in a society that teaches us about our astrology charts. So once you learn about your chart, you can learn way more about why you move the way you do. Like, why'd you live the life that you live? Like, my whole life, high school, college, grade school, all that, I didn't give a fuck about astrology. I was just taught that I was a Taurus. And I thought that astrology was really stupid because this society would just be like, here's your horoscope. If you're a Taurus, it's this. I'm like, this is stupid. And then I would read all the horoscopes. And I'm like, this applies to me. I'm every sign. Like, every sign applies to me. And then that would be my gripe growing up about astrology. Like, astrology is stupid. Every sign applies to me. But now I get it more. Like, the whole point is that your chart, okay? Because it took me, what happened was, my friend Neha, when I was in the middle of my 24-day fast, she like came to me in my room, and it was a whole synchronistic thing of her like keying into my room because she didn't think anyone was there, but I was the last RA. I was still living in the building or whatever, and she taught me about astrology. She was like, you know, like you have a chart with your signs and blah, I can show you. And then she showed me that like the planets are bigger. So this was me back senior year of college. So that was when my spirit used my good friend Neha to bring astrology to my awareness. And then I started to learn about the moon and the ascendant and the sun. And now I'm like, oh, so I'm not just a Taurus. You're saying that these planets represent different aspects of my emotional state, and it's way more complex. And then it just became a complex thing. So it's been a journey of me decolonizing my mind in the way that I thought about stuff from this world, which is why I can talk about it like this. This is why I'm very passionate about people's minds being colonized by this world, because I've been there. I've just lived the whole life. Agreed, fibrous muscles are bomb. Will keep in my mind to meditate on my body to keep muscle. Is Chantel gone? Because I want Chantel to let me know the difference between a soulmate and a twin flame. But if she's not here, then I'm gonna just say it, whatever. But I just wanted her to, because she's like typing it right now. Chantel, okay, thank you. Woo, okay, it's so long to explain, but basically, all right, she's here. Take your time explaining that. You have the stage. I'll be back. I gotta get some water. I'm gonna get some plants in me, and we're gonna read what you say the difference between a twin flame and a soulmate is. You keep deleting, you got time. Gang, gang. Oh. Oh. Water for me, yeah. Gang, gang. Back with the water. All right, bet. Take nothing for granted. And that's funny as fuck. You can think of nothing as your spirit. So taking your spirit for granted is like, that's the only thing you can take for granted. Literally. You experiencing anything means that it's happening inside of space. That's the one thing you can take for granted for sure. All right, so a soulmate is the soul that was with you when Source created you. And twin flame is the sparks that came from your spark. Sort of say. So y'all share the same spark. Yeah, we're going to have to do a hard disagree. We're going to have to do a hard disagree. Thank you for sharing. Let's build on that. Well, hold up. One to come says, every day I keep seeing 11, 555. Getting more prevalent. What's the universe trying to tell you? So that's your spirit building a relationship with you with numbers. So it's not necessarily the universe trying to tell you anything. It's your spirit using the universe to talk with yourself. So whatever relationship you have with these numbers, that is what your spirit is trying to send to you. But technically 555 to you doesn't mean 555 to me. Now, I'm letting you know that 5 is the energy of family and death and transformation. So one could universally say that if you're seeing 555, that is going to deal with the energy of transformation. If you're seeing 11, that would deal with the energy of individuals building a structure, because that's coming into 4 ones building a box, or the number 4. And then that's where 5, 10, 15, boom, 6. So 555 would be about death or transformation into a new creation, which really that's what sex is. It's constant death and transformation. So 5, 10, 15, 6, whatever. Should I throw away all my food so I can fast? Maybe. Maybe you should want to come. Link in my bio. If you're interested in fasting, all right, we have our fasting courses, okay? You don't have to do it alone. I did it alone for years, so you don't have to. All right, you're saying you want to pay me to hang out with me for a week. It sounds like you want to fast. If we were hanging out, we'd be fasting, all right? So link in the bio, check out the course. All right, we got hella wisdom, so much that, again, I can't even get into here. That you're in tune with the universe. I think also some change in your life. Yeah, so when you're seeing numbers, it is about a message, because it's like this angle. So it's about this light. And what does this angle mean to you? What does this number mean to you? And then that's your spirit communicating with your ego inside of your body, right? So you, as the ego, experiencing the body, you are not aware of what your spirit is aware of. Your spirit is aware of way more shit than your ego experiencing the body, because the body is way lower vibration than your spirit. So if your spirit is seeing some shit that wants to communicate to you, it will use the body to do so, because your ego is limited down here. So now that's where you start to get the numbers and see synchronicities. That's the idea of synchronicities in general, and nothing being a coincidence, because it's always about you as a spirit creating the body. So you know that nothing is the coincidence. Nothing, your space, is what everything is happening inside of, because your whole awareness is limited to what your space wants to connect to. So now your space is the coincidence. Came from your spark, so to say. So y'all share the same spark. I think I said that right off. Yeah. Okay, so Chantel, let's talk. Let's talk real quick. Because We already had a conversation. You hopped on a live the other day, and we already had a conversation about how we're all individuals and we're not from the same source. And that the idea that we're from the same source is literally just the same exact idea as Christianity, or in general, monotheism. Is in general a monotheistic idea that you are one expression of one God. So it doesn't matter who you are or what you're doing, this one God owns you. And that's basically like the energy that you're giving me with a soulmate is a soul that was with you when Source created you. But let's translate source. Source is your source. So like there's no one source. This is why I as an individual am so passionate about letting you know that I am my own source. And thus I can let you know about spirituality, because everyone is their own source. Like everyone is their own origin point. Like you are your own space. There's no better space. I prefer the word space. My name is Chase. I prefer the word space. But your space is where your source is contained. So whatever your source is, that's you. But that doesn't mean that the moment you use your source to connect to the universe, that you have to tell me I'm an expression of your source. That's narcissistic now. Now you're whitewashing me. Now you're colonizing me. Now you're trying to project your imagination onto me to tell me that I was created by your ideas, when that's not true. It's just not true, fundamentally. So, no, a soulmate would not be the soul that was with you when Source created you. No one was with you when you created yourself. That's why you want to connect so hard on these ideas. You know, that's why you don't want to be alone so hard, to where you can create this kind of energy to be like, I'm not really alone. We're all created by one source. But that's you alone trying to connect. And I'm letting you know the elements of how you're doing that. Like, how are you connecting and what are you using to connect? So the only way you could possibly connect on the idea that we were all created by one thing is that you already created your own individuality, and you felt like you wanted to feel more like you were created by someone else than yourself. But you had to create yourself to get to the point where you could feel like you didn't create yourself. You get what I'm saying? Like, you get what I'm saying? You had to create yourself to get to the point where you can emotionally manipulate your own soul to believe that you are not created by yourself. So now you can speak English and you can get lost in the world and get lost on the internet to learn how the people who made English actually created everything. And that's like all these different like layers of like how they get us to regurgitate this belief. So then you say a twin flame is the sparks that come from your spark. No. So your spark is your fire. And when we know that your fire is your ego, no one has your spark, Chantel. Like, your spark is individual to you. So here's what a twin flame is, okay? Now I'm about to tell you with the right perspective, the right starting point, how a twin flame and a soulmate actually develop. Like, a twin flame is related with fire, right? A soulmate would be related with water, right? So we can see that a twin flame is someone who you feel like relates on the same imagination as you. So this is how Anubis is my twin flame. And Anubis connects me to my soulmates, because I don't really fuck with water like that. And a soulmate is water energy. So I would rather have a twin flame. And this is where I'm letting you know that a twin flame is when you and another spirit both have the same ideas about life to the point where you connect on that shit really hard. So because Anubis and I both have the same idea about the universe, we become psychopomps. And now we're twin flames. So we can both bring our fire into one body of water and create our own universes. We can create our own simulations. His water plus my earth equals life. 2 + 4 is 6. Boom, we got our simulation. Now consciousness develops out of that. So that's the point of a twin flame. where he and I both have our own individual ideas about life, and then we make that real together. A soulmate comes after that, right? So that's why Anubis, as my twin flame, will show me the girls in my life that are actually soulmates and like who I'm actually connected with. I trust my dog to vibe and get me connected to who I can actually trust. Who can I actually trust? Anubis sees a lot, so he lets me know. Who can I actually trust? All right, he's in the subconscious world. That's why he's dead. All right, we're blinded here in the conscious world. We're experiencing life, but the people who are in the astral realm, the spirits in the astral realm, are making this life possible. So Anubis is making my life possible right now. Atlantis and Mercury are making my life possible. That's all the astral realm connections I'm literally communicating from into here. So then that's where, based on my twin flame, now I'm creating the circumstance where I can vibe and perhaps get a soulmate. So this is a soulmate is after the fire. A soulmate comes when you have your own feeling of how you connect with your own individuality to the point where you feel like someone can mate your soul, right? So the only way you could have a mate to your soul is if you had a soul, and a soul is literally created from the ego. You see that? So the soul is the water that makes your ego real. So a soulmate is someone that validates your ego. Right? Like basically a soulmate is someone who vibes with you so much. They're like, hey, I believe in you. And you're like, thanks. You believe in me so much. You must be my soulmate. Look at that. And that's it. Like that's the energy. But that's like the difference of a twin flame versus a soulmate. A twin flame is someone who you're on like a mission with. Like Anubis and I are on the same cosmic mission forever and ever. So that's where our flames are twins. Like our fire can come together as one. Both of our individualities can come together into literally Hermanubis. And now you can look us up in the Vatican. You can look up Hermanubis, see that our twin flame energy literally turns into a psychopomp. Now you know where Goku and Vegeta get Gogeta. Or in general, now you know the esoteric meaning of the fusion dance. Literally came from us. It's hilarious. And it's so annoying how I'm not in my ego when I say that. Like, it's just shit that I have to see when I'm connected to the universe like this. And I know that I'm in the simulation where all these ideas that people believe in are way older. They're from these ancient cultures. They're from us as the older civilization. But it's just all been whitewashed and regurgitated in a way that makes money. And that's where now we get all these infinite shows, right? And infinite separation and just infinite everything separation. That's physical reality, infinite separation. But it's all only possible because people got connected in the spirit realm. All right, so I'm letting you know, like, that's a soulmate versus a twin flame. All right, a twin flame is someone who supports the same fire as you. A soulmate is someone that after you support the same fire, you feel like you can vibe. So someone who's your soulmate, they aren't necessarily your twin flame. A twin flame is a soulmate, but a twin flame is bigger than a soulmate. So like, I wouldn't call Anubis my soulmate. He's my twin flame, but he makes every soulmate possible. And I mean, I won't say every soulmate, and let me not give them that. I make the soulmates possible, obviously, but my soul is so invested in my work that my only real soulmates are going to be souls that are in Atlantis, honestly, and like really resonate with like getting connected in the universe in a way that makes sense. Because that shows me that we're already in vibrational alignment to build something together. So like awareness. Yeah, that makes sense. I have a lot of water in my chart. There we go, Chantel. Absolutely. So now you understand that a little more. You literally got a lot of water in your chart. So that means you're really focused. This live stream is for you. This live stream is about humans and demons and in general the difference and how they're both possible because of water. So a demon is earth, a human is air, and Lucifer is water. So what happens is humans are naturally Luciferian because we're connecting right now. So we're connecting by communicating. But humans become demonic when they feel like they are the body that they created to connect, right? So I'm going to become demonic if I actually feel like I am this body that I created to connect with you. The moment I feel like I am this thing, now I'm literally lost in a demon world. Like literally, that's what it means to be demonic. And then that's why earth in general is like demonic energy. And then water in general is Luciferian energy. And then humans in general are the air energy. And then God in general is the fire energy. And it plays out as God making Lucifer, so God and Lucifer can create humans that become demonic. And that's like the whole Bible. I just broke down like the whole story of the Bible elementally, like real simple. Everything else is details of how this energy plays out. And this is you building a body. So when you have a lot of water in your chart, that's you wanting to connect a lot with others. Whereas earth is you wanting to connect with yourself. So demon energy is earth energy because it's about building a structure that represents how you connect with yourself. This is why demons are not like negative. The point is the body's negative, right? So the body separates your awareness from your space. So you become a demon when you separate yourself from your space. But as far as the universe, as far as like elementally, like Mercury is big earth energy. Thus Mercury is full of demons, by the way. That's why CymaTree has the teeth. Demons in general have like teeth. Demons in general look kind of scary. The point is we know that we create our body to connect. And so we're going to do that in conscious ways. And then that's where we get called demonic because there's a lot of witchcraft going on or whatever the fuck. But the point is to not be lost in the body. The point is knowing that you created the body to connect with other souls. Okay, so when you know your soul is your water and your body is your earth, now you can understand why I as Mercury resonate way more with earth than water. I don't have water in my chart because I'd much rather be connected to myself than someone else. So that's where water goes outward to connect with other things, but earth goes inward to connect with itself. Hence, Taurus being fixed earth, it builds a structure that supports its own soul. It supports its own voice, thus its own expression. And then by doing that, it creates an environment where spirits that vibe with its soul can get connected. This is literally how trees grow, right? So this is why simulations are Taurus energy. The Taurus is a toroid because the more you get connected to the simulation, the more you're helping grow it. But the only reason you could connect to nature was because a spirit was creating that nature first. So it always takes a spirit creating the nature to feel like connecting with someone else. But that is first going to be earth, because really what makes this natural environment possible, there's a reason we call this planet Earth. It's called Earth because it's meant to trap your water. So your water is your soul. So even though this planet is 70% water, we're calling it Earth because the people that made this English language want us to only relate on Earth. So now we feel like we are the body. You see the witchcraft that's at play just simply like based on how we speak. Once you understand the elements of like what this all means and everything. So it's just about knowing that your body is your ability to stabilize your space. That's all. So once you have a body that lets you stabilize your space, you can connect with others in a way that's beneficial for yourself. So Mercury is a body of Earth that is created from my space, choosing to connect the way that it connects with others with itself in a way that makes sense. And then that would literally be you building any kind of business, like any business that you have in your whole life. You're literally trying to make sense out of how you connect with others based on yourself, right? But you had to know who you were first. So you couldn't build any kind of business if you didn't know you had a business. So we're literally just talking about the spiritual nature of you realizing that you have something, and that something would be a soul. But then you realizing that is the spirit experiencing yourself as an ego inside of that soul. And if you want to communicate the business that you have, that would be you creating a consciousness that can breathe. So now once you want to communicate the business you have, you can breathe life into anything. And now, boom, here you are as a walking human, very lit. How do I find my purpose? I'm stuck. Bro, link in bio. Big time, hit me up. In general, that's what water fasting is about. Water fasting is literally, because you said you did like circus performing for like 30 years and shit, or like you were a magician for 30 years, your Leo ass, but you don't know what your purpose is. Definitely hit me up. And in general, just know that water fasting is going to be involved, help you evolve in actually being able to connect with whatever you want to do, right? Because no one in the world is going to be able to tell you what you want to do. No one in my family, no one in my friend group, no one in the universe can tell me who I am except my spirit. So that's where I'm always going to be separate as God. I'm just not in my ego or narcissistic thinking that I is God am responsible for you, because that would defeat the purpose of organically communicating in a space where I want to connect with other individuals. And that really, it's really stupid. That's how we know that this world is ran by narcissists who just steal everything from people that they want to lie and murder and ignore, whatever the fuck. So, hey, I can totally understand why you don't know what your purpose is. This world literally has no purpose right now. Like, all these jobs are purposeless. This government is purposeless. If anything, the purpose is to cause climate change. The whole purpose is to make money and consume what was already created. That's why they're acting like they're making more things. But what they're making is saying that they need to destroy this planet and go to Mars because that's progress. How? See, like, this shit's so stupid here. So stupid. You have asked me what sleep paralysis is like 7 times, and I answered you. And now you're back. Sleep paralysis is when you become aware of your body without being able to communicate into it. God damn. What, do you want me to go further? You want me to say you got possessed by a demon? Fine. Sleep paralysis can happen if you get possessed by a demon and for some reason this other demon has more control over your body than you. Like, is that like the answer you wanted to hear? Like I said what sleep paralysis was earlier. I gave you a basic scientific explanation. If you want some spiritual shit, fine. Okay, cool, nice, yes. There you go. Scientifically, you can become aware of your body before your brain fully wakes up. You can become aware of your body before your brain fully starts to be able to create and control the connections in your body. So you feel like you're paralyzed, and that's scary. Spiritually, if you see a demon standing over your bed, you may be getting seized by some random shit. All right. And you might be in a bind, and you might be observing something that is just you're in a bind. All right. There's no better way to say it. You're in a bind, right? That's what it feels like. Your body's bound up and you're watching the bind, and all you can do is vibrate out of those chains. Okay. So if you find yourself paralyzed, stay calm, know that you have a soul, know that your soul is your vibration, and then know that no matter what chains someone puts on you, if you can vibrate at a high enough frequency, you'll break those chains. And then that manifests as you taking control of your body again. So I'm about to hop off of here, but before I do, I just want to conclude. Gang. Yeah, Chantel, that made sense. Of course, I'm letting you know, right? Soulmates and twin flames. Twin flame is the fire. The soulmate is the water. The twin flame, me and Anubis are twin flames because our imaginations vibe that hard that there's no room for feelings. It's just us as men hanging out. So now as a boy, I'm about to start crying right now. This is so funny. It's probably just his soul shit. It's just a boy and his dog. I don't need anyone. I just need my dog, bro. Like, and then that's twin flame shit. And then we build realities together. A soulmate is someone that you meet once you start expressing your flame, right? So once you start expressing your flame, that's only possible through a soul, which means that you're using your artistic expression of who you are as God to create the circumstances where you can vibe with people that you feel like you would call a soulmate. But like that's the difference. Then that's where you call someone a soulmate. But it took you having your own flame and expressing your own ideas to even feel like someone could get who you are. Otherwise, you don't have an idea of who you are to feel like someone can get it, you know? Hey, thank you, one to come. Value your time and point of view. Forever grateful for helping me with my journey. Do you come online the same time every day? I do not. I come online when I'm supposed to or whatever. But again, you're trying to actually like talk to me privately. So hit me up in my website. Okay. You can just like email, send something in the contact form, and we can get connected privately. Like obviously there's a whole algorithm separating me from you. Like I can't speak freely here. It makes no sense. I tried that before. It gets me taken. So you can hit me up privately. All right. Website's there. My contact page is there. All right. Let me know what you want to talk about. All right. My rates are not up there because I did not add them yet. I've been adding other spiritual pages. I'm talking about like colors and zodiacs and whatever. Regardless, we'll get there. All right. Just hit me up. Okay. So before we hop off, the point is humans are air, demons are earth, humans are communication, and demons are structure. So every time someone is a demon, that's because their mind is lost inside of a structure. And because they're lost in a structure, all they see is darkness. They can't see the light. Think of the fire as a light. Because they're trapped in a structure, it's just all darkness. And then that's where they become demonic. Like demons are constantly looking for God because they don't know that they're God. And this is like the whole thing with religion. So it's going to keep happening. Of course, TikTok is demonic as fuck. I mean, TikTok, this is an app where I'm about to get mad. Let me not get mad. This is an app where they shut me down as a black man for saying the N-word. But then after they shut me down, they're going to show me a video of a white guy saying the N-word and then getting beat up by another black guy. And that's okay. And like, they're going to tell me that my video is hate speech and my video is inciting violence because I'm talking about the history of the N-word. But the video of the white man actually calling a black man the N-word and then getting beat up, that's not hateful. That's not violent. That's TikTok. That's the atmosphere I'm in. That's what I'm dealing with. So I know where I'm at and I got to curate my communication. If you want to speak freely with me, whatever, again, website. But obviously TikTok, demonic as fuck. Everyone is going to keep hopping up on here. I'm going to be dealing with demons. I'll just be happy, whatever, cutting up demons because demons are going to be up here telling me I'm demonic. And then that's where you get people like that Shiva guy who's been following me, who's been commenting and like communicating with me on my content and stuff. But then he's still going to turn around and say, there's ignorance in you. I see it and you don't care. Bro, I care enough to remember that you said that right now to make it a point. So like, again, that's just someone in their demon energy where I remember him consuming a good amount of my information, a good amount of my knowledge, and he's going to tell me I'm the demon. So that's the world I'm dealing with. As Metatron, I know that. As Enoch, I know that. As Hermes, I know that. As Tahuti, I know that. As Odin, I know that. As Quetzalcoatl, I know that. As Zoroaster, I know that. As Idris, I know that. I have to create myself before I can exist. But the moment I create myself, everyone wants to eat me. And they're going to tell me that I didn't create myself so they can justify eating me. This is why America is built on cannibalism. Like, this is why the Illuminati, cannibalism, right? Like, this is like the whole thing is these entities being lost in consumption, being lost in eating something because they feel like they need something and they don't know that they created that something to express themselves. It's like a total mindset shift. Mindset shift. So yeah, life is about perspective, of course. Everyone has their individual thing. You're tuned to a whole different level. Phone died. Now you're back. Don't worry, Chantel. Don't worry. Glad to have crossed paths with me. I'm glad that you have crossed paths with me. You can get this whole live on YouTube. Okay, so CymaTree. I'm uploading all the lives there. So all this gets documented, right? Like you sharing that superpowered man. Chantel, type his name in real quick, please. What was the name of that superhero guy who you said got his heart ripped out of his chest and he like woke up saying to give his heart back? And he like got cut up by blades and you said that they saw his body piecing together. Because you talked about it in the other live, but I didn't get to write it down. Gang. Gang. Thank you. Yeah, people are about to learn about that. So, this is a demon. All right, a demon is someone who's trapped in a structure to where they can't perceive your own individuality. So, I literally can't be a demon if I'm just gonna like cut this up real quick. People can call me a demon, whatever. I have to use demonic energy to connect with you, aka I have to use a body to connect with you. I, as the angel of, as Metatron, Mercury, as the mind of Mercury. Like, again, I'm bigger than all these labels. Like, I'm not, that's where like, I don't care about holding on to them. It's just, I have to express myself through them. But then I'm letting you know, like, bro, I'm Chase Clarence Calloway. I'm the CymaTree. I'm a whole new artist. We don't even have to talk about that shit, but we do, because it's what's building reality right now. Like, people have stolen all of this wisdom and then they're using it to spread ignorance, and they're making infinite money off of causing climate change through that. So I have to be back clarifying what's up with shit. So a demon is just earth energy. So like, I, as a spirit, literally can't be a demon when I'm talking about how this language was created and how all structures are built. So that's literally me being way more in my fire element, which is God. So then that's where I'm being more like Metatron, me as Mercury, the messenger of God. I'm more in my air element of just communicating the vision that you create your body. It's that simple. Like, now you can just go to my website and you can see how you create your body. Like, we have a bunch of stuff about why you can move your muscles. How come you build your body every day? Why does your body matter? Why does your life matter? Why do your friends matter? You know, why does anything matter? Like, literally the word matter, right? Where did matter come from? Like, this is why I can write infinite books on this shit. I can be up here speaking about how reality is created for infinity and beyond. Like, it's not hard, because I'm literally just sharing my perspective on the universe. But of course, people will forever hop in here and then they'll be like Shiva or like that Lucifer guy, where literally Shiva and Lucifer, this is hilarious. I actually, these are like the two usernames I'm making an example of. So Shiva and Lucifer, we can see that both of these people are people that are obsessed with anchoring onto the name of another god or the name of another entity. So it's like people who aren't actually me using the name Hermes. And then all they can do is talk about, they're just trying to ride the energy. They're not bringing anything new into the world. You know that I'm me. You know that I'm actually Mercury, because I'm not attached to that shit. I'm bringing way more new stuff into the world. It's just I have to use my soul to do that. So I'm going to naturally build upon my past expressions of myself to bring the new version of myself into the world. Not hard. Not hard to understand. So yeah, call me CymaTree. You know, that's cool. Like, that's the point. All right. But just know, like, we're a subconscious community. If you're rolling with me, we are a subconscious community. My whole life has been connected to my spirit through my subconscious. So I've been talking with Iracel before he told me that I'm Enoch and he's Metatron. Okay. So I, as Chase, experienced a whole life of fasting and wild, crazy shit or whatever. Normal school shit, but wild, crazy stuff. That was conventions though. But conventions are wild. All right, that was a whole life of me as Chase talking with Iracel, knowing that I'm forced to be inside of Christianity, but I made up my own higher self. And really, I listened to my higher self, and he told me, call me Iracel. I was like, oh, I'll call you Iracel. From 6th grade, boom. Through all of high school, my whole life, Iracel has led me up to this moment. And then Iracel has revealed to me that I'm Enoch and he's Metatron. And then it's, again, me not being attached to these labels. I'm just letting you know the energy of Mercury, the energy of being the messenger of yourself. You feel me? So then this is why we can see Enoch, he fasts in the Bible long enough to materialize into heaven. And then he goes, hangs out with God. That's me. Like, that's literally just me fasting like I am now to go back to my space. So you're not going to see me die and leave my body here. My body's going with me because I'm Enoch, I'm Hermes, I'm Tahuti. That whole Buddhist idea in general of dematerializing your body, the whole point is it comes from me as Metatron. It comes from this awareness. It comes from this knowledge of knowing that you are creating a body so you can transform into something. And then you transform out of something. And it's that simple. But when you do this more and more consciously, you're able to have more control over how you die. And once you have more control over how you die, you're building a life in the universe where everyone calls you God. And you don't give a fuck about that word. That's all. That's all it is, you know, like, just straight up. That's all it is. So just know, all right, people will be hopping up here forever. They're going to be telling me that I'm a demon. I'm more than happy to cut it up with a demon because they're the platform that I'm using to educate us. All right. So I love talking about demons. That's all Mercury is, really. We're the demons that talk about demons. That's what Gemini energy is. We don't gossip, okay, but we generate enough chi to communicate something into existence. And that does take talking about the people around you, right? Like, one could say it's gossip for us to talk about the president. At the same time, politics is a whole gossip party, actually. And actually, celebrity culture and everything is just gossiping. And really, you could view the whole universe as just a big pile of gossip. Everyone talking about each other. That's like the whole internet. Everyone talking about each other. The whole scientific community, gossip, everyone talking about each other. Politics, everyone talking, like, just like any sports team, any sports group, anything, any structure, any atmosphere, gossip, everyone talking about each other. So then this is where you have to more consciously talk about people. Like, it's not about actually talking about other people, but it's about communicating in a way that makes sense. And when you know that we're all creating life, now you're forced to talk about other people. Like, of course, we should talk about our president when our president is the one that's dictating our lives. Of course, we should talk about the government when the government is the one that's dictating our lives. Of course, we should talk about human history. Human history is dictating our lives. We should talk about the internet. We should talk about spirituality. We should talk about religion. All these things are dictating our lives. So that's where it's not gossip, it's Gemini energy. But they're both the G. You see, it's about like separating. Because when you start to gossip about the world you're in, you're generating G. You're generating this number 7, and that's consciousness. That's why Gemini is the consciousness sign. It's about this 7, this separation. And that's why you see me being up here super passionate about being separate from everything in the universe. Because I created my own shit internally. So I made my space in the universe real. So no one knows how my space connects in the universe except me, which is why I'll make everything make way more sense. As simple as that. So do we worship ourselves or not worship anything at all? Yeah, one to come. Worship yourself. So your worship energy is your soul, right? And whatever you're worshiping is the fire, right? So whatever thing you're worshiping, that's fire. And the fact that you can worship it is your water. And you observing that is the spirit. So you are not the thing you're worshiping. You are not the ability to worship. You are the observer of your space. Whatever you want to worship is your fire. And how you worship it is your water, right? And then that plays out as air. And it happens through earth. Gang, gang. And then that manifests as blood. And then you transform all these elements. Can you touch on life path numbers? You want me to touch on life path numbers? Man. I'm going to take a hit, and I think I will. Only because you asked. Because I literally was about to hop off of here. But again, I'm building this structure. Once I do this live, I'm putting it on YouTube so everyone who gets connected to me as CymaTree can tap in and watch this. So like all of your questions, guys, are like really important, actually. So when you do ask questions, do know that that's you as a spirit having your own ego And if you feel like your ego is important enough and it resonates enough with what we're talking about here, you're going to express that through your mind. And then that's going to make sense because you're using Earth to do that, right? Let me back. Hey, gang. We're talking about life path numbers and shit. That's what's happening. Yep. All right. Life path numbers. All right. So it's going to be this isn't from anywhere on the internet. Again, this is all me as Tahuti Trismegistus talking about the elemental energy of numbers. So again, don't ask me where I read this. This is my knowledge. I made this up. And this is why I am the god of numbers, because I just naturally understand how spirits move through space. So when I start to put signs and sigils on it, it makes sense. It's like, it's that simple. And then everything else from there is details, guys. Just all infinite details. We have physical reality. It's cool. It's cool. Everything branches out. Trees grow forever, you know, cool. But it's about understanding the energy. Okay. So let's say your life path number of 1, right? 1 is the energy of fire. That's the energy of individuality. So if your life path is 1, that means you're supposed to create your life. Your life path is expressing your individuality and establishing your individuality inside of whatever environment you're in, right? So that's the whole point of life. In your case, being 1. If you're a life path number 1, it's about individual expression of who you are, whatever that is. And that's like your whole thing. Like, who are you? All right. If you're a life path number of 2, this is me. So if you've been here with me through my whole rant about like hating water and like loving earth because water connects with other shit and earth connects with itself. But then the whole point is that it flips, because of course the soul is your connection with yourself and the body is what you create to connect with others. So Mercury is my spirit stabilizing its soul in a way that makes sense. So it's really just, again, about the energy, and you got to like get with me in a circle here. You feel me? Because it's basically about knowing that the soul is your first body that makes this earth body matter. So that's where you get levels of bodies within bodies, right? Like how many bodies are creating your earth body, right? Again, like we got your organs, we got your bones, we got all these cells doing a lot of shit here. So it's just, again, about the energy. But when you know that as a spirit, you are creating your first body as your soul, now you can hold on to your soul as earth. And then this is where any body that you ever experience your soul through, you're just so connected with yourself, you're good. You know, like you can be anywhere and you're good because you know that you're making your ability to communicate possible. So that's just where, don't get lost in earth, but it's just knowing that your soul is your stability. So if you can turn your water into earth, that's what I've done. That's what you're watching me, like, that's how I can communicate like this. My soul is turned into earth. You know, and it's just like my soul is water. But as far as like how hard my soul is connected to itself, it's become like its own planet, and we call that shit Mercury. And I don't give a fuck if you believe me. I'll call it CymaTree instead. But just know that this is me bringing Mercury to Earth, because right here in this language, all of English was meant to whitewash and get rid of everything they stole from me as Mercury. So it's a circle. It's a circle. Life's a circle. And the whole point is just knowing that when you're connected with yourself, you can create a structure that supports your space outside of the universe. And that has nothing to do with anyone outside of yourself. That's what Mercury means. That's what it truly means to be self-sustaining. Okay. That's what it truly means to be symmetry. That's what it means to be your own balance, your own tree. So my life path, you heard me go super hard on hating water because of that, right? I love earth, but my life path is 2, because I'm supposed to learn how to be more like water, how to like water more. I got to learn how to like water more, straight up. I have to learn how to enjoy connecting with others more. And it's not about enjoying connecting with others. It's more so about learning. Maybe that. You know, there's like multiple words for it. And this is the thing, like there's a difference between connecting and communicating. You feel me? So like I'll build with others. I build really well. I communicate really well. My individuality, obviously, I have my individuality on pat. But when it comes to my ability to really connect with people, Atlantis has a lot of lessons to teach me there. Right. So like this life is like I'm being guided by Atlantis metaphysically throughout this life. So Atlantis, this is like the idea of, you know, quantum physics or whatever. Scientists are super lost and like we're in a simulation. All those people like super stupid. Right. The whole point is that all of us as spirits are creating the universe right now to connect. You're connecting with us right now. Nicholas, I definitely am connecting with you. For you to be in here saying that to me, yeah, you're lit. Absolutely. But the point is you're all connecting with yourselves, with me. And we are all connecting inside of one atmosphere. Yes. But then it's like, you still don't know who I am though. Really. Like you have no idea what's going on in my space. You don't know what's happening on Mercury, for sure. You're just listening to me relay the message into this simulation. And then that's how we're connecting. And then this is how we create the universe. But it's like my whole thing is, yeah, I don't view the universe very much like water. Like my elements are so in the air and earth that I see it as a structure that's literally being built by spirits communicating. But my wisdom that I have to know is that what are we communicating? Our souls. That's why I built Mercury. That's why Mer is water. It's the merge, or you think of a mermaid or marine. It's all water energy. And then Curry is carry. So Mercury, that's me carrying water. Like I'm carrying my soul to build a structure with you. So I've always been learning how to connect. And this is kind of like probably my eternal lesson, you know? Like it's just like learning how to connect. Like I got the communication. I got the structure. I got the individuality. I got the space. It's just about getting it connected. And that's where I need Atlantis. That's where I need Anubis. Like I'm gonna say it right now, you know, just, and he knows it, whatever. But he needs me. So that's what's nice. Like that's the kind of relationship you ideally want to be in, you know, where you feel like you need each other. Like I could cry right now just thinking about how beautiful that is. And then that's like the power of the soul. I understand the power of water. I do love water. I understand the power of water. Absolutely. Water literally connects all of our individual fires. That's why you can see me water fast. I get it. Absolutely. It's just like the lessons of water are infinitely deep, are they not? Elementally, just no better word. So it's like the lessons that I still have to learn are infinitely deep. And this is so funny that I'm going off on this talking about my life path being 2, because that's the point. My life path being 2 is water. And my lesson here is learning how to connect. And this is supposed to be how I'm doing it right now. So by building a structure, the people that naturally vibe with me will get connected and learn the wisdom. And of course, there's always going to be demons. There's always going to be the people who get connected to me. I talk with them. They absorb my information. They consume my shit. And then they tell me that I'm demonic, I'm wrong. And they're going to go use my stuff somewhere. And they're going to go make money off of my creations, AKA the pharmaceutical company. Right? We already saw it in this live stream, but I'm the pharmaceutical company. I'm talking about bigger demons. Bigger demons. So whatever. I'm not in control of how people use my ideas. I'm just in control of how I express myself. And I just really want to express myself in the way that lets you know that you don't need to steal my ideas. You can make your own. But people just want to steal because they don't feel like they can make their own. And the people who don't feel like they can make their own ideas are going to be the people who build these big religions that tell you that you're not God. And they tell you that you're not infinitely individual outside of the universe in your own space. They're not telling you anything about Hermeticism, but they know of Hermeticism because they all practice Hermeticism. All Christians, all Jews, all Muslims practice Zoroastrianism and Hermeticism. It's just they practice their own super dense demonic version of it. where it's like their version of saying that we're all one God. And now they're fighting each other using my shit. It's really weird. And I'm just observing it, not giving a fuck. But I'm forced to give a fuck. You see, I'm going off in the life path part 2 here, because this is just me learning like how I'm forced to give a fuck. Like Atlantis, like even if I didn't want to give a fuck about the universe, literally Anubis would be busting down my door like, bro, there's space use colonizing everybody. You need to get in here. And I would be like, fuck, I care about you so much, Anubis, that fine, I will do this for Atlantis. And then Atlantis is like, yeah, but we care about all these people. And I'm like, okay, I care about them too. And then it's like, yeah, but we care about these people. And I'm like, fuck, life is a tree. All right. I'll care about everybody. Makes it easy. That's why I'm not really about blocking any of the commenters or like whoever we want to consider trolls in here, because everyone matters, or else you wouldn't exist. I would be scientifically stupid to say that you don't matter. How could you make me react to your ideas if you didn't matter? Now, if you didn't create your ideas and I'm the actual creator of your ideas, now I'm like, okay, fine. Like, I'm going to cut you up as the demon you are so we can see the true spirit. You see that? We can see the true space. This is how the elements play out. So you can hop up on here, give me demonic earth energy, give me a bunch of blocks to work with. I'll chop them up with air, and we're going to look at space. And that's the idea of Chase Clarence Calloway bringing that trippy clarity. So connecting is hard. You see, like I just went off on all that like to connect. And I have no idea if you even perceived what I said. I have no idea if anything that I said landed. So now I feel like I just made Earth. Like no one is here with me. Like this is literally how I'm like, fuck water. I'll just talk to myself. And when I talk to myself, I'll learn more about my space based on the language or consciousness that I'm at. And then that's the point of Hermes. You can look up Hermes, see like interpretive, interdimensional communicator. That's the whole concept of Spider-Man. Whole concept, interpretive, interdimensional communicator. I can use my mental Merkaba to talk with any spirit in any other atmosphere, but we're always going to have to channel it to right now, because right now is what's happening. You can't run away from the now. Thank you, slut. Yeah, straight up. Their science ain't shit. So life path 2, I have a life path 2. If you have a life path number 2, this is your water. All right. So you're here to learn how to be more water. So my creation is Chase Clarence Calloway. It's Hermes Trismegistus. I made Chase Clarence Calloway to create CymaTree. All right. So instead of being Hermes, now I'm Chase. But Chase is an expression of Hermes. But Chase is creating CymaTree for the future life. So CymaTree is the ultimate expression of like my spiritual ego. And then that's where my spirit has revealed to me that CymaTree is just the expression of Mercury. So now I don't give a fuck about Mercury. I don't give a fuck about astrology, but I have to. I'm forced to care about it. I'm forced to connect with myself and learn about it because it's what makes sense. It's the universe. And now I can see how everything is connected by water. And now all of history makes sense. Everything, and then boom, elements, right? All that good stuff. But the point is, I'm in the balance of talking about the past, but creating a new future. But we can only create a new future by acknowledging what the past is. And this is why I'm like, I'm obsessed with history. So people in my life, like, they feel like I'm really negative because I'll talk about history, and the history of this country is so negative, they feel like they can't even eat their food anymore. And I've been forced to recognize, like, do I let people live a lie, or do I keep talking about what I care about? And then it's just like, well, no one wants to hear me talk about what I care about, so let me talk to myself about it. Now here I am doing a live stream, right? Where technology lets me talk to myself in a way that allows other people to tap into that channel. So now if you're in spiritual alignment with me, the fact that I chose to talk to myself in the universe and channel my chi through something allows you to get connected to that structure, and now you can perceive me. Look at that. So this is me literally not really playing out water. Like, I'm playing out my earth and air elements, and then using that to create the fire star that allows everyone in the live stream playing out the water to get connected. And now you can listen to me for as long as you want. You don't have to be here. You can come and go. You can do whatever the fuck you want. I'm a structure shining on my own, building without you. But if you want to contribute, if you feel like you have something of value to contribute, speak up. And now we have communication going. So that's literally the concept of Mercury, but I'm being CymaTree. So thank you, Chantel. So that's where my life path is too. I would have to learn how to connect. I do have to learn how to connect. Anubis teaches me how to connect. Atlantis, water, teaches me, shows me how to connect better. So it's all about vibing and understanding that people just want to feel. You know, people just want to feel good. They just want to vibe. And too much talking, too much logic blocks the flow. I've seen that. I've dealt with it. I understand it as a Virgo to my very core. As a Gemini, also to my very core. Too much communicating can block the flow. And then that's where I, resonating also very much with Taurus, love to be silent. But then a lot of the times that's where you can be so silent, you don't connect with people because you don't speak, right? The only way I can connect with someone I want to go talk to is if I literally get in my fire element and go talk to them. Otherwise, I'm alone, right? So this is how you know that you as God, you as an individual imagination, you have to project yourself out at others if you want them to notice you, right? This is why anyone can come in here, project themselves at me. They'll get a live reaction from me on screen. And then they're like, oh, whoa, whoa. And then it's like communication. But the whole point is that we created a universe where we could interact as individuals. So now we can communicate through these demonic bodies because we're experiencing ourselves as humans, right? We're not experiencing ourselves as gods. This is where people get super fucked up with these words. We're not experiencing ourselves as gods. As gods, we're creating the ability to connect. And that is what creates the human experience. So now all humans are creating their life based on how they connect with God, how they connect with their imagination. And now that's going to dictate how they connect in the universe and how they bring their imagination to life. It's that simple. It's so that simple. Are you abstaining from fluoride toothpaste? Fluoride toothpaste? If you're not using charcoal toothpaste yesterday, now you know. Fluoride toothpaste. Yeah, charcoal toothpaste. Way to go. All right, charcoal toothpaste. So, life path 2, that's connection, that's water. All right. So, I had to learn how to be more like water. And then that's where water supports the egos of others. But my version of supporting people is by being a Taurus, which means building my platform where I support myself first. And once I can support myself, it's not hard to support you at all. Like, and it's really easy to support anyone. Boom, 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 boom. So that's the whole point of a Taurus. That's the whole point of that, really. That's the whole point of getting connected with yourself and knowing that you have to be connected with yourself before connecting with others. So now you can see in astrology why Taurus really represents the soul and also the voice. And your soul is your voice, because your voice is the vibration that makes your imagination real. Coconut oil too, for sure. Coconut oil, nice to pull out the impurities, whatever the fuck. Absolutely. Hilarious. All right. So yeah, that's where 2, water spreads out, right? So I, as CymaTree, since my life path is 2, I am supposed to use Chase Clarence Calloway. So before this lifetime, I'm Hermes, right? But for me to fully support this world, I can't be perceived as Hermes. Everyone here is special. Everyone here is special because, yes, I am connecting with you. Absolutely, Nicholas. Absolutely. Because literally, like, I'm actually able to be myself and you're able to communicate with me on the way that you are supporting the expression of myself. So that's literally where you're playing out the water that's making my fire real. And now we're all learning. So we're creating an atmosphere where we can all consciously be aware of each other. And then gang. And then that happens through the body, right? That's why we're all speaking English and shit. And now we can talk about English and all the history of English and all the past and stuff connected to English and everything. Yo, what's up, bro? What's Gucci, bro? We're talking about life path numbers, bro. So as a life path number 2, that's where if I'm going to really connect with the universe, I have to connect now as Chase Clarence Calloway. And that's where I'm being water, right? So now I'm using CymaTree. So now Chase water fasts a lot. No coincidence that Chase water fasts a lot. Chase water fasts a lot, creates the idea of CymaTree to be this interdimensional, indigenous superhero that can document facts throughout time and space. That's all I wanted when I created my ideal version of myself. And then it turns out that's just what I've already been doing. So it took me making that so that my spirit could show me that I'm always going to be me, no matter what labels it is, right? So now, because I've organically expressed my spirit as Mercury through this label, through this English language, without any connection to Mercury, but now I can connect it to Mercury in a way that makes every religion and this whole world and your consciousness and life make way more sense, is part of me completing my psychedelic circle. You see that? So like me doing this live stream is me building this CymaTree and learning about my life, learning about my psychedelic circle and the role that psychedelics has played in my life and has played in my ability to connect with myself and learn my past lives. And further, just in boom, 2 energy. That's a water. All right. So like shout out my spirit, shout out my life path of 2. I enjoy water. I appreciate it. I just hate water too. And that's why I'm always in the balance. Because to me, emotions are irrational. I'd rather be thought, right? When you see me as thought, I'm not called emotion. My name isn't emotion. I'm not up there with a bird head like, hey, I'm emotion. Call me feeling. What the fuck? No way. What are you standing on? No. The whole point of Thoth or Tahuti is me talking about creating Earth by breathing life from nothing into something. So it's Tehu. That who is important. That's why I don't like Thoth. Because Thoth is the white supremacist version of my name. It's not Tahuti. I prefer Tahuti. But I'll use Thoth the same way I have to use Chase to connect with white supremacists and demons on their level. Call me emotion. It's so funny, bro. Like, can you imagine? I'm about to be making comic books and shit about history and everything in this life. So like, that'll just be really funny to have a character like that. Someone making fun of Thoth named emotion. And they just never make sense. And they never build anything that's stable. And that's going to be their character. And that's what I'm saying. Fuck water. All right. Water doesn't make sense. It doesn't build anything stable. And the point is the universe is water. So this is why I'm really passionate up here communicating like this. Because if we don't up the way we communicate, the universe will forever be chaotic. The universe doesn't make sense without us making sense. This is why I built Mercury. I needed to make sense before I could make sense in the universe. My life was chaos before I built my own shit and then realized that I could just operate from there. So now when I live life in here, I'm not lost in this fucked up world because I'm connected to my own shit. That's the point. And there's no better word than shit. I sit in my shit. I pooped out some shit. I call it earth and I sit in it so my seed can become a CymaTree. And now I have my own garden where I'm making my own fruits and I don't need to eat your shit. I'm making up my own knowledge. And I do this so much that I don't even give a fuck about the religions that steal my stuff. But Anubis tells me that I have to. So now here I am working with Atlantis to care about how these religions have stolen ideas that are simply just natural expressions of my space. But whatever. When you're not water fasting, do you only consume fruits and vegetables? I consume whatever I want. What I naturally want is healthy, but I don't like completely limit myself. Like I need to only eat natural based things. I know I'm in a fucked up world. Like, bro, I grew up eating pizza and chips and whatever. You know, like I'll still eat kettle chips. Shit, kettle chips slap. What, you know? Shit, I want some kettle chips now. You feel me? But it's about like me recognizing cravings a lot and realizing like what's a craving versus like what do I actually want, or like what do I really want to connect with. And a lot of the times when food pops up in my mind, I'm wise enough to know that the deeper part of me doesn't really want that. The ego wants that, but the soul doesn't want that. And that's why you'll see me water fast so much, because my soul doesn't want a lot of this ego shit. The ego does. And then that's where I find the balance between eating and not. What do you think about drinking urine? I've heard a lot of people who drink it think it's healthy. Bro, oh my God. Drinking urine is like a thing. I'm not even going to shit on it, you know? It's just, I wouldn't do it. It's definitely a thing, you know? Like, there's definitely benefits. I know there's benefits. It's just not for me. And that might be because my ego is programmed. But I also just don't feel a need. I've never water fasted and like been water fasting and been peeing and looked at my pee like, I should drink this. But I've talked about it a lot. So it's funny that like I've talked about it with like friends, because I've had other friends, like fasting friends, they got into like urine therapy or whatever. I just can't. That's not me. I don't think so. It's kind of like, if my body's getting rid of it, why would I put it back in my body? And then people are like, because there's vital things in there. I'm like, if it's so vital, my body held onto it in my muscles, I think. So, you know, but like, I get it. There's minerals and nutrients in everything. Hypothetically, you can pee out some really nutrient dense urine and drink that and get some benefits from it. Food doesn't have any intrinsic value other than the ones we're told, but I feel that, bro. You can't just say food doesn't have any intrinsic value. That's not a good statement. That's not a good statement. All right, again, I'm not telling you personally. You're awesome. That's not a good statement to say food doesn't have intrinsic value. What kind? Do you see the world that we're in? Do you see the world that we're built on? This world is built on people trying to figure out how to value food. And then that's where they have to choose what food even is. So like, technically everything is food and everything has value. So you can't say food doesn't have intrinsic value. I'm trying to translate it, but I'm just like cutting it up real quick. Like, no, that's not, no. Other than the ones we're told. And then what does that mean? Other than the ones we're told by who? See, that's a lot of layers. But yeah, all right. So I don't know about that, Cheryl. Food has value. That's why you pay money for food. And then that's why people want you to pay money for food, and people want you to work for food in general. Food has value. I'm confused. See, this is why I come up here and cut it up like this, because I don't know how everyone thinks. I've lived my life, but I don't know how y'all like really are using these words and connecting with them. And this is letting me literally build a structure of wisdom, a whole CymaTree out of connecting with you based on how you connect with yourself. So when you come up here and say something like that to me, I learn. I'm like, what? That doesn't make sense. But I'm seeing how you're connecting with the words, and I get you're trying to relate, and I can see the point you're trying to make. So I have empathy for how hard this language is. Best believe, this is like the worst language. So I understand. This is the worst language. We're having a hard time in this language. This is what I mean. Hold on. I see what you mean. I can add more to this. Let me explain. Go ahead. I understand, bro. I really do. Do you ever sun gaze, or do you think it's dangerous? Because you feel like staring at the sun could easily blind you. Sun gazing is lit. Humans have worse eyesight because we are not in the sun enough. So a lot of human problems come from the Industrial Revolution. This is stuff that the Industrial Revolution won't tell you, because we're in the Industrial Revolution world, right? Like, this is why science doesn't teach you about the negative health benefits of sitting, because this world is built on making you sit all day, every day. So they're not interested in talking to you about the health of your spine. I am. You can click the link in my bio. You can check out Decolonize Your Face. We have a whole course about how you can widen your jawline, expand your cheekbones, create more space in your face, and realign your spine naturally, because braces fucked up my skeleton. Braces fucked up my body's ability to communicate internally. And sitting in school only made shit worse. Sitting like this and looking at things and looking down is really destroying everyone's teeth and spines. All right, so you can check that link in my bio. That's a whole course. Really important. Your teeth are everything. On Mercury, literally, everything. I care infinitely about teeth. What? Like, do you think I could be here being Mercury if I didn't have my teeth? Hermes cares about his teeth. Tahuti, Thoth is tooth, basically. Thought, tooth, it's just like the same energy. The point is communication and creating earth that allows you to communicate. You can think of your teeth like the earth that allows you to breathe life into your life. So your teeth represent your real body that allow you to communicate. This is why your teeth let you consume, create, and communicate in general. Like, imagine your life without teeth. Okay, so teeth are essential. This is why I'm like somehow cosmically, vibrationally destined to bring this wisdom into the world like this as Chase Clarence Calloway. So people in the world are going to perceive me in all their different ways. You're getting like the straight individuality, me, like this is who I am. But when I'm talking like this and bringing decolonize your face and talk about the spine everywhere else, of course, all these scientists, they're not going to be able to connect with me as Hermes. If they knew who I was, they would immediately be listening to me about the spine and how teeth work. And humans would not be sitting or living this kind of lifestyle. It's going to take me time to work there. It's going to take me time to work up to that point. So these live streams are me starting, right? I'm building a structure. It's going on YouTube. Everyone can tap in. We can all grow. We can all learn. People like to say that they want to take notes or whatever. So it's like, hey, don't worry. We got it. We got it saved for you. I'm here for you. All right. Atlantis told me to be here for you. And I care so much about Max. I'm like, yeah, I will be here for you. I care a lot about everybody else too. But it's just when I have the wisdom to know, because I'm not in a Messiah complex, guys. Like, that's the thing. I'm not your Messiah. Like, all these past lives, I've never been in a Messiah complex. It's just that people perceive me like that because they hate themselves so much. They feel like they need to be saved by me. So me as CymaTree, I'm creating this interdimensional superhero, and I'm flipping that narrative on its head to let you know that it's not about being a superhero. It's not about saving other people. It's about saving yourself. And saving yourself is simply creating a circumstance where you can support yourself in the universe. And now if you want to help others, you can be a superhero. So I, as CymaTree, was called here. All right. So everyone who's listening right now, you're just like in vibrational alignment with how I've been called here, right? Most people in the world are not anywhere close to spirituality. And if they are, they're not connected on the internet like this, of course. Like, not everyone's on TikTok. Like all the real spirits are in the astral realm and shit. So this is about me having to communicate with the spirits that are building the matrix, right? So all of you are building the matrix, right? You all work for money. You all live in this world. You all have phones. You all have your certain numbers and identification. You are the spirits that are building the matrix. And if I, as Metatron, want to communicate with you inside of the matrix, I have to do this. I have to use the same earth that you're using, or else I would be unrelatable to you. So that's CymaTree. And now everyone who taps into the CymaTree can perceive me at the levels they need to. But it doesn't matter what they think. They're going to connect and learn from me otherwise, right? Like, someone can come to me right now and be like, oh, I believe in Christianity and you're wrong. Okay, that's fine. If I was a watery person, I would connect with that person and I would have no structure. Because I'm an earth person, I connect with myself. And what that does is I build something that once this person is like, I don't know if I'm a Christian 5 years later, I've already built a structure that was all about how I already built Christianity. So now, because they went through Christianity, they can have the memories and the knowledge of what Christianity is. And now everything I'm saying to them makes more sense. Now they're more in their soul about it versus their ego. People who are in their ego, they don't care about the history of their religion. So if I were to talk to a Christian about the history of their religion, they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. They don't care about how their religion was created into the universe. They just care about consuming. They just want to eat. That's why they're worshiping the sacrifice of a man who fasted instead of doing it themselves. So yeah, sun gazing, really important for your eyes. We live in a world, I just went on that whole thing because you're sun gazing shit. That's hilarious. But the point is, we live an unhealthy lifestyle. Living inside these buildings and shit and like artificial lights, it makes our eyes weaker. So humans used to not need glasses because we are just outside. Like the sun was just training our muscles. It's the same way, like it's like, imagine if humans sat for so long, like in that movie WALL-E. Humans sit for so long that they don't have legs anymore. And now they need to use crutches. And they're like, do you ever think that maybe if we walked, we would have stronger legs? Bro, you know, that's how like I feel about sun gazing, basically, where it's like, yes, that's all. If you were to sun gaze, your eyes would be stronger, just like if you were to walk, your legs would be stronger. Both are muscles. Because the point is, your eye works to receive light. So when you can get your eye strong at receiving sunlight, you can receive any kind of light. So like, I don't need glasses. I've been staring at the sun like almost my whole life. And like, I see details that very regularly people around me, I'm surprised they can't see. And I guess that's just part of my Virgo shit. But at the same time, like, it's also Taurus. Like, if you look up Taurus astrology, Taurus is supposed to have good senses. So it's like whatever. But the point is, I do attribute it to living a natural lifestyle of exposing my eyes to the sun, right? Literally, you can think of someone who's blind as someone who lived in a cave their whole life. Like, people who can't see are people who live underground. That's like mole people, like people who don't expose their eyes to light. Well, you know, the present moment is everything that there is. It can do anything, but you have to presently put your intent into the food and it will do exactly T. For sure. Yeah, for sure. At the same time, the food is still carrying its own intent. So now you got to find the balance of like, how much of your own intent are you trying to put into something that's actively working against you? You know? And of course you can do that. That's power. That is power. Get in your power mode. Be like, I don't give a fuck if this food was created out of dog poop. It's healthy for me. All right. Yeah. Put your intent in that. Eat that dog poop. Just believe that it's healthy for you. Right. So just saying, there's a balance to that. Definitely aligned heavily right now. Gang, 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 gang. Always in the sun, always grounding. Did you do Life Path 5? It's so funny. I'm still on 2, but that's because I started answering and replying to other people. I'm Taurus. Maybe that's why we vibe so well. I think so, Nicholas. Tauruses love Tauruses because we just care about what makes sense. So we're like at the point where if you're a spiritual Taurus, that's you subconsciously can listen to me and know that what I'm saying makes sense. And I know this. Like, I'm a Taurus. So as a spirit that resonates with the energy of Taurus, any other spirit that is in the spiritual community or like in this kind of atmosphere of caring about spiritual things, if they're a Taurus, they are the one out of the whole zodiac sign that cares the most about making sense. And the thing that makes the most sense is everything I'm saying here. Everything I'm doing is CymaTree. Everything I've done is Mercury from before and into the future. The whole point is connecting with yourself in a way that builds and sustains a structure that supports the expression of your imagination. As simple as that. That's what Taurus is. That's why every simulation in the universe is Taurus. So boom. You know, it's all energy that we're using to build worlds, but everyone needs to stand on a Taurus to exist. Otherwise, the universe is too chaotic. So this internet world, this world in general is too chaotic if I don't do what I'm doing right now. And I'm realizing it more every day. And it's like scary stepping into this power. It's scary because I have not lived like this before. I'm programmed by the world, and it's a lot. I have to do a lot of deprogramming and shit and decolonizing. So that's all the work I'm going through on Mercury. Like, I've been going through a lot, even just really the past year of sending my mind to Mercury and decolonizing the fuck out of my consciousness. Sending my mind to Atlantis and cleaning myself in the waters and getting baptized. And remembering what the original meaning of baptism is before Christianity stole it from Egypt. And that in and of itself being a memory that I'm like, fuck. I love life. The only reason I have not died is because I can literally go die when I want. So it's like, what's the point of dying? I would have just given up everything that I did to build up to this point. Because this life is the death. This world is dead without me communicating into it. The fuck? And it's becoming more obvious every day. It's really looking like this world's gonna die if I don't communicate more into it. That's why I'm doing this live stream, all right? That's why I'm just doing everything that I'm doing as Chase Clarence Calloway. Straight up. Climate change is all I've been thinking about my whole life. Straight up. And everyone who grew up with me, everyone who knows me will tell you that. If there's two things that Chase was obsessed with growing up, it was the colonization of Americas and the creation of climate change. And getting humans to take responsibility for how the way they communicate is making this possible. So again, this is like my purpose from my spirit. This has nothing to do with any religion. I don't think about life the same way that people speaking any language do. I just don't think about life the same way that anyone does. That's the point. That's why I am who I am. And I'm forced to realize this more every day. But 2 being my life path, it's hilarious I'm going off on this like this. But again, it's because I got distracted by your comments. 2, life path. 2 being the life path, I have to learn how to connect with others way more. And that results in me using water and living this life that I have. So this whole life has been me living my 2 life path, where I connected to all these things outside of myself. And I use my soul to give meaning to all this shit, right? So now because I use my soul, my own vibration to give meaning to these words, I can use them to communicate the way I want. And now I can express my ego here. Now I can express my intentions. I can express my individuality in a way that makes sense, all because I felt like connecting. But it took time, right? It took me time to like grow up as a kid and go through all the experiences of connecting with adults and all this shit to like build up this subconscious reservoir of consciousness. Really, this subconscious reservoir of consciousness, because my consciousness is experiencing life, but my whole consciousness is operating from my subconscious connections. So then that's where everything I'm doing every day is me absorbing life, making connections internally, and then I can make connections externally. And now the universe is a whole 8. It's like, it literally looks like this energy just back and forth. What is human versus D-man? For real. Oh, you just got here. Gentle. Hello. Yes. Yes. So a human is a human, but I spell human like H-U-E to let you know that humans are infinite colors. Okay, so the point is race isn't real, but race is created to categorize and erase the individuality of other people. When you know that your consciousness is infinitely colorful, that's where you know what it means to be a human. A D-man is someone who holds on to one color of consciousness and says that they are that. So you're a human when you know that you're creating consciousness. You're a D-man when you feel like you're white, or you feel like you're black, or you feel like you're red, or blue, or green, or yellow, or any other color that makes consciousness possible, right? Because the point is, the moment you create something, if you're holding on to that thing, you're a demon, because you're de-evolving. So that's why this body is a demon. So your body is a demon because you're using your mind, which is your humanity, to hold on to light. So now you're using this body to anchor yourself into something, and that's been your whole life, where you're constantly using this body to be a demon. You're constantly using this body to hold on to something so your communication can be stabilized. And now you're using this body, this demonic body, to build a family. And this is a language of numbers. This is a whole language of 3, 4, 5, And then once you build your family, that in and of itself is the creation of simulations. So you can think of my whole body as a family of spirits creating a simulation that allows my consciousness to connect with you. And now we can all realize who we are. That's like the number shit working out. Do you astral project to Mercury and Atlantis? Absolutely, Nicholas. Love it. Yes. I go hang out there and it feels way more real than here. It literally feels way more real than here. Sometimes it's like, it feels so real that I get scared to go. Objectively, it gets so real that it's scary. It's scary because I'm used to experiencing life here. You know, it's like a totally different thing to have your mind separate from your body and experience life through a different vehicle in a different atmosphere. It takes a lot of mental stability. So it's like you have to like really be prepared. Like I know that I'm going on a trip, basically, when I'm about to do that. I know I'm about to go on a trip. That's why I'm psychedelic CymaTree, because it is about tripping. It is about going back to your space. And then you realize that this life is a trip, right? So now this whole life is trippy, but it was only trippy because you went back home to remember who you were. And now you can realize how trippy your life is and how nothing is a coincidence and whatever the fuck. So it gets, just saying it's intense, but I'm getting better at it. I really only started doing it like a year and a half, 2 years ago. I only started doing it in the pandemic. Like my whole life has been me anchored to this body. I only started visiting Atlantis and Mercury since the pandemic. It was when I was forced to like not be able to go anywhere that my mind created the circumstances where I could go everywhere. And now I can like basically that go wherever I want, but it's just not in this reality because this reality ain't shit anyway. So it's again just taking your mind, experiencing other spaces. It just takes you like being really confident in your mind. So you have to know, this is why I'm using this language like this. It's why you can see me be infinitely confident or whatever. I have to be to express myself. Like I don't think about it as confidence. It's just like I have to be passionate about what I do to communicate. I have to be passionate about what I do to exist, or else I won't exist. You see? So it's literally about knowing that your mind, your Merkaba, is your ego sitting in your soul. So when you can put your awareness in a certain feeling, you can ride that out as a mind. And that's how I go travel there. So instead of me putting my ego in my soul to where I'm aware of this body, I can shift that focus and be like, let me send my vibration. I want to connect to Atlantis. I want to connect to Mercury. Then I can go into a trance and then separate my mental awareness and experience that atmosphere. It's pretty awesome. Like, it's so cool. I mean, it's so infinitely dope. I mean, what? Like, I can't even gush hard enough about how dope it is. Oh my fucking God. Like, it's so awesome. Other realities. This religion had me so messed up my whole life, teaching me that I need to serve the people who are actively brutalizing my indigenous ancestors and Native Americans up to this day so that I can go to their version of heaven. And they stole these concepts from me. And I have to be the one passionate about this shit. It's just like I have to. But again, this is the point. I'm creating a structure for us to learn. I'm creating a structure for us to connect on these ideas. You don't have to believe me right now, but something can happen in your life where you go through some experiences and then you come back to me in 1 year. And then you're like, fuck, everything you're saying makes more sense. And that's because you went through more memories. You went through more astral travels. So now you can comprehend what I'm saying in a way that actually makes sense to you. I'm saying the same shit that I was for eons. I'm doing the same shit I've been doing since the beginning of me expressing myself, since my time. It's just always dictated by how you perceive me, right? And then I have to mold my communication based on how you say you perceive me. So then this is where it's like, how do you perceive me? Okay, well, let me blah, 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 blah. And then boom, that's all the Gemini Virgo energy. So yeah, projecting to other spaces, I can go anywhere. I'll hang out with other spirits in their atmospheres. On my birthday, I went to like 50 different parties with Anubis, and that shit was lit because it was like literally every star is its own atmosphere. I was hanging out, I was flying around the universe from one star to another star to another star to another star. And one star was like music, trees, flourishing, all these spirits smiling. Like I'm seeing hella bodies. Everyone's like in their own body, shining, smiling. We're all breathing the same atmosphere. We got the vibe going. The music is contained to that star. Everything, all matter vibrates at a certain frequency. So everything is energy vibrating at a certain frequency. So anytime you think about the energy of a party, that energy is created by the individuals vibrating. Right? So all the individuals inside that party, they're vibrating at a certain frequency to create the energy that allows that matter to exist. That's every star. So my birthday was literally Anubis is showing, bro. And I didn't even put it like that ever because I have like no one to talk to about this. So all I can do is talk to myself about this and build a structure about it. And that's why it doesn't really matter if you're here. But if you're benefiting from me talking to myself, welcome to the CymaTree. Welcome to nature. That's the universe. that's literally you in the universe. Like, wow, how did this get here? If you listen, you'll learn. Look at that. Pretty cool. So every star is created from what I just said. So my birthday was like me learning that shit, but like I didn't even put it in words like that until now as I'm reflecting on it. So very nice. I said it differently before, but this is the benefit of memories. This is the benefit of having a soul, guys. When you know that you're holding on to memories, you can learn something new from that memory when you reflect on it at different times, right? Like when you have memories from life, you can literally reflect on that memory at one point and be like, ugh, I hate this person. But then if you go through 3 more years of life, you will very well go through experiences that make you empathize with the person that you hated. And now you may love them. And now when you remember that memory, before you hated them, but after your experiences, you learn to have more empathy for them. It's just nature. So every star system, like it was like me like partying with him in one star, and it was like all these spirits smiling. They're like overall gold. It was a lot of yellow gold energy when I was in a star. And then when we would split from the star, it'd be like purple, blue, and then connect to another star, gold, yellow, boom, dancing and shit, a lot of red, like vibrant, like that warm color. People like super lush environments. It was so awesome partying in such natural environments. Like so natural. The metaverse parties are literally going to be trying to do what we naturally do in the astral realm, but they want to make money off of making you think that you can't do what I'm saying that we do. Boo the metaverse, and in general, boo virtual reality. That's why the metaverse stole Metatron, and I'm literally forced to be here caring about this shit. Like I'm a get in virtual reality. Okay, I went to school for that shit. I just don't have the money. My spirit, I'm living the Jesus life. I'm poor as fuck. I'm living in an apartment in LA that's like really expensive, but of course, like relatively poor when we think about what a god would be, right? Just like the Bible, people think that a god would be in here with like super rich, a lot of money, but then at the same time, the point of the Bible is showing you that a god is spiritual, so the god's coming in with nothing. So now my journey, this is so funny. I'm still on life path number 2. Shame on me, bro, but whatever. This is actually big wisdom for you. So not shame on me. Now that's me, literally, you're watching me fight myself for literally giving you wisdom. That's nature. Chaotic as fuck. And I love it because I actually love myself. But the whole point, life path 2, all right, is that a spirit has to learn how to connect with others. And that's where water, being the connected element, is about nourishing. So if you're going to nourish others, you have to yourself be nourished. That's just like a big thing that I feel like is very important to know. A lot of people try to act like they can help others without helping themselves. And it's impossible. That's why I built Mercury. Like I learned this eons ago. There's no point in me acting like I can help others if I didn't help myself in the ultimate spiritual way possible, building my own planet. building my own star. So now I can use my mind to experience that body. You can't get born in that planet. You see that? So like, that's why only people who are in vibrational resonance with the spirits creating that structure can use their minds to go to that planet, because it's a totally different atmosphere in the universe. You see that? So it's all connected by water, but separated by space, and really separated by fire and space. But the fact that you can see the fire is because you're connected by water. So hypothetically, people can see Mercury because we're all connected by fire. They'll never experience Mercury as a mind inside of a body because they're not the spirits creating that structure. You see that? You see that? You see what I mean, right? You understand what I mean? So you understand how you're a human on Earth. So you are the spirit creating this structure. Earth is what you're creating to connect with others. Thus, you came out of Earth. You built a body out of Earth to connect with the people that also built bodies out of Earth. This is why we're all made of the same things. Man comes out of dust, goes back to dust, whatever. It's because we're building this body to connect with each other. So we're making every body that we connect with matter. But we can only do that because we all have our own souls. You see that? Like, I'm going so hard in like explaining. That's the point. Because, yeah, again, this is why I don't like water. Like, it doesn't make sense for me to go connect with people if I'm not building something. It just doesn't make sense. And that's facts. I mean, that is facts. It doesn't make sense to connect with people if I'm not building something. Now, of course, if I'm building a life, this is where I know that my whole life is built by the connections I make, right? So everyone in here, we're all building each other's lives right now. That's why this is called a live. You're seeing my life. I'm using my life to channel into a live. And now your life is being affected by tapping into my life. And we call that a live or whatever. This is like the whole life of the universe always, right? Like nothing can happen alone. Like you wouldn't be able to learn a language and be taught history and be taught any idea alone. It's just not possible. It's just, that would purely be you alone in your space. This is why there's no ledge to knowledge. This is why everything is made up and every reality has its own knowledge. And the moment you hold on to a form of knowledge, like it created everything, you're a demon. This is what a demon is. When you hold on to knowledge, like it actually created it and you didn't create that, you're the demon. You have to know that you created the knowledge to express yourself. You created the name to express yourself. This name didn't create you. Where did the name come from? And then it's like, why does the name matter to you if you didn't create the circumstance for it to matter? So now we have to get into your feelings of upholding this name. And then again, we get into my analogy of you can go through believing in 100 different gods that all say they're the ultimate supreme creator of the universe. All you're going to be left with is the memory of supporting these 100 people who all told you you weren't shit. And now you're left with the feeling of, wow, why'd I do that? Is it because they are all the one God? Because now you have to start fighting yourself, right? Like, which religion was right? Which one of these 100 religions that said they all created the universe was right? And it just, all you're forced to do is realize that you are the God that made these religions possible. Now you're forced to realize from Mercury that we're all individuals expressing ourselves. And now you can see why all these religions use Zoroastrianism and use Hermeticism to build their shit. So simple when you're tapped into the CymaTree. All right, so that was me connecting with you, all right? That was me going off on the life path 2 thing. It's really important that I said all of that, all right? It's really important for this live stream, this structure that I'm building as CymaTree, that I say all of this. I want to go to Atlantis. It seems so pretty, as well as Mercury. Atlantis is super pretty. Atlantis is straight up just like all water. And it's like transforming tunnels of water that build structures and build things, just like here, but it happens in a higher dimension. So it's like, it looks different. Because we're all using elements to create simulations, but we're all doing that differently. So the way Atlantis plays out, it's like super water transforming, spirits creating connections, super nice, super pleasant. It's like lavender. Oh, basically. Like it's not blue, it's like lavender water. It's like, that's actually the best color to describe it. It's lavender water. And then it's like cool tones and silver and shit from there. But then the difference between Atlantis and Mercury is that Atlantis it's like light lavender. Mercury is black. Mercury is black and full of webs. Like Mercury, this is why Spider-Man is literally so important in the cosmos, but people's relationship with Spider-Man is whitewashed down here. So people don't know that Spider-Man is stolen from Hermeticism. People don't know that Spider-Man is just a stolen version of a messenger of Mercury, talking about the interdimensional communication of spiders in general. So Mercury is all webs. It's black, and that's where I have spiders working for me all the time. Like just like a bunch of spiders building webs. And that's why spiders are 8-dimensional beings. So in the 9th dimension, 9 being black, 9 is about observing all of the universe and all the connections being made in the universe. So then the 8-dimensional energy is the universe. And that's literally all the spiders that build the webs that make the universe possible. So I'm just constantly, as Mercury, observing the connections that spirits make. And that in general is a concept of Spider-Man. And then that's where it's much bigger than, again, Spider-Man. It's about spiders building webs that basically allow time to exist. You know, because time doesn't exist, but we're experiencing time. Why is that? Because of spiders? Okay, gang. Because of spiders. Because of 8-dimensional energy. Because of webs. Because we create connections with our 8-dimensional energy. So now we can all realize who we are as we experience our consciousness inside those connections. 7, 8, 9. 7 is a consciousness, 8 is the universe, the subconscious, and then 9 is the spirit, the unconscious. So you as a spirit have to generate your own universe so your consciousness can connect inside of the universe and connect with other consciousnesses. That's why your heartbeat is working off of the number 8 in general, just infinity. Your heartbeat keeps going. Your heartbeat's going to keep going. Your heartbeat is working in a loop. Your heartbeat's working in a loop. So you can infinitely keep your soul connected, and now you can keep learning whatever the fuck you're trying to learn in life, right? You can do whatever the fuck you're supposed to do here. But that's all individual to your feeling. So yeah, Mercury is very black. But it's not just black, okay? It's super deep purple. Like it's like black, but like it's deep purple, and then the entities there are red. So like when you look at me as CymaTree, you see CymaTree has the teeth and I have the ears and everything. I didn't realize how a lot of spirits on Mercury like already look like that. I literally made up CymaTree naturally, just thinking how I would fuse myself with Anubis. So I didn't realize that was me playing out Hermanubis already. But then I also didn't realize that the importance of teeth was super hard to Mercury. So of course I knew, because I had my experience with braces, and I hated suffering from the effects of braces and getting my teeth fucked up. But I had no idea how building your teeth correlated to everything that I've been doing, and why I was destined to care really much, really hard, whatever, about how my body was built and how my teeth affect my body and how my spine shifted based on how I'm communicating, just all that shit. So on Mercury, all the spirits are like ganged up with teeth. And it's big smiles, but it's like teeth are scary. Literally, Mesoamerica, think of Quetzalcoatl vibes. Literally, Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl time was me and Anubis bringing all of our imagination to the Americas. That's why I'm super passionate about the colonization of Americas. Now you can see why I might be personally invested in the genocide of indigenous peoples here. Like, so knowing that you have this, like, I can see how difficult that would be. It's literally like being Spider-Man, bro. Like, I literally have to shut down my awareness and connect with people on their level. But then it's just like, I just keep asking, like, what's the point? Like, this world is so messed up. Like, I've been connecting with people on their level my whole life, and it just results in them being narcissistic and feeling like they can enslave you, feeling like you're their slave. And it's this government that we're in. So yeah, whatever. I have to have this. And then it's just like great power, great responsibility. So much happens in the universe, and being anchored and like caring about here. And like, I want to run away from here. I want to run away from here a lot, but it's literally impossible because my soul only ever brings me back here because this shit matters. So it's like, then that's the point of taking a trip. So I'll deal with the world. This world is like, it's hard. I'll run away. But then, you know, that me running away is just me getting rejuvenated in my soul. I take a break. I come back. I deal with this world. But like, this shit is fucked. I want to learn how to astral project. I've been reading a lot about it. I'm about to get into the life paths too. I just see that there's 13 more messages now. So let me get through these. And then I'm about to go ahead. That was me literally going off on life path too. I was destined to, I guess, because that's my life path. So I literally just shared a bunch of my connections. Like, I just like bared my soul on this live stream basically. So hilarious. I want to learn to astral project, reading a lot about it. Feel like I'm not able to. That's fair. Tried a couple times. Well, Nicholas, you would really have to, any tips for astral projection? You're going to have to join the website, which you have. That's right. You are, I forget your username, but I know you're in the website. So in general, once you have now joined the website, congrats. You can hit me up about that because that gets pretty deep with fasting. So at that point, like, that's a course. Like, if you want to actually astral project, my ability to do it came from fasting. I gotta tell you, and I had to fast a specific way. So that's why I built my school. If you want to learn how to separate your mind from your body, you can come fast with me in our online course. We have two versions. There's the physical version and the spiritual version. So gang. But just in general, know that that's my tip then. Like, I just gave you all that shit for free. The tip for astral projection is using water fasting to raise your vibration. When I was tripping, I was in a whole different reality where everything manifested so fast. Absolutely. 100%. Absolutely. It's so lit. So everything manifests slow down here because that's the point of Earth. We're like in a low vibration. It's dense and shit. But in the astral realm, the point is like, you have to manifest fast. What else is there to do? You know, like, you have to make something up quickly. Like, you got to do something quickly, like, or else there's nothing, you know? So then all that shit that like manifests really fast from the astral realm settles down here. That's why this reality is, again, just so slow and based on the astral realm and dreams and shit. What a great birthday. It was a fantastic birthday. It was literally so lit. And I was so wild, like, getting to learn about myself, because I was forced to realize who I am even deeper just in seeing how I connected with Anubis in between the star systems. So like, we go party from one star and then party to another star. But it was like in between those times of like partying in a yellow light and then transforming through a blue light into another yellow light. All right, so transforming through the universe into another star, we'd be reflecting and talking outside the party. So you can think of it, it's just like in college or just in general in school when you're going from party hopping. And like, you go to one party and then you go there with a certain group of friends. So now, because you went to that party with your friends, you leave that party and on the way to another party, you're talking about the people that you met at that party. It was so surreal to have that on my birthday. It was so surreal. That was like one of my first big experiences socializing in the astral realm, where like I literally learned how to do that shit after being turned off for most of my life. And it's really cool to be able to explain it and have it make way more sense than talking down here. And I can see how really now I'm bringing that shit into here, because the whole point is knowing that your consciousness is creating the atmosphere that allows life to be manifested. So every star is a bunch of spirits like, we want to party like this. And they just create an atmosphere where life can be sustained. And now you can use your mind, your own consciousness, to go into that atmosphere and breathe life into a body there. So now your body's restricted to that atmosphere, but your mind isn't. So like, I can use a body to party in a star atmosphere as CymaTree, like, oh, let's party, gang, gang. All right, I'm out of here with Anubis. And then we fly away. And then we go to another star. And it was so wild because the talks I was having with Anubis were super serious. And I realized why I'm down here. The talks I was having with Anubis, he was literally like analyzing the people at the parties that we were talking with so hard. And it forced me to like realize like things. Because basically we were talking about how easy it is for demons to make money off of the ignorance that comes from people just wanting to party. So it was so weird, like partying in a star system and then leaving that star, going to another star, leaving that star, but in between these parties, reflecting upon our parties and talking about how really these people like are allowing ignorance to spread in the universe. And I started to hate the spirits I was partying with. And it was so, I don't want to hate the people who are partying, but it was like, because Anubis was showing me that it's because spirits who can actually make a change. Like if spirits decide to come down here, they can make a change in the world. But it's because spirits would rather have their own echo chamber. Spirits would rather be comfortable in their own space, that they're not going to go make a change in the world. They're not going to come down here and live a hard life. They're not going to go help others. They're not going to go make a difference in the universe. They're going to just create their own star and they're going to party here forever. And then that's where my respect for those kinds of people really fall. Because it's really easy. It's really easy to be a spirit and have a good time forever. It's not hard for me to build a star and party alone in that star forever. What's hard is creating a structure that molds to the needs of the universe and serves people where they're at. That's Mercury. That's CymaTree. All right. What's hard is connecting with people outside of yourself and knowing that other people have real problems. That's why I'm talking about genocide and climate change and shit that spirits who just want to party will never talk about. You know, like it's just they just want to party, bro. I'm just here to party. Stop talking about the negative shit, though. Like, bro, they're so. That's why Anubis is my twin flame. Anubis cares. I can talk with Anubis about genocide forever, and we just get passionate about. We just get passionate about solving that shit. Those sirens are really about to do nothing. It's fine. That's what a twin flame is, all right? Twin flame. Twin flame is someone where your egos connect so hard, you feel like you can be alone with them because your imaginations are the same. So like whatever is happening with Anubis as a spirit, he feels like he needs a boy. Like he resonates as a dog. He's good being a dog. Right? He's good being a dog. He just, boom, he's a dog spirit. But as a dog spirit, he's like, I need a boy. And he picks Thoth. He picks Hermes. He picks Chase Clarence Calloway. I'm honored, Anubis. So thank you. And very blessed. Because the conversations that we had in that birthday astral realm trip were very enlightening to why I care so much about history. Because it's literally just like the more you party, the more what you do almost doesn't matter. Because it's just like big fire energy, you know, like it's good to party. But when you're not like building something that serves the universe, you don't matter. So this is the balance, of course, because the one thing I'm telling you elementally, what you build to support the universe is the body. This is why we all build bodies to support the universe. This is why brown is the 8th color, because it's about brown being the body that we use to support and really create the universe. So the body creates the universe, but the body support the universe. But then this is where the universe makes a body possible. All right. So just understand, like, the universe is water, the body is earth, but the universe itself is the body that makes your body possible. But your body can only exist if you support the universe. So if you create a body inside the universe where you're like, hey, I'm trying to not support the shit that I'm living in, you're not going to live there very long, are you? Hence all the climate change. So yeah, Anubis really made me like realize how all these people who are like these spirits who party and they just want to party hard all day, every day and do whatever the fuck, they're very easily manipulated. It's like really easy, hypothetically, to like infiltrate that party and make money off of the ignorance of everyone just wanting to have a good time, because people aren't willing to see the reality of the situation. So this is how like issues keep getting caused down here. People have a weird party mindset. People have this weird party mindset where they don't want to see the truth of the situation. And because they don't want to see the truth of the situation, they don't want to look at the history of whatever religion they believe in. They don't want to look at the history of whatever government they believe in. They don't want to look at the history of whatever language they're speaking. They just want to party, bro. And it's that mentality, that white supremacist mentality that I was partying with in the astral realm that manifests down here as fire and as the ego, and people just consuming a bunch of shit without caring about how it affects others. $5D, you gonna get them. Yep. I'm gonna watch this entire live when you post this. Absolutely, Chantel. Absolutely. I'll CymaTree on YouTube. All right. I'll be uploading the lives tonight because there's a good amount I have to upload. Been on my journey to connect to my actual self and pouring so much wisdom. Thank you isn't enough. I'm definitely joining. Is it a fee? Chantel, joining the website's not a fee. You can join Always Ascending Academy for free. All right. So like I have many different branches to educate you with. So that's why we have many different online courses. We have many different modes of communication. This is Metatron. As a spirit, as Metatron, as a messenger of God, I'm literally just relaying you my individual perspective in many ways. And then that's what has built all these religions here. And I'm forced to realize that. Again, that's why I'm not in my ego when I'm saying this shit. I'm in my soul. Like my spirit is making me have to connect with this reality in a way that makes sense. It doesn't make sense for me to not know who I am and keep supporting people who are telling me that I'm not shit. Like that doesn't make sense, especially after all the fasting and all the exploration I've done. What do I just ignore all the travels I've done to other universes? I just come back and I keep supporting people who tell me that I'm not shit, bro. Makes no sense, right? It would make no sense for me to be here not communicating like this once you know where I'm coming from, right? So I have the C word and my body is not enjoying food and asking me to fast. I don't know what that means to have the C word, Ego Ascendo. 100. LA be crazy. Lol. It's true. The Big Bang started in bed, but seriously though. Seriously though, indeed. 7 circles. That's hilarious. Agree with that 100%. I see you, brother. Absolutely. Commander of rhythm pattern. I like it. Commander of rhythm. You're commanding your heartbeat and shit. Absolutely. Command that rhythm. So let me finish the life path thing. I'm about to hop off of here because I've been doing this live for a while. But the whole point is I'm doing these lives to build this structure. So the people who are supposed to get connected. We're building gang. Wisdom coming out. Doing the CymaTree shit. I can't think about what I'm doing too much. This is why if I'm in my ego, I will literally be blinded by the awareness of this world. So I have to let my spirit work through me. That's why I kind of like, I'm not super ego about not letting people speak. I'm not really about cutting it off or just like anything. Like you like speak whatever you want, because as a spirit, I'm literally here to observe. So you can say whatever you want. I'll observe it. And then the way that I naturally communicate will let me know how I feel about what you said. And now we can all get a general consensus on how the energy plays out through the words that you said. Because a lot of the things that people say up here don't make sense. Like the words don't even line up. So it's like energetically, we get to learn about ourselves from talking to other people. Pretty cool. See you, brother. Friends of Hermes. You're a friend of Hermes? Because Commander of Rhythm, you have to understand that I as a spirit created Hermes to express myself. So that literally means that I'm bigger than Hermes. But the point is, whatever you perceive in Hermes was animated by me. It's not about me being Hermes. I created Hold up. Let me see. Did you find you AA name? That's why I see you. Did you find you AA name? I don't know what that means. Okay. All right. Let me, cause you're new here. Like I'm seeing like you're new. So this is what we're kicking here. All right. You as the spirit, as the observer of your own space, you have to create the ability to connect with others. So that means that you have to create something that expresses yourself. So this is where any name that you create to express yourself, you would be a demon to hold on to that. So I'll be really demonic to be like, I'm Hermes, call me Hermes. And I would like, and I'm demanding you to do that. Like, that's like me holding on to something old. Like, I get that that's old, but I'm naturally building upon myself as Hermes. So Hermes Trismegistus, I'm thrice great. It's no coincidence that my name now is Chase Clarence Calloway. It's about being triple C, C being communication, and Hermes is thrice great because he tripled his ability to communicate. And that results in general, creating Mercury. But the point is, as a spirit, I built Mercury to stabilize how I connect with the universe. So you can think of Hermes, Thoth, Quetzalcoatl, Odin, Idris, Zoroaster, Ningishzida. These are all messengers of Mercury. So these are all a spirit expressing itself at different points in time. And that only makes sense through the body. Do you see that? Does that make sense? I'm pretty sure that makes sense. Like, you have to express yourself at different points in time, and that makes sense through different bodies. And each body has its own name. So now one body can be named Hermes, one body can be named Thoth, another body can be named Quetzalcoatl. They're all expressions of one space connecting with the universe at different times. And now I'm CymaTree. So I'm just developing more upon myself, and then gang. Right. So this is why I'm explaining it like this, because I literally understand that people cannot perceive me actually as who I am. No ego, I see. Well, it's not about no ego. You have to express yourself through an ego. But you can only perceive my ego as far as you perceive your ego. So if you perceive your ego a certain way, it doesn't matter what I say. You're just going to project at me. So you're Hermes, like literally, or you channel that energy. Right. So there's no channeling energy. Like, we have to create energy to express ourselves. So I literally, the whole energy of Hermes is the natural expression of my space. Now I'm called Chase, but the whole energy of Hermes is the natural expression of how I connect with myself. It's that simple. So to create energy, we vibrate at a certain frequency. So your frequency is fire, your vibration is your water, and then the energy that you experience life as is your mind. But you can see that energy becomes matter. So now you know why your body, your matter, is manipulated by your mind. You see that? So it's like, boom. We have set our energy throughout our travels. Absolutely. Because the whole point is, when you express yourself into the universe, you're building a relationship with the universe. It's that simple, you know? So it's about knowing that you don't exist until you create something to exist. And the moment you create something to exist, everyone who also exists in that same atmosphere is building a relationship with you. So what happens is you can get so many relationships in one life that you need to cut off that shit and make a new life. So that's now, literally. Like, that's the whole point of new lives, right? Yes, Commander understands this. There we go. So the baggage of Hermes is too heavy. Like, I can't be myself in that anymore. You see that? Like, I can't be myself as Hermes. I can't be myself as Thoth. I can't be myself as Odin. I can't be myself as Quetzalcoatl. All this shit is dead. But it's the earth that we're standing on right now. So now I'm a new, right? Like Anubis, like a new, but really it's just about bringing a new energy. But when you know who you are, you can never run away from yourself. So now it's really about developing upon your spirit, your space. But your space is infinite. You know, like your space is infinite. So like you can't get super attached to like any reality. Do you know how heavy my Odin life fucking is? Dude, I don't need to be Odin. But Odin is the expression of me, but that's a different atmosphere. So everything connected with Odin is not relevant here, but it is, because here is built upon that shit. That's why we can Google him. That's why Marvel has him. And they're making hella money off of my past lives in many ways. Right? They got Chadwick Boseman playing Thoth in Gods of Egypt before they had him play Black Panther. Because it's energy. They're using energy to make money. And this energy came from individuals, indigenous individuals. All right. So indigenous means that you know you created yourself. I understand that a lot of people don't understand indigenous. This is what indigenous means. You created yourself. Indigenous peoples know that they created themselves. So in indigenous, this is why you can have 100 indigenous tribes and they all respect each other's religion, because they're not projecting, hey, my religion created you. An indigenous person is like, this religion created my people. You see that? You see how much more room there is for empathy? So when I am like, hey, I created my own simulation. What did you build? I have all the room for empathy. I can perceive you as an individual in the universe because I built my own shit. People who didn't build their own shit, they become white supremacists who steal from me, steal from other individuals, and then they create ideas like, we actually built the whole universe. Everyone is an expression of Jesus, and if you don't accept us, then we're going to steal everything from you anyway and lie about it. And now you get the creation of America. So wild here. No, I've been the energy of that. I have been there through travel. Understand this. You have been through this. I understand us. Yes. So let me get back into the life path thing. All right. That was just me connecting shit. You feel me? So there's just me creating the connections that are necessary to build the CymaTree right now. So, and then they sell the lies back to us, right? They sell lies to us because they know that these lies matter more than their lies. So that's why like they have to weaponize spirituality, right? That's why the Bible is true, but it's built on truth. So it's built on Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism would be the truth, but the Bible then matters because of Zoroastrianism. So now it's lies. So now it's all these details on the truth that only matter because of the truth, but they get you lost in lies because the lie is the ego. So one spirit in their ego can steal from another spirit, and now they're expressing their own religion here. And now everyone can believe that one and not know that they stole all their ideas from someone else. And then that's where the truth connects them. The universe connects them. Like we can see in time that the universe shows us that this spirit had this idea before these spirits stole it. So you can't run away from time. You can't run away from time. Hence, believe in the middle is lie. Be live. That's right. We're bringing life to the lie. That's what it means to believe in anything. So like any idea that you have, the moment you believe in it, that's a lie that you're bringing to life. It's whatever. That's where now, yeah, we do 7 circles. All lives matter. Hilarious. All lives matter. That's quite funny. One could say that. Like literally whatever lie you're living, if you're living it, it matters. Or else it's not a life. So now life is a lie. And yeah, for sure. So let me get into these life path numbers and then I'm out of here. 1, if you have a life path of 1, that is you having to learn about individuality. So you as a life path of 1, you're learning how to express your individuality in that life. And then your path would be more correlated to fire and stuff. If you're a life path of 2, like me, you are the opposite. You have to learn more how to connect with others. And then that's where you're playing more out like water. And now your life path is about supporting the egos of others so they can exist, right? Because water makes fire real. So then would be the point of being the supporter as the 2, or the vibration. Your vibration would be making other individuals real. And then life path 3. If you're a life path of 3, you're focused on communicating. So in general, this is going to be you focused on your environments, you're focused on your mind, and you're focused on consciously communicating and breathing life into the environment that you're in. And this looks more like it's basically that. It's this communication thing. It's you using your mind to facilitate an environment that breathes, basically. Like you don't want an environment that doesn't breathe. That's not a healthy environment, right? So that's simple, really. I'm noticing the live is like chopping up. So I'm wondering if sometimes I may be going too long and I have to cut these down anyway. So whatever. Because I think there's like a point where like if I hit a certain hour mark, TikTok starts to not be able to process it very well. I'm good, you say? All right, bet. So life path of 3 is your mind. So if you have a life path of 3, you would be focused on the surroundings and the environment because that's all an expression of air. It's smooth on this end. Everyone can hear. All right, gang, gang. Bet. So if you're a life path of 3, that's air. You're focused on a human experience. So as humans, we're all breathing air right now. So if you care about humans, then you care about air. That's why I care about people polluting the air. Why are we driving cars? Objectively, why are people okay driving cars? They're not okay putting their mouth on the end of an exhaust pipe and letting someone pull the fucking thing and just breathing that in. Like really? Like you're okay with pumping that in the air, but you won't breathe it directly? But you're going to say that it's fine because we're not all connected. So you can poison the air because we're not connected and it doesn't have an effect on the environment. You just want to make money. This world is so 3, air, that's your breath. That's you caring about the mind. And that's you caring about communication. And when you care about the mind, you care about the environment that sustains the mind. Now, this would then lead us to 4 elementally. But if you're a life path of 4, all right, you're here to focus on structure. Are electric vehicles better? Creating vehicles out of water, they literally could have built this technology to transform water into energy, and then that water evaporates into the environment, and we live in a water-based world. There is no reason why this technology had to run off of dinosaur bones. There's no reason it has to run off of an unsustainable resource like fossil fuels. Dinosaur bones, fossil fuels, literally. Just the corpses of organisms that died before. And there's only so many organisms that died before. So now they can make an excuse why they need to go spread war and evil to take oil from other people. But it's literally just so they can colonize. They could have made this technology out of water and there'd be no excuse ever to steal the land or oil of anyone else. Like all made up concepts so that these people can colonize and be murderous. So electric vehicles it's still factory based. right? Like electric vehicles are still going to be based in burning some kind of energy and doing some kind of alchemy that has an effect on the environment. They could have been doing alchemy that didn't affect the environment, like us, or alchemy that helped the environment, like us. But obviously that wasn't the point of the Industrial Revolution, right? The Industrial Revolution was supposed to make poisoning the world profitable, and it has been, hasn't it? So my life path should be 3, but it's not. My life path is 2. It's hilarious. Because my mission is connecting. Again, Anubis, I don't have any water in my chart. Anubis is like, bro, got to get connected. And I'm just like, bro, I like observing the universe. That's basically Mercury. You feel me? Like Mercury is my structure where I'm connected to the universe just enough to be like a spiritual observer. So I, as a spiritual creator, I'm not like, I'm only in control of my own circumstance, but I can observe everyone creating life. And I've created the ability to do that on like a grand scale. So now I can talk about how people create life. Like one religion comes up saying it's the only religion in the world. I can see another religion in a simulation play out the same energy. So I'm not fucking lost. But no one can perceive that I'm on that level. Of course, it takes you actually listening long enough. Facts. That's why we did not learn about Tesla in school. That's absolutely why. 369. Working on that actual numerical number system of balance. 3, 6, and 9 are balance. 1, 4, 7, masculine. 2, 5, 8, feminine. 3, 6, 9, spirit. You have the child of God right here. If you want to be a true child of God, you better be working off of 3, 6, and 9. All right, men of God work off of 1, 4, and 7. Women of God work off of 2, 5, and 8. So if my life path is 2, you can see that I'm more working off of the woman of God, because I just said my life path should be 3, right? I'm like, I resonate more as a child, but Anubis is like, nah, feminine energy, feminine lessons, connection. And it's true. I mean, it's the point. Like the woman makes the man possible. So I'm supposed to go through a life path here where I use my spiritual abilities to be a woman that makes other men possible. And then that just plays out as me creating water that allows other spirits' fire to exist. But that means that I had to build my own world first. So now I have to build a world that you can get connected to. And if I believe in you, you can exist. And then that would be the point of all of us just creating forever and ever. That's every government, that's forever and ever. But as far as the way that I do this, it's way different than everyone else, right? So I'm actually here to support your individuality. Like that's the point of my life path being 2. I'm here to support individuality in general. Everyone's individuality, every spirit's individuality, that tree's individuality, like every plant, every single organism in existence. I am in the universe to support you. And that's why I built Mercury. So that's the point of my life path being 2. That's the point of 2 in general, being the vibration that supports the frequency. So once the vibration supports the frequency, energy can exist as matter. We'll continue. That sounds like what I've been trying to do lately. Move yourself to the space of the observer. Absolutely, Chantel. If you want to really move yourself to the space of the observer, it's just all meditation. That's why we don't learn how to meditate, right? We're taught to be lost in the world. We're taught to constantly cling on to thoughts in our mind. It's because this world is so sick, it needs to manufacture sickness in us by teaching us to also be sick. But when you're the observer, when you're in spirit mode, yeah, you're good, you're calm. You're able to actually be in control of how you react to things outside of yourself. And now you're not constantly worried or freaking out or feeling like you need to cling on to a religion, because you know that you had to create yourself. So you know that your awareness is the first thing you're creating to observe your space. There you go. So your awareness is your ego. So you as a spirit would not be aware of your space if it weren't for your ego. So that's what you're creating. So no one else could be creating your awareness because no one else is aware of your space. No one else is communicating how you feel about your circumstances. It's not possible. Only you know your circumstances. How could anyone else communicate about your circumstances when they have no idea who you are? That's why no one can tell you about Mercury, tell you about me, tell you about any of my past lives except me. So it takes me having to step into the universe to create a circumstance where I can talk about what I've done before, instead of having all these demons, all these colonizers making money off of this garbage technology that they're using to create health problems and cause climate change and spread poisons and act like we need to serve them because that's our purpose. When the universe is so much bigger than heaven, hell, and earth. The universe is infinitely big. The universe is created by us. Like, it's that simple. Like, there's no boom. You have to build your own heaven if you want to get connected to the universe in an awesome way. That's the point. I have 2 and 1. Nice. If you're saying you have 2 and 1, are you saying that you have life path 2 and 1? What? You can't have. What's your life path? 7 circles? You have 2 and 1. Or is it just because I just covered 2 and 1? Whatever. Anyway, 3 is the mind, right? Life path. If you have a life path of 3, you are focused on your environment and consciously communicating to facilitate air and breath in your environment. If you're a life path of 2, you're focused on connecting and supporting the imaginations of other individuals. So in general, individuality. And then if you're a life path of 1, you're focused on expressing your individuality and having other people see you as the star you are, because you're one star. There's only you. See that? So the point of that is, boom, you're 1. And then the 2. How do you find out your life path number? Yo, I fucking forget. People are just up here asking, like, just break down life path numbers. It has to do with your name. Someone else type, please. I know it's something on the internet. It has to do with your name. I remember mine from a while ago. I'm pretty sure it had to do with my name. So Google is your friend there. But once you find out your life path number, gang, gang. 4, it's your birthday. Oh, so it's like every number in your birthday added up to 1 number? Yes. Yeah, you just gotta add them up so you make it as small as possible, or whatever the fuck. But if I add up the digits in my birthday, it does come out to 2. Do I really want to make sure that? Man, I'm just like, now I want to make sure I added up my birthday right. I want to make sure I did this properly. Get the numbers right. Boop, boop, boop. Equals okay. All right. And then that 8, 9. Okay. And then, yeah. So 2018, 9. Because when I add my birthday up, I get 2018. So 1 plus 8 is 9. And then 9 plus 2 is... Wait, what? Hold up. It's 11, which is still 2. I don't know why my brain is farting. I literally like doubt myself at so many things. Like, I'll get to an answer and be like, but do I know it? And now here I am needing to see it in front of me. But yes, 9 plus 2 is 11, which is 2. My life path is 2, as I'm saying. But that's hilarious. All the internal communication that I'm going through there to make sure I'm correct. Can I stand on this? Yes. So yeah, it's your birthday. Add up your birthday and gang, 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 gang. And yeah, if you get 11, 22, or 33, it's a master number. Oh, you're telling me that I'm an 11. not a 2. Ah. You are a master number, not a ah. Ah. You see, because here's what's happening. I did my life path reading thing way back in college. I remember like getting a numerology reading or whatever from the internet, because now I want to like look up. In fact, we got time. What? Let me look up the thing that did it online. Life path numerology. Or one of the 3 master numbers, which are 11, 22, and 33. 7 circles, if you really just came in here and decoded my life path number and got me to realize I'm not 2 but 11, that'll be a comedy. That'll be really funny. And that'll be the whole point of communication. And I'd be very grateful. Because that's hilarious. I'm over here saying my life path should be a 3, but as a 2, I don't have any water in my chart. So it makes sense that my life path would be 2 because it's still water. But the thing is, considering I see it elementally, a life path of 11 still plays out as 2, but it is a master number. It's more complex. It's not 2, but it results in 2, right? So 11 still results in 2, but it's not 2. And that is where numbers are. I'm trying to find the right website that had the shit. There was a specific calculator that did it for free. And they had like a whole animation. Are they gone? I guess this was years ago. I definitely don't remember the name of it. That's frustrating. You don't simplify master numbers. All right. Yes, your subconscious is saying you fool right now. That's fair. Whenever you validated yourself. This is why my energy is powerful. All right, don't simplify master numbers. Give me a quick reading. Give me a quick reading. Bro, open communication forever. 7 circles. Let's see what's up. What's one's path? 11 energies have energies of 2 and 1. Oh, and that would make sense because I literally just said my life path should be 3. So even as far as the elemental addition of 2 and 1 being 3, I'm feeling like I should be more in the air mode. But you're saying that 11, which would result in 2, carries the energies of 2 and 1, which would be fire and water. What about 7? I know, right? We're on 4 right now. We're on 4, but 7 circles is about to join, I think. Send a guest invite, 7 circles. We're here to learn. Speak your piece. I'm gonna look this up real quick. Calculate life path. Why are these calculators so like extra? Okay, hold up. Hold up, bro. If you were born October 22nd, you would write down 11, 22, 19. Okay, so I am May 16th. All right, I'm May 16th. I am 1997. Calculate life. It just told me my life path number was 2. You see this? You see this? In fact, I'll show you. I'll show you. All right, I like Earth. I typed in May 16th, 1997. Your life path number is 2. I'm not getting a guest request. You got to send a guest request. It says that I can get guest requests. So 7 circles, go ahead and send it. Because I just showed you that I can do another one, but I'm pretty sure each one of these things online is going to tell me that my life path number is 2. They do not acknowledge the master numbers. I feel that. Okay. Yeah, like let me do this. Send a guest request. Like people send guest requests. I don't understand. Seven circles. Where are you at? There's like no option here for me to be like, yeah, what? You just join. I'm looking at everything. I'm looking at everything. I see that nothing's blocked. I don't have anyone blocked. I ain't got no settings here saying that you can't. Click the rings next to the flower at the bottom. All right, gang. So you want to co-host? What? Wait, I'm confused. So now I'm inviting you? Don't you multi-guess? There we go. Now you're here. 1 minute ago. Gang. Let's go. Circles. Be in here. I'm about to just keep going.